Hogwarts, my spells unlimited. Traveling through the Harry Potter world, Seal is bound to an infinite deduction system. He can gain deduction points by swallowing objects and deduce all knowledge. Thus, Hogwarts welcomed the most greedy foodie in history, who was also the most talented spell scholar, alchemist, and potion master. In the first grade, he won the gold medal in the UK primary school mathematics competition, and it was an unprecedented full score. In the second grade, he won the gold medal in all subjects in the middle school group, sweeping the best middle school students in the UK. Since the third grade, he has shown extraordinary talent in physical education, such as table tennis, and fencing. Charles Evans, the Muggles all agree that you are the most talented student in the UK. So, you are the teenage Albus Dumbledore of the Muggle world, right? Then your brain should be as valuable as Albus Dumbledore's, precious research material. In the dim basement, a crazy old man in a black robe looked at the young man tied to a chair with fanatical eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. The young man whom he called Charles Evans was sitting there in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as the old man in black robe said, Charles is indeed a talented student famous throughout Britain. He had just finished giving a speech at the school graduation ceremony and was on his way back to his apartment where he lived alone, when this old man in a black robe suddenly rushed out clutching a wooden stick. At that time, Charles didn't take it too seriously. He just thought it was some festival and this old man was out on the street playing cosplay. Until the next moment, when the old man in black robe swung the wooden stick, the people on the whole street seemed to be under a spell and went straight around where Charles was. It was then that Charles was shocked. The old man in black robe doesn't seem to be cosplaying, he is a real wizard. The next second, he fell into a coma after the old man in black robe waved his wand, and when he woke up, he was tied to a chair in this dim basement. At this moment, listening to the black-robed old man chattering about Muggles, and mentioning a familiar name, Albus Dumbledore, Charles really felt like he was screwed. I thought this was a parallel world from the 1990s. Dog system, you didn't tell me this is the magic world. That's right, Charles is a transmigrator. In his previous life, Charles was an ordinary office worker. Apart from watching TV series and movies, he had no special hobbies. Until that day, a cross-starter ran across half the street, crashed through the wall of Charles's house, killed him directly, and sent him to the UK in the 1990s. At first, Charles was a little worried about his future livelihood. After all, like most transmigrators, he was an orphan in this life, had no relatives, and grew up in an orphanage. In Britain, people don't care about whether there are special breeds of kings, princes, generals, or ministers, and there is no compulsory education. If you want to go to college, the high tuition fees are no joke. Many of the skills that Charles had in his previous life were useless in a foreign country in this era. It's not easy to live a decent life. It was not until a ding sound was heard in Charles's mind that something called the infinite deduction system was bound to Charles, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the name suggests, the function of this system is infinite deduction. Any knowledge that Charles has learned can be deduced to a higher level through this system. For example, after learning first-grade mathematics, you can use systematic deduction to master more derived mathematical knowledge, and even deduce the content of advanced mathematics based on this. Even some sports theories can be deduced. For example, the basic theories of the landing point, rotation, speed, and change of table tennis can be deduced into advanced techniques such as double-sided loops, straight blade horizontal hits, and backhand twists and pulls. And except for not being able to directly improve physical fitness, Charles can perfectly master all the deduced techniques. It was thanks to the infinite deduction system that Charles gradually transformed from an orphan in an orphanage into a young genius who shocked the whole of Britain. Sia Urban thought that the destiny of his life should be to rely on the system to become a pioneer in the territory of human civilization and lead humans from the earth to the boundless starry sky. As a result, he realized at this moment that Gao Zhao's fate had played a big joke on him. I have been studying science for 10 years, but the world itself is not scientific. Is this the Harry Potter world? The magic in this world has nothing to do with science. The flying spell can summon distant objects out of thin air, the apparition can travel through space, and there are also perverted things like the time converter that involve time. What kind of science can achieve this? If the three-body aliens can apparate, why the hell would they be afraid of the technological explosion on Earth? Charles wanted to cry but had no tears. After 10 years of studying science in the wizarding world, is there anything more crazier than this? Oh yeah, and that includes being attacked and kidnapped by a crazy old wizard. It looks like he is very interested in his own brain. When he realized his situation, Charles temporarily stopped caring about the disillusionment of his worldview and returned his attention to reality. The old wizard in black robe was looking at Charles with a puzzled look on his face. By the way, are you really as smart as Dumbledore? Why do you look so stupid? Don't you look very smart? If that's the case, you're of no value to me. Seal forced a smile. Mr. Wizard, I don't think it's possible to tell whether a person is smart or not just by looking at their appearance. In other words, the smarter you are, the less smart you seem, or even a little crazy. The Albus Dumbledore you mentioned, if he is really as smart as you said, I bet he must look crazy and have many quirks, such as a special liking to eat some weird things. After hearing this, the old wizard in black robe was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. What you said seems to make some sense. Then he looked at Seal and asked. So what do you think of me? Charles said smoothly. I think you look a little crazier than Dumbledore, but you know, geniuses are crazy in the eyes of ordinary people. How can ordinary people understand geniuses? So the crazier someone seems to ordinary people, the more genius they are. To sum up, you should be more talented than Dumbledore, and much more talented than me. I, Charles Evans, am just an ordinary person who was born in an era without you. If you want to do some research on the brain, I sincerely feel that only your genius mind can do it. The old wizard in black robe had an intoxicated look on his face. Yes, you are right. It is absolutely right. Charles Evans, even though you are a muggle, you are much more knowledgeable than those old-timers in Sir Merlin's group. Those old, self-satisfied people actually laughed at my genius idea and said it was the ravings of a madman. I must prove to them that my idea is the most genius design in history. Tracing back to the origin of magic, the sublimation of the soul, the most ancient magic. The old wizard in black robe seemed to be lost in self-entertainment or madness, and kept muttering some difficult-to-pronounce terms. Then, he looked towards Seal. Char, you actually have the insight to see my talent. I, Dark Seed, recognize you. Among all the mortals except me, you, Char, have the strongest mind. Although there is no other me in the world for me to study, your brain must be stronger than those 73 idiots before, and you have more potential for sublimation. The next moment, the old wizard in black robe took out a bottle of green potion that gurgled like evil energy and poured it into Charles's mouth without saying a word. Come, drink this bottle of sublimation potion, sublime evolution is waiting for you. When the old wizard who called himself Dark Seed tried to pour the so-called sublimation potion into Charles's mouth, Charles's pupils suddenly contracted. His infinite deduction system is to deduce knowledge, but it is not unconditional. It requires something called deduction points, which are obtained from the Char's eating. The more precious and valuable the food that Charles eats, the more deduction points he can get. The points you can get from ordinary food are very few, but if you eat some precious gold, silver, and jewelry, the deduction points will be much more. As for digestion problems, there is no need to worry. Once these things are eaten, they will be converted into deduction points by the system. Even if he swallowed a gold coin, as long as it did not cut his esophagus or throat, Charles could use the system to convert it with just a thought, and it would not cause any burden to Charles. But Seal has not tried whether the system can work on potions from the magical world. Especially since, according to Doc, he had previously conducted experiments on 73 people. There are wizards and muggles among them, but according to the standards that Dark used to find him, those experimenters should definitely not be stupid. But even so, they all died in Dak's experiment. You can imagine what this sublimation potion is. If there was even the slightest possibility, Charles didn't want to gamble his life on whether the system could transform the sublimation potion that was poured into his mouth. When the sublimation potion came close to Charles's mouth, an unprecedented sense of crisis burst out in Charles's heart. His eyes suddenly became empty. Sharp explosions and roars suddenly began to reverberate in the basement. An invisible force spread out from Charles, sweeping in like a storm, whistling and repelling everything around him. This sudden scene startled Doc, and he almost knocked over the bottle of sublimation potion on the ground. But after the surprise, Dak's eyes showed even greater ecstasy than before. Magic power is running wild. Ahaha, you actually have magical talent, you're a little wizard. Great, this is really great. I thought that you being a muggle would affect the effect of the sublimation potion to some extent, but I didn't expect that this last shortcoming would be made up. Seal Evans, with your brain, you are the young Dumbledore. I couldn't find Dumbledore to do the experiment, but I found you. It seems that fate is blessing me and wants me to complete this great sublimation. Then, Dark waved his wand. With his magic power running wild, Charles suddenly felt as if the air around him had turned into a quagmire. The magic power that burst out of his body was directly solidified. The strong wind in the basement stagnated, the roar stopped, and then dissipated into nothingness bit by bit. The anticipation that Charles had felt because of the magic riot disappeared in an instant, and he was also shocked by the performance of the old wizard named Dark in front of him. According to his memory of the original Harry Potter novel, the magical outburst of the little wizard was enough to make the adult wizards panic. If it is a special situation, such as life is threatened or the little wizard is mentally ill, the magic riot will become more violent. In this case, even adult wizards could be killed, but Doc just resolved Charles's magical riot with ease, which shows that his strength is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary adult wizard. If we think about the fact that he could conduct so-called sublimation experiments on more than 70 people in a row and yet has not been arrested by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, we can understand that even the elite Aurors are probably no match for Dark. This old guy is definitely not someone that Charles can contend with at this moment. After realizing this, Charles sighed and gave up the idea of fighting with force. Seeing Charles's resigned expression, Dark grinned and said faintly, "Don't worry, I have made some adjustments to this version of the sublimation potion. The success rate will definitely be much higher than the previous version. If you are lucky enough, it is still possible to survive and complete the sublimation." Charles remained silent. I'm afraid that Doc has said this to the more than 70 experimenters before, so you can imagine how credible it is. I can only hope that the system is more powerful and that this weird sublimation potion can work. At this moment, Doc opened the bottle cap, pried open Charles's mouth, and drank the bubbling sublimation potion in one gulp. After taking the sublimation potion, Charles suddenly began to struggle, with the whites of his eyes almost popping out. It tasted terrible, it was really too terrible. He could swear that he had never tasted anything so terrible in his entire lifetime. The smell is like the fermented foam of rotten sea fish, octopus, etc. And the sticky texture was like the mucus from some marine creature. Charles felt like it was about to become a string in his throat. Along with it comes the instinctive nausea and horror. Charles twisted violently in his chair, as if he really wanted to reach his hand down his throat and dig out the sublimation potion he had just drunk. White foam was already coming out of the corners of his mouth because of the intense nausea. Seeing this scene, the old wizard Dark's eyes showed a strong look of disappointment. He had seen this scene more than 70 times before. After drinking the sublimation potion, all the experimenters felt intense pain and nausea, and then began to foam at the mouth. What followed was an even more violent reaction, until the body collapsed and turned into a pool of smelly pus. After capturing Seal and witnessing Seal's magical outburst with his own eyes, Dark believed that Seal was comparable to Albus Dumbledore when he was a teenager. He had extremely high expectations for Seal. If such qualifications cannot be sublimated through sublimation potions, then can my own potion really succeed? Is it really just like those people in Sir Merlin's band who laughed at me, that this is just a delusion, the ravings of a madman? Dark's eyes were bloodshot, revealing paranoia and fanaticism, and he was muttering madly. No, no. I have seen it. I have seen it in my dreams, a huge shape hidden under the dark sky. I have heard it. In my madness, I have heard the ancient whispers from the dark side of the world. The source of magic power, the supreme will, exists. They must exist. My sublimation potion can definitely allow people to reach that level. How could I fail? No, I just need more test subjects, 100, 1000, 10,000. No matter how many people die, I must witness that magnificent sight. Then, Doc held the wand and looked at Charles with cold eyes. He had already planned to clean up the scene and then look for the next experimental subject. But at this moment, Charles's appearance made Doc stunned. After foaming at the mouth in pain, Charles's body did not quickly begin to mutate and collapse like the previous 70 or so test subjects, but remained intact. Hope reappeared in his eyes. At this moment, Charles suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, in addition to the relief of surviving the disaster, there was also uncontrollable ecstasy. Boss, do you still have this thing? Another bottle. Charles's ecstasy at this moment was not only because the infinite deduction system he called Deep Blue was powerful enough, but also because it really recycled the sublimation potion into deduction points, saving him from the fate of death. Moreover, after taking this bottle of sublimation potion, the system prompts in his mind began to sound loudly. Deduction points plus 100, deduction points plus 100. You know, even if he eats 8 meals a day on weekdays, the deduction points he can get are only a few. Only when you devour gold and cherish jewels can you gain more deduction points, but only a few dozen at most. But now, during the transformation process of the sublimation potion, every beat is hundreds of points. By the time this bottle of sublimation potion was completely converted, Charles had obtained nearly 10,000 deduction points, which was comparable to the total number of deduction points he had obtained in the past 10 years. It was at this moment that Charles suddenly realized one thing: he might have misunderstood the rules of system conversion and deduction points for the past 10 years. He originally thought that the system would convert the items he ate into deduction points. The number of points was calculated according to the degree of their preciousness. The older and more precious the items were, the more deduction points they would be converted into. This seemed to be confirmed by the fact that he had gained hundreds of deduction points at once after swallowing a piece of antique jewelry he had collected. But if you think about this world being a magical world, then perhaps this should be calculated based on how much magic power the item contains. Ordinary food contains almost no magic power, so the deduction points it can provide are very few. Gold is a material used by the magic world and provides more deduction points. The older the treasure, the more likely it is to be related to the magical world and the greater the possibility that it contains magical power, so more deduction points are provided. This time, he drank the sublimation potion that the weird wizard Doc had put all his efforts into preparing, and he could get tens of thousands of deduction points at a time. Tens of thousands of deduction points, even if used separately, have made Charles the most talented student recognized throughout the UK, and he has won numerous competition awards in various fields. What if we focus on one area? That would have the effect of turning decay into something miraculous. Perhaps Charles's hope of surviving Dark's clutches lies in this. Therefore, at this moment, Charles was not so averse to the disgusting taste of the sublimation potion. Thinking about the tens of thousands of deduction points it brings, it even smells a bit fragrant and I can't wait to have another bottle. However, at this time, after Charles asked for another bottle, the old wizard Dark did not respond. He seemed to be in disbelief and fell into joy and madness. Not dead? He's really not dead? He even wants another bottle. What does this prove? It proves that my improved formula of sublimation potion is effective, and the effect is very good. It's done. Dark said, am going to do it. Doc danced with excitement. But after a while, Doc showed hesitation again, staring at Charles and muttering to himself. He is indeed not dead, but the effect of the sublimation potion is not manifested in him. What about the characteristics of sublimation? None. Doc immediately felt anxious again and began to pace back and forth in the basement in frustration. Could it be that I softened the sublimation potion, and ended up making it ineffective? It's true that it won't kill people, but it may not have the effect of sublimation. So, isn't it possible that I might fail? Did I succeed or fail? Listening to Doc's crazy mumbling, Charles felt his scalp tingling. He could see that Dark's mental state was extremely unstable. He longed for the sublimation potion to succeed, but was hit hard by repeated denials and failures. He even doubted whether the sublimation potion could succeed. If Duck continues to let his wild thoughts run wild, there's no telling what he might do. So after thinking for a moment, Charles spoke decisively. Don't doubt it, your sublimation potion is indeed effective. After these words were spoken, Doc stood there in a daze and turned to look at Charles. The next moment, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he spoke in a decisive tone. You are lying to me, you must be lying to me. He took out his wand and his expression became more ferocious. I'm going to cast the Cruciatus curse on you to let you know the consequences of lying to me. Do you know the Cruciatus curse? Do you know what it feels like to be under the Cruciatus curse? I used it on Sir Merlin, who said I was crazy. Ha 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 ha, it drove him crazy. Now let's see who is the crazy one. Do you want to try it? Charles said loudly at this moment. I can prove it. I can prove that your sublimation potion does work. If you want to torture me, if it affects the effectiveness of the sublimation potion, I guarantee you will regret it. There was a hint of hesitation in Doc's eyes. Prove? Can you prove it? How are you going to prove it? Only then did Charles calm down and said quietly. You developed the sublimation potion to sublimate people's souls and reach the so-called source of magic power, right? Then, in the process of soul sublimation, will there be some strange manifestations, such as stronger learning ability, or even the ability to turn decay into magic? What kind of spells will be completely different in the hands of the sublimator? Teach me the simplest spell and I will prove it to you. Charles's words immediately enlightened Doc, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, how can the spells of the Ascended be the same as those of ordinary people? There will definitely be something so bizarre that even Dumbledore will be shocked. I'll teach you a simple spell and you'll be able to prove it. Doc hesitated again. But what if you lie to me? Are you planning on learning spells and then killing me? Seal gave a wry smile in response. I'm a child who's not even 11 years old yet, and you just taught me the simplest, non-offensive spell. Do you think I have the ability to kill you? Doc thought so too. So after hesitating for a while, he finally nodded. Short syllables sounded along with the waving of the wand and the movement of the hand. Fluorescence. A ray of light lit up from the tip of Dark's wand, finally making the dim basement a little more visible. It took Charles a while to adapt to the light after it came on. He subconsciously looked around, and the scene he saw made his blood run cold. He already knew that he was tied to a chair. But this basement seemed to have been cast with a traceless extension spell, making it much more spacious than Charles had imagined. There are at least a dozen chairs like the one Charles sat on in this basement, however, there was no trace of human beings on the chair, only puddles of smelly liquid remained, and in the smelly liquid were people's clothes, jewelry, etc. One look at them told you what the people who were once tied to the chairs looked like now. Seal took a deep breath, trying to calm the nausea. But the next moment, the fishy smell became more and more obvious as he inhaled, and Charles couldn't help but open his mouth and retched to the side. Doc didn't care about this at all. He was only concerned about verifying whether his sublimation potion was effective. After explaining the casting gestures and spells of the luminescent charm to Charles, Doc poured out a bag next to him. With a clatter, at least a dozen wands rolled to the ground. He picked one at random and put it in Charles's hand, then loosened the rope a little for Charles so that he could move his arms freely and wave his wand. Doc held his wand and stared at Seal. Come on, let me see the sublimation effect you mentioned. Charles clenched the wand in his hand, which was still covered with dirty mucus, and recalled the fluorescent spell that Doc had just explained. The prompt of the infinite deduction system sounded in his mind. Deducible knowledge detected luminescent spell, should we deduce it? The next moment, Charles's eyes lit up and he roared in his mind. Deep Blue, deduce for me. As Charles growled in his mind, the infinite deduction system he called Deep Blue emitted a cold mechanical sound. Host, please specify the direction of deduction. Charles said this in his mind with absolute certainty. Kill and wound. Start to deduce the luminescent spell in a more lethal direction. Instantly, Deep Blue responded. Consume 1000 deduction points and start the initial deduction of the fluorescent spell. The next moment, Charles felt slightly dizzy. The fluorescent spell that he had just learned was immediately deduced in the system at an astonishing speed. Every second of deduction is equivalent to years of continuous practice and thinking for an ordinary person. In just a few seconds, Seal felt as if he had cast the luminescent charm hundreds of thousands or millions of times. The spell and gestures for casting the luminescent charm had almost become part of his instinct. He could even boast that no one's casting gestures for the fluorescent spell were more standard than his. But if the system's capabilities are limited to this, it cannot be called an infinite deduction system. After deducing the luminescent curse almost instinctively, the system began to deduce the subsequent luminescent curse. A large amount of new knowledge began to flood into Charles's mind. New directions of spells are deduced in the system. A luminescent charm can only produce a soft light, useful for illuminating a small area. So how can we make the luminescent spell more lethal? Naturally, increasing the light intensity is a feasible direction. After a short while, Deep Blue, which had begun to deduce in this direction, gave a reply. The first deduction of the luminescent charm has been completed. The luminescent charm has been deduced into a more lethal spell, the flash charm. The flash charm. A violent white light bursts out from the tip of the wand. Flesh and blood creatures that witness the white light will enter a state of temporary blindness. After the blindness ends, it will also leave long-lasting effects such as double vision and dizziness. Along with the Deep Blue prompt sound, the flash charm, a spell derived from the luminescent charm, also became an instinct in Charles, as if he had used it countless times. Seal's brows furrowed slightly. Compared to the luminescent charm, the flash charm does have some lethality. But its lethality is too weak. It can only block the enemy's vision, similar to a flash bomb, and cannot cause direct damage. As a supporting spell, this spell is pretty good. But let's forget about the lethality. However, Deep Blue's strength lies in its ability to deduce a piece of knowledge almost infinitely. Now Charles has more than 9,000 deduction points on hand, so he can deduce again. Deep Blue, keep on deducing and keep on increasing your lethality. This time, Deep Blue sounded a reminder. Consume 5,000 deduction points and conduct a secondary deduction based on the flash spell. The emergence of the flash spell proved that increasing the light intensity of the fluorescent spell was indeed an effective approach. However, strong light over a large area can only cause damage to the eyes. And if the enemy closes his eyes or wears sunglasses, this damage will be even more insignificant. So, is it possible to concentrate strong light? If the light can be gathered into a beam and the energy concentrated at one point, the lethality should be qualitatively improved. Following this direction, Deep Blue continued to deduce. More and more knowledge began to flow into Charles's mind. As if in some parallel world, Seal has been conducting experiments on the flash charm 24 hours a day for decades, with the sole purpose of making the light and energy of the flash charm more concentrated. While Charles closed his eyes to absorb this knowledge, Dark, who was waiting to witness the sublimation effect that Charles claimed, showed an anxious and impatient look in his eyes. "You little brat, are you stalling for time? Are you waiting for your so-called Muggle police, or our Aurors from the wizarding world to rescue you? I'm telling you, if you dare to play tricks on me, if you dare to cheat me on the sublimation potion, I promise to let you have a good taste of the Cruciatus curse. I have 100 ways to torture you that are more horrible than the Cruciatus curse. Do you understand?" At this moment, Charles suddenly opened his eyes, and a deep blue prompt sounded in his mind. The second deduction of the luminescent charm is complete. The laser charm has been deduced based on the flash charm. The laser spell imitates the laser principle in the Muggle world. It can concentrate the strong light emitted by the flash spell and make its frequency consistent, thereby reducing the dissipation of light energy. A focused laser can raise the temperature of an area dramatically in a short period of time, and continuous heating can even be enough to melt and cut through steel. The next 3 deductions will consume 10,000 deduction points. The current points are 4,396. Please obtain more deduction points, host. When he heard this hint, a gleam of light flashed in Charles's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel murderous intent churning in his heart. The lethality of the laser spell was much stronger than that of the flash spell, and it was already a pure killing spell. As for the power of lasers, he had heard in his previous life that lasers could be used to cut and process steel. In addition, there is also a very famous laser channel scene in the Resident Evil film and television works, where the sharp laser can easily cut the human body into pieces. If we release a laser spell at Dark when he is caught off guard, perhaps we can kill this dark wizard on the spot. Charles clenched the wand in his hand and said to Dark. "I didn't intend to delay. It was just that the feeling of sublimation was too wonderful, so I took a while to adapt. Don't you want to see what happens when you release the spell after sublimation? Then you just keep an eye on it." Immediately, Charles waved his wand, murderous intent surged in his heart, and he was about to cast a laser spell almost instinctively. But in an instant, Seal noticed that Dark was also holding his wand tightly. This old wizard was truly crazy, but he was definitely not so foolish as to be defenseless against Seal. As his mind raced, Charles's gesture, which was about to release the laser spell, changed. A strong light burst out from Seal's wand, illuminating the area in front of the basement in white. At the moment when Charles cast the spell, an invisible barrier appeared in front of the old wizard Dark. It was the iron armor spell that could withstand most spells. Seeing this scene, Charles felt relieved and his back was almost covered with cold sweat. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and did not really use the lethal laser spell on Dark, otherwise it would have been blocked by the armor spell. By then, it would be hard to say what would happen to Charles. At this moment, the old wizard Dark, who was hit by the flash spell, was laughing crazily under the protection of the armor spell. How could the luminescent charm have such an effect in the hands of this kid who has never learned magic in his life? Sublimation, it must be the sublimation potion that worked. Ha ha ha, it worked. After improving the sublimation potion so many times, I'm really going to succeed. Charles looked at Dark, who was crying and extremely excited, and his eyes flickered slightly. If you want to kill Dark, the laser spell is not powerful enough, and you need to continue to deduce the fluorescent spell. If you replay it once, twice, even 3 or 4 times, there will always be a time when its power reaches a point where even Dark's iron armor spell cannot defend against it. However, if you want to do this, you will need a lot of deduction points. So far, the item that Charles has encountered that can provide the most deduction points in a short period of time is the sublimation potion that Doc took out. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Charles said to Doc, who was still delighted. "Wrong, you're going the wrong way. If you continue along this line of thought, you will never be able to make a true sublimation potion." As soon as these words were spoken, Doc's laughter stopped abruptly. He opened his bloodshot eyes, revealing a cold and crazy look. A green light appeared at the tip of the wand, carrying with it a murderous intent, and it was aimed at Charles. "Are you teaching me how to make sublimation potions? Do you know how much effort and experiments I put into improving the sublimation potion? How dare you say I'm on the wrong path? How dare you?" The terror of the moment of life and death spread in Charles's heart. Charles gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Improvement? Why should we improve it?" Duck was stunned for a moment. "Because everyone who drank the sublimation potion died, we need to improve the sublimation potion to make its effect more moderate." Before he finished speaking, Charles said quietly, "Do you think that everyone is qualified to be sublimated? If someone dies after drinking the sublimation potion, why is it the sublimation potion's problem? Why can't it be the dead person's problem? This shows that they are not qualified to sublimate. It's not you who is wrong, it's not the sublimation potion that is wrong, it's this world. Think about it, how did your first version of the potion come about? Crazy inspiration, genius ideas, as if the ancient beings whispered in your ears, conveying the inspiration for this potion to your mind. Why don't you believe in their revelations? Why do you want to moderate the effects of the medicine? How can sublimation proceed smoothly? You are too conservative, Doc. You need to be more radical and extreme. Maximize it. Maximize the medicinal properties for me. Maximize the magic power of the sublimation potion for me. Only then can I usher in the most glorious sublimation." After hearing what Charles said, Dark, who was originally angry, just stood there in a daze, as if he had been enlightened. Yup. If someone died from drinking the sublimation potion, then it must be the sublimation potion's problem, right? Could it be that these guys are just too stupid to be qualified for the ascension? Charles proposed to maximize the effect of the sublimation potion, forgetting about stability and safety. This made Dark's eyes brighter than ever before. Yep. That's it. How could I be so stupid that I haven't figured this out yet? The original sublimation potion was created when I saw those magnificent and incomprehensible forms in my dream and listened to their voices that contained the magical secrets of all things in the universe. That's when I was inspired to make it. That is to say, that was the revelation given to me by the Ascendant. However, my subsequent modifications were based on the wizard's shallow understanding of magic. It is ridiculous to use such knowledge to modify the sublimator's revelation. Dark muttered madly, even slapped himself loudly, and burst into tears of excitement. At this moment, he looked at Charles with gratitude and emotion in his eyes. "Seal, my friend, you are worthy of having a brain as precious as Dumbledore's." "No, Dumbledore did not speak for my sublimation potion. How can he compare with you? Your foresight is more than 100 times better than Dumbledore's. Only a genius like you can understand how grand my goal is. My friend, as long as the sublimation potion is successful, you and I will shed our weak human bodies and embrace the great source of magic," Charles said in a serious and somewhat honored voice. "Flesh and blood are weak, but they will rise and ascend." Doc also let out a loud and excited cry. Flesh and blood cry weakness, sublimate and ascend. Then, he immediately searched for herbs in various medicine cabinets in the basement, preparing to remove all stable elements from the sublimation potion as Charles said. Chaotic and crazy magic will explode in the sublimation potion. Let me see, bone-breaking grass, yes, this is what we need, it is the key to getting rid of the body. Scarlet Death Knell, a herb that is born with a powerful curse, will help us shed this cursed human flesh and blood. And this, the blood crown. This is the main ingredient of the demon potion. Doc seemed to be high as he threw one strange herb after another into the crucible. Finally, he carefully took out a bottle, which contained a strange and disgusting green slime. The moment he saw this thing, Charles felt nauseous, as if the stench of decay passed through the glass bottle and poured into his nasal cavity. Doc, however, had an intoxicated look on his face, as if he was admiring some rare treasure. And this is the most crucial thing in the sublimation potion, the traces left by those great beings. What a magnificent magic, how close to the origin. Immediately, he dropped 5 drops of green mucus into the crucible. In an instant, the dark black potion in the crucible began to boil violently, and the entire color turned into a strange green color that was exactly the same as the mucus. When the potion became viscous, Doc carefully poured it into a bottle and handed it to Charles with an anxious expression as if he was waiting for the teacher to review his test paper. "Come on, friend, try the sublimation potion I adjusted." Looking at the potion bubbling in front of him, Charles felt a struggle in his heart. If he hadn't seen what ingredients were added to make this thing, he would have just gritted his teeth and drank it. But after seeing what Doc threw in there, he really couldn't help but resist this thing. But after a moment, Charles gritted his teeth, raised his head and drank the bottle of sublimation potion with full magic power in one gulp. The moment the medicine entered his mouth, a feeling several times more nauseating than the previous bottle came over him, causing Charles to retch again and scratch his throat instinctively. Because this thing was so disgusting, Charles rolled his eyes and fell into a brief coma. But soon, the dense reminders from the deep blue system woke Charles up from his coma. Deduction points plus 100. Deduction points plus 100. This time, the prompts are even more dense than the first time. By the time the prompts gradually became sparse and the power of the sublimation potion was completely absorbed, Seal's original remaining 4396 deduction points had skyrocketed by more than points, and the total exceeded points. Charles opened his eyes with difficulty. Seeing this scene, the uneasy Doc burst into tears of joy and began to cry violently. "Not dead, my friend, you are not dead. You are the first person to survive the original sublimation potion. You are right. I shouldn't doubt the revelations of the Ascendants. This is right. This is right." Seal gave Doc a thumbs up. "Doc, you are almost there. You are already on the road to success. But it's not enough. I heard new revelations from the Ascended Ones during my fainting just now. They congratulated me in my mind. They told me that it was not fierce enough, not enough for me to complete my ascension. Doc, continue to increase the potency of the medicine. The Ascendants are watching you, and an unprecedented great cause is ahead." Doc seemed to be inspired, his whole face was filled with the fanaticism of devout faith. He muttered to himself like a madman. "It's even more intense. It must be that the dose of the part that has left the body is not enough. Otherwise, Seal would have already left his human form. The dosage of these demonic poisons needs to be doubled. Also, the amount of mucus left behind by the Ascendants must be increased." In the following time, Doc made 3 bottles of sublimation potions with increasingly powerful medicinal properties. Charles drank all of the increasingly disgusting potion. His deduction points, with the accumulation of sublimation potions, soared all the way to over 100,000 points. At this moment, Seal roared in his mind. "With 100,000 deduction points, I don't believe that I can't deduce the luminescent spell to a shocking level. I just don't believe I can't kill an old wizard like you. Deep Blue, deduce for me, use all 100,000 points." As Charles roared in his mind, Deep Blue began to operate at an unprecedented high intensity since Charles crossed into this world. 100,000 deduction points were burned out in an instant. Instead, a vast amount of knowledge was poured into Charles's mind, to the point where his head was splitting as if it was about to explode. It was as if in countless parallel worlds, countless Charles were pondering the luminescent spell day and night, and all that knowledge and insights were instilled into him. Several directions to enhance the lethality of the luminescent spell were progressing simultaneously in the deduction of the Deep Blue system. Continue to deduce the direction of the laser spell to stimulate lasers with higher frequency and higher energy levels. The direction of the flash spell can also be further deduced. Light and heat are one. By converting the light of the flash spell into heat, an area can be formed that will burn the enemy to ashes. Countless inspirations and flashes of light burst out, and finally the results of several directions are combined by chance. A ray of light as hot as the sun flashed through Charles's mind. Deep Blue reminder sounds rang out continuously. The host's laser spell has reached a new level. The host's flash spell has been developed to a new level. Congratulations to the host for using the luminescent spell as a basis for deducing a spell of mass destruction, the eternal blazing sun. After a cold mechanical prompt, the information about the eternal blazing sun curse also emerged clearly in Charles's mind. The tip of the wand emits a blazing ball like the sun, and after a few seconds it explodes with extreme light and heat, destroying and melting everything within the range. The damage caused by the eternal blazing sun to dark creatures, ghosts, dark wizards, etc. is doubled. The range of the eternal blazing sun is related to the host's magic power and spiritual strength. When the host's magic power and spirit are sufficient to support it, it is possible to release a real sun to cover the sky. Seeing this introduction, Charles couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The magic in the Harry Potter world tends to be single-target attacks, and there is no automatic enemy searching function. Even the killing curse requires aiming, and if you miss, there will be no damage. This thing requires too much combat experience. Although Charles has mastered the fluorescent spell to perfection after deduction, deduction is not actual combat. He wasn't sure he could hit Doc. Therefore, if he were to deduce a single-target attack spell, Charles would have to find an opportunity to increase his hit rate. But the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse is different, it is an extremely area-destructive spell. As long as Doc is within the explosion range, he will die. Charles didn't believe that the armor spell could withstand this power. In Charles's heart, the murderous intent that had been suppressed for so long began to spread. At this moment, after seeing that Charles drank several bottles of sublimation potion in a row and still survived, Doc became more and more convinced that Charles's theory was correct. For wizards who have the qualifications for sublimation, increasing the concentration and potency of the sublimation potion is the correct path to sublimation. He felt that he had seen it all. Doc fell into extreme excitement and ecstasy. His eyes fell on the materials in his hands. He still has a lot of those deadly poisons. But the key point is that the green slime left behind by those ancient beings has begun to decrease significantly after Charles prepared several sublimation potions. If he continued to experiment like this, Doc felt that the amount of sublimation potion left for him to prepare might not be enough. So, after hesitating for a moment, Doc made a decision. He poured all the poisonous herbs into the crucible, and then poured the remaining green slime into it. Soon, an unprecedentedly thick sublimation potion was produced. A disgusting, nauseating smell filled the entire basement. Doc took the bottle of potion, turned around and looked at Charles, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. "Charles, my friend, I'm sorry, but this sublimation potion is for myself. I have been pursuing this for too long. I don't have time to wait any longer. Please give me this chance to ascend. You are still young, you still have plenty of opportunities. You already know the formula for the potion. You can buy other herbs in places like Nocturne Alley. As for the remains of the ancients, Arlai, go look for Arlai. You will definitely find it. I, Dark said, will go ahead and wait for you on the other side of sublimation." Immediately, Doc showed a look of happiness, drank the bottle of sublimation potion in one gulp, and waited for his own sublimation. Seeing this scene, Charles's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He was also thinking of taking advantage of Dark's unpreparedness, distance himself, and kill him with the eternal blazing sun curse. So Doc drank the sublimation potion himself. The stable version of this thing can poison so many people. Charles tricked Doc into increasing the medicinal properties and toxicity and never looked back. Doc now directly increased the concentration to the maximum, which is probably 10 times higher than the concentration he gave to Charles before. Is this still possible? Even if Godzilla drank it, he would probably suffer the same fate. As expected, at this moment, Doc's body began to swell with pus, and then it began to twist and change as if it was about to melt. Charles waved his wrist and waved his magic wand, easily cutting the ropes that bound him. Taking a glance at Dark's current appearance, Charles shuddered and quickly ran towards the basement exit. Dark did not try to catch up, but instead asked vague questions from his twisting and changing body. "My friend, why are you leaving?" "I am sublimating. I feel it. I am truly sublimating. The scenery ahead is so beautiful, are you sure you don't want to see me with your own eyes?" At this time, Charles had already run to the door of the basement. The door was locked, and Seal had not learned the spell to unlock it. But it doesn't matter, he has the laser spell. As the wand was waved, high-frequency lasers burst out, cutting a neat gap in the basement door. Hearing Dake's question, Charles turned his head. In the short time it took him to run to the exit, Doc was no longer in human form, but had turned into a twisted, wriggling mass of flesh. Each piece of flesh and blood seemed to have its own will, constantly wriggling like tentacles, trying to break free from the mass of flesh. They even began to grow their own deformed eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth. This scene is simply a picture of hell. Seal showed a look of disgust, aimed at the center of the basement, and raised his wand. Doc, you know, I never told the truth from beginning to end. What sublimation is? It's all a lie. What awaits you is not the other shore, but the hell you deserve to go to. Seal waved his wand, and a ball of light emitting a blazing glow flew out from the tip of the wand and fell towards the center of the basement. Eternal blazing sun. The ball of flesh paused, and then a crazy roar like countless voices burst out from it. No. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? But the next moment, Charles ran out of the basement without looking back. Then, the ball flew to the ball of flesh that Dark had transformed into and exploded with a bang. The extreme light and the extreme heat poured out, as if a scorching sun emerged in the basement, annihilating everything. All traces of sin in this basement, Dak's crazy body and spirit, were reduced to ashes under this scorching sun. Charles, who ran dozens of meters away, could feel the heat wave coming from the basement exit. Waves of dizziness came over him, and only one last thought remained in his mind. This is a damn gift from the magic world. It's over. It's finally over. I don't know if it was an illusion, but in that extreme light and heat, Charles seemed to faintly hear a voice roaring excitedly. My friend, ha 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 ha, I knew you were kidding me, you didn't lie to me. I did it, I really did it. After that, Charles's eyes went dark and he fell into a coma. Seal felt like he was in a dream, a very real dream. He dreamed of a deep and dark seabed beneath the sky, where there was a dry and smelly seabed stretching for thousands of miles with countless strange rocks. He dreamed that at the end of the seabed, a huge ancient city was sleeping. The ancient temple is located in the center of the city. All kinds of grand, fanatical, and absurd whispers are heard from the huge closed doors of the temple. Among those mumblings, he confirmed that he had heard a familiar word. Arlai. Before taking the sublimation potion, Doc told Charles that he could go to Arlai to find the remains of the ancients for the preparation of the sublimation potion. And in this dream, this word appeared again among the mumblings. Charles stood in this strange world, feeling his mood sinking little by little. Could it be that the scream from Doc that I heard before I fell into a coma was real? Was the sublimation potion successful? But even if it succeeds, the unleashing power of the eternal blazing sun should leave Doc with no trace left. When this thought arose in his mind, Charles saw a disgusting mass of flesh and blood squirming on the seabed in his dream. In just a moment, Doc in a black robe grew out from the mass of flesh and blood. But the difference from before was that now a lot of tiny tentacles extended from Dak's body, and green mucus dripped from him from time to time. Seal's pupils contracted violently. Doc, you're not dead. You did this. Dak also seemed very confused. Charles, my friend, what is that expression on your face? You clearly pointed out the path to sublimation for me. Look, I now have an unprecedentedly beautiful figure. Why do I feel that you are very repulsive to me? The next moment, Doc was a little dazed. Ah, yes, of course, because you have not yet ascended, you still cling to human prejudices. How sad it is, my friend, that such a wonderful mind is trapped in a human body, but fortunately I will free you soon. Doc said excitedly. The ancients who once ruled this world, their time is about to return. I have established a connection with you under the witness of the ancients, my friend. The real me will come to this world through you. Then, the ancients will return one after another, and you will become the gateway to this great era. When Doc got excited, he couldn't help waving his tentacles like octopus tentacles. Some of them were even waved in front of Charles. Listening to Dak's endless and excited narration, Charles's body began to tremble slightly. Doc sighed with an obvious sense of superiority. Don't try to resist, don't try to escape. The connection witnessed by them cannot be severed even though I have ascended. Char, whether you like it or not, embrace me, embrace the old ones. This is your only choice. At the same time, as Charles looked at the tentacles waving in front of him, a thought inevitably emerged in his mind. The main ingredient of the sublimation potion is that disgusting green slime. According to Doc, it is a relic left behind by the ancients. Judging from Dak's current situation, this thing should not be rare for the ancients. In other words, the deduction points they can convert into are not very high for the ancients. What if I eat a tentacle? The deduction points obtained should be much higher than the sublimation potion, right? After this thought came to his mind, Charles no longer felt disgusted by the tentacles waving in front of him. He just felt like there were a lot of deduction points floating around in front of him. His consciousness called out in his mind. Dark blue. The mechanical reminder sound that followed made Charles completely relieved. He didn't know what method Doc used to make him have such a real dream, and he even appeared in his dream to play tricks. But since the deep blue system was still responding, Charles could eat without worry. At this moment, Charles raised his head and could no longer bear the sight of the tentacles in front of him. He licked his lips and smiled a fiery smile. Embrace. No, 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 Duck, I'm so happy that a hug isn't enough to express my joy. I want to celebrate in my own way. The next moment, Charles reached out and grabbed a tentacle that was dangling in front of him. You are so tempting and yet you still hang around here. It's decided. You will be the first victim. In an instant, Charles opened his mouth and bit it. After taking this sip, Doc, who was originally talking endlessly about the glory of the ancients, suddenly paused. Countless tentacles began to wave in panic. Wait, Seal, what are you doing? What have you done? Charles held the tentacle and started to eat it. With every bite of the tentacle, Deep Blue's continuous reminders rang in his mind. Deduction points plus 200. Deduction points plus 200. After Charles took a few bites, his deduction points, which had been completely consumed by deducing the eternal blazing sun curse, soared by more than 30,000 points. Charles's eyes almost turned green, filled with desire. That's what happened after eating a few bites, but what if I eat an entire tentacle? What if I eat all the tentacles on Doc? Wouldn't that require tens or even millions of deduction points? What if he also ate the ancient ones and the old ones that Doc said would come to this world through him? Wouldn't the deduction points be off the charts? Seal raised his arms. Dake, my good friend, you are so kind. You never forget me even after you become rich. It is my fortune to have a friend like you. Hurry, my friend, let me eat a few more bites, I'm really hungry. At this moment, after having a piece of his tentacle bitten off by Charles, Doc fell into unprecedented panic. My form has disappeared. Who the hell are you? Just as Charles opened his mouth wide and wanted to bite off another tentacle, the tentacles on Doc's body quickly shrank. He disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Charles looked around, his eyes first showing confusion, then hatred. Doc. My friend, where are you? Why did you leave? You wanted me to hug you and congratulate you, but my welcome ceremony wasn't over yet, so why are you leaving? You didn't even let me finish eating a tentacle. You lied to me. You don't even consider me a friend. Dake, don't go, let me have one bite, let me have another bite. Then, Charles said quietly. But don't forget, as you said, we have already established a connection under the watchful eyes of the ancients, and even you cannot break it. We'll meet here again, Dake. You can't hide from me forever. No matter where you are, I will find you. But in Charles's faint whispers, Doc was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Charles sighed with regret, feeling that he had missed out on 100 million. But then, he turned his gaze to this extremely real desolate coast. The surging black and sticky sea water like oil, the rugged rocks, and the grey-white sand do not look ordinary at all. Suddenly, an idea came into Charles's mind. Would you like to try it? Then he pinched his nose and found a puddle of sticky black sea water. After swallowing a mouthful of black sea water with a strong fishy smell, it was actually converted into a considerable amount of deduction points by the Deep Blue system. Deduction points plus 200. This is the number of points that Charles would have to accumulate by eating countless meals. But here, just take a sip of sea water. And in front of Charles, there was a vast black ocean churning. Charles took a deep breath, his eyes filled with ecstasy. If I drink up all the black ocean outside of Arlai, how many deduction points would I get? I'm afraid it has to be calculated in billions. Then Charles stretched out his hand again, and in this dream, the magic wand that he had only ever touched in reality actually appeared in his hand. As the spell was chanted, a high-frequency laser was emitted from the tip of the wand, easily cutting a piece of black stone into pieces. Charles picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth. A taste more disgusting than sea water spread in his mouth. But what followed was the pleasant prompt sound of the Deep Blue system. Deduction points plus 400. Seal took a deep breath. From this perspective, the convertible deduction points of this rocky beach may even be higher than that of the Black Ocean. This outer area contains so many deduction points, so what about the ancient city called Arlai at the end of the rocky beach? If we eat up the city and everything in the central temple, how many deduction points would that be? If all these deduction points were invested in the luminescent spell, what would happen to the already deduced eternal blazing sun spell? Charles couldn't even imagine it. At this moment, he no longer had the panic he had when he first came here. Instead, he felt like he had come to some kind of paradise on earth. Arlai Times. Deep Blue Buffet Restaurant. Thank the ancients, thank the great old ones, praise Arlai. Then I won't be polite. The next moment, Charles was eating a baguette dipped in mushroom soup. He held the black stone fragments in one hand and dipped them in the sticky sea water with the other hand, then put them into his mouth. Reminders about the increase in deduction points kept ringing in Charles's mind. After biting Doc a few times and gaining more than 30,000 deduction points, Charles's total number of deduction points soared like a rocket and soon exceeded 50,000 points. There was anticipation in his eyes, and he asked Chenlan in his mind. How many points do I need to continue to deduce the luminescent spell and upgrade the eternal blazing sun spell? Deep Blue gave the answer. According to the previous deduction process, the eternal blazing sun curse may have multiple upgrade directions in the future. For example, it will continue to evolve towards celestial bodies. The density and energy level of the spheres emitted by the spell will increase, and it will also have a powerful gravitational confinement effect. Also, we need to strengthen the energy radiation effect, similar to a gamma-ray burst, to increase the lethality. It is estimated that at least 1 million deduction points will be required. When hearing this number before, Charles would probably have exclaimed how long it would take to save up that much money. But now, Charles just wanted to say only 1 million? If I stay in Arlai all the time, I could probably earn millions of deduction points here in a day. When the time comes, just add a dish here, roast the old ones with gamma rays. But when Charles was excitedly thinking about this, he was shocked to find that the scene of Arlai was rapidly disappearing. He only had time to swallow the last big mouthful of black stone fragments before he watched Arlai disappear in front of his eyes. His dream shattered and reality set in, revealing where Seal was. This seems to be a hospital ward. The sheets, drapes and curtains are all clean white. The sunlight shines in from the window, making the room seem particularly warm and bright. But now, in Charles's view, these were not as scary as the weird scene in Arlai. Great were the old days, magnificent were the old days. Please, let me go back to Arlai again. I admit that I spoke too loudly just now. Gamma ray bursts sound a bit scary. But believe me, it's just like using a solar heater in winter, very warm and comfortable, believe me. Charles sat up from the bed in a daze, his face full of sorrow and regret, muttering to himself. I'm so stupid, really, I'm so stupid. Why don't you eat a few more bites instead of thinking about those things? A free Deep Blue buffet without an admission fee, where can I find one? Just as Seal was immersed in the grief of losing Arlai, beside his bed, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Moody, Fudge and other figures in the wizarding world looked at Seal's performance and showed sorrow on their faces. Charles Evans, the kid who just escaped death. Is he crazy? Yet, we can't even imagine how horribly he suffered at the hands of Doc. Just now when he was sleeping, I heard him yelling Dake's name and asking him to eat another bite. It must be that cruel dark wizard who tortured him with hunger. Poor child, this is our wizarding world's fault. Dumbledore sighed, pulled out the Elder Wand, and whispered. Let me use magic to calm him down for a while. After a period of recuperation, perhaps the shadow of this terrible incident will fade from his mind. Hogwarts is always open to you, child. A silver light appeared at the tip of the old wand, like the light of a patroness. Just seeing it can heal your mood and make you forget your worries. Dumbledore slowly brought the Elder Wand closer to Seal and spoke softly. Go to sleep, continue to sleep, Charles. Forget these terrible things you've been through. Everyone looked solemn, as if they were praying for Charles, the poor child who was involved in such a terrible incident. Just as the light of the Elder Wand approached him, Seal had already recovered from the grief of losing Arlai. Or rather, a new idea replaced his nostalgia for Arlai. The bearded old man in front of him must be Dumbledore. Then the wand in his hand must be the legendary Deathly Hallows the Elder Wand, which is said to have unparalleled magical power. In the original Harry Potter, even when Voldemort fought against the Elder Wand, he had to be frustrated by the killing curse that was rebounded by an Expelliarmus. The magical power of this item is so strong that it is definitely the ceiling of the magic world. What if? How about a taste for yourself? How many deduction points does that require? So the next moment, in front of the shocked gazes of everyone in the ward, Charles opened his mouth and bit the elder wand. The spell that Dumbledore was brewing was shattered by Charles's sudden action. How long has he been hungry? Is he so hungry that he wants to chew on his wand? Doc, your sinful soul, go to hell and see what you have done to a poor child. Amid the cries of horror, anger, and heartache from the crowd, Seal had already bitten on the elder wand. But obviously, this thing should have some kind of protective spell set up to prevent it from some physical damage. Otherwise, after so many centuries of wandering, it would sometimes be buried in a cemetery. If anything unexpected happened, the old wand would have been shattered into pieces. But after all these years, it still functions perfectly. Charles took a bite, but failed to even get the sawdust off the old wand. Instead, it hurt his teeth. This also made Charles change his strategy. Just like eating frozen ice cream, he started to eat it. Just after taking a few sips, the prompt sounds of the Deep Blue system in Charles's mind began to ring. Deduction points plus 500. Deduction points plus 500. After a few sips, nearly 5,000 deduction points were pocketed. Seal gasped. Is this the value of the Deathly Hallows? Just by taking a few sips, you can get so many deduction points? Immediately, Charles also learned from his previous experience in the dreamland of Arlai. He didn't think about anything else and concentrated on seizing this opportunity to earn deduction points. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Charles's deduction points continued to soar. In the blink of an eye, it was approaching the previous peak of 100,000 points, which was enough to deduce a basic and ordinary spell like the luminescent spell into a forbidden spell like the eternal blazing sun spell. Unfortunately, just when Charles was still reluctant to part with the old wand, Dumbledore said gently with a helpless look. Mr. Evans, could you please let go of my wand? Only then did Charles give in awkwardly. Dumbledore tapped his wand gently, and the few traces left on it disappeared immediately. At this moment, the nurse from St. Mungo's Hospital also hurriedly brought a tray of food to Charles. Poor child, you are so hungry. Eat, eat quickly, eat slowly, there's more. You know what? Charles just finally reacted. During the time he was kidnapped by Dark, he really hadn't eaten or drunk anything except the sublimation potion. Even the little food in his stomach was vomited out of disgust. He was really hungry. This time, Charles did not use the Deep Blue system to convert food into deduction points, but instead buried his head in eating. In addition to relieving the hunger in his stomach, Charles also wanted to use this opportunity to think about how he would respond if the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic asked him what had happened in Dark's basement. But after seeing Seal start to eat heartily, the expressions of everyone in the ward became more relaxed, including those wizards who clearly exuded a bureaucratic aura. Rather than asking what happened to a Muggle child who had just been kidnapped by Dark due to a magical riot, it was obvious that they were more concerned about something else. That's their approval rating. Charles was still alive and seemed to be in good spirits except for being starving, which was the best news for them. Otherwise, once the reporters reported the incident and saw Seal's miserable condition, the people in the magical world, who were already dissatisfied with them, might be instantly ignited with anger. By that time, all the marches and demonstrations will begin, and political opponents will make a big fuss about it, and maybe even force them to step down early. Compared to this, does it matter how Duck died? He probably drank the potion and killed himself. If that doesn't work, just make up a legendary story based on the remaining traces. People are dead now, the truth is no longer important. What's important is to keep your position in this storm. Then after a moment, a short old man with fluffy white hair came over. He glanced at Dumbledore beside the bed, his eyes full of vigilance, as if he was wary that Dumbledore would use this incident to seize his power. Then he came up to Seal and introduced himself. Mr. Charles Evans, I am Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, or as you Muggles call you. What's that called, Prime Minister? Yes, that's the word. I sympathize with your situation very much. This cruel guy, Dark, has caused enough suffering to the wizarding world. Thanks to your bravery and wisdom, Dark was eliminated this time. You have made a great contribution. After saying a lot of polite words, Fudge finally revealed his true intentions. It turned out that they hoped that Seal could cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to do some publicity, accept some reports, and calm public opinion. Major issues to minor ones out. Dumbledore, who was standing aside, had a look of anger in his eyes. Minister, Seal is still a child. He just went through such a terrible thing. Are you going to tell him this now? Fudge laughed dryly twice, but his attitude remained firm, and he spoke to Charles with a bit of temptation. Just think about it, you'll be a star in the wizarding newspapers. You will be the new generation of the boy who lived. You know the boy who lived? He is a legend in the wizarding world. When you enter school, all your classmates will look at you with admiration, including those pretty girls. Hee, just think about that scene. A hint of sarcasm emerged in Charles's heart. It is true that hearing about someone is worse than meeting him in person. Cornelius Fudge is a politician who, in the original book, would do anything for his political career. Even things like the return of Voldemort were dismissed as fallacies, which ultimately gave the Death Eaters ample time to develop and led to the fall of the Ministry of Magic. Many fans of the original Harry Potter novels jokingly call him an undercover Death Eater. Looking at him now, he is indeed a complete power-hungry animal. It's a pity that the chips that Fudge took out were only good for deceiving those naive children. But inside Char's body is the soul of an adult. The boy who lived, whoever wants to do this kind of thing, which only has a title but no benefits, can do it. The outstanding individuals in the previous life's unit are still useful when evaluating professional titles, so after a moment, Charles repeated the question. A star? Worshipped by thousands of people. Fudge nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. In Fudge's opinion, no child could withstand such temptation. What he never expected was that Charles's expression was extremely firm and full of responsibility. Minister Fudge, if you have paid attention to me, you will know that I am also a household name in the Muggle world. I have always believed that public figures need to have their own sense of responsibility. I must tell the truth about the incident and Dake's evil deeds. This way, justice can be enforced, parents and children will pay more attention to safety protection, and such things may not happen again in the future. I, Charles, am a man of steel. I will never hide the truth just for a name. This price is not enough to buy me off. Dumbledore, who was standing aside, had a relieved smile on his face. Charles is a child with such courage and determination, and such a strong sense of responsibility. A Gryffindor for sure. Fudge looked embarrassed. His plan was exposed by the kid Charles, and he was scolded in return. This made the old fox feel so painful that he wanted to leave this embarrassing scene as soon as possible. But if Seal really exaggerated the truth and had it widely reported in the wizarding newspapers, the people of the wizarding world might be aroused and his position would be really unstable. Fudge endured the embarrassment and stayed here. There was sweat on his forehead as he racked his brains to think of a way to make Charles change his mind. Only then did he remember that the information he had read mentioned that Seal was a genius student who was well known throughout the Muggle world in Britain. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but it turned out that using his celebrity status to seduce Charles was totally ineffective. So what other ways are there to calm the situation? An idea flashed through Fudge's mind like lightning. He remembered that the information also mentioned that Charles seemed to have a special obsession with eating. Looking at Charles's performance after he woke up, it can be seen that the information is true. As soon as he thought of this, Fudge had an idea and put forward another condition. Mr. Evans, in order to express our apology and compensation to you, all your food expenses in the wizarding world will be reimbursed by the wizarding world. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia, who was busy preparing the patient's meal, immediately raised his head with a strange look in his eyes. Minister, are you serious? What can the magic world reimburse for what you eat? Even if I have a big appetite and a little bit of pica, is that okay? Hearing Charles's question, Fudge was overjoyed and nodded seriously. Yes, it's all right. We can sign an agreement now, and the Ministry of Magic will guarantee your food expenses permanently. The next moment, without any hesitation, Charles said firmly. Make a deal. At the same time, he also sighed sincerely. Minister Fudge, you are such a good man. When Charles expressed his admiration and agreed to the condition, Dumbledore, who had been so pleased just now, almost pulled his beard off. No, weren't you still strong and unyielding just now? Now you agree to this just for food reimbursement? Charles Evans, I was wrong, you are definitely not a Gryffindor. Hufflepuff for sure. Fudge smiled like an old fox, with a feeling of pride surging in his heart. I am truly a genius, Fudge. I was able to see through this child's weakness so easily and resolve the political crisis at a negligible cost. I was even able to use this opportunity to promote the humanitarian concern of our Ministry of Magic. As for food reimbursement. Ha ha ha, how much can this child eat? Even if we let him eat for 100 years, can he still bankrupt our Ministry of Magic? At this moment, Fudge glanced at Dumbledore, who had a wonderful expression on his face beside the bed, and for the first time he felt proud. God knows how much he fears the threat posed by Dumbledore to his power. After all, this famous white wizard is not only powerful, but also has many students all over the world. If Dumbledore had any intention of taking over as Minister of Magic, Fudge believed that he would be swept away in the next moment. Therefore, every time he faced Dumbledore, Fudge was under tremendous pressure. But this time, Fudge felt that he was really a genius. A political crisis was resolved at only a small cost. I believe that if Dumbledore saw this, he would be very wary of his methods and would not dare to underestimate me again. Then, as if afraid that Charles would go back on his word, Fudge immediately called the official in charge of drafting the proposal from the Ministry of Magic and had him draft a document on the spot as quickly as possible. Immediately, after Charles signed his name, Fudge stamped the seal representing the Minister of Magic. After the seal was stamped, Fudge breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge rock pressing on his chest had been removed. Well, dear seal, you can have a good rest and eat whatever you like. You don't have to save money for our Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic exists to serve wizards, especially young wizards like you. We still have some things to take care of. See you later, seal. Fudge said goodbye to Charles warmly, and then walked out of St. Mungo's Hospital with his staff. Just after leaving the ward, his staff could not hide their admiration and were completely convinced by Fudge. Minister, your skill is simply too high. When I heard Seal say that he wanted to make the truth public, I panicked and didn't know what to do. Only the minister could come up with such a genius solution. Paying for food expenses? Such a trivial condition directly solves such a big problem. It can even allow us to publicize it and show the entire wizarding world that our Ministry of Magic cares for the disadvantaged. Wonderful, really wonderful. Facing the flattery of his staff, Fudge felt elated, and the corners of his mouth were like flying AK bullets, and he couldn't suppress it no matter what he did. Although his staff would flatter him on weekdays, it was somewhat exaggerated. How could it compare with this sincere flattery? Normally, just a child. It's easy to deal with. The key is to understand people's hearts. Dumbledore is great, haha, but he doesn't understand human nature, so he can't be the Minister of Magic. Just as Fudge was leaving St. Mungo's Hospital while chatting with his staff, an owl from St. Mungo's Hospital flew out and threw a bill into Fudge's arms. Fudge laughed. It seems that our seal couldn't wait to use his privilege. He is indeed a child who can't resist delicious food. As he spoke, Fudge opened the envelope, intending to take out the bill and throw it to his staff to deal with. But the next moment, Fudge was suddenly stunned and looked at his staff with some suspicion. Who can answer a question for me? How many copies of St. Mungo's Hospital's bill are there now? Why is this bill so long? They wouldn't use the accounting method that counts the strange-tasting beans by the piece. Suddenly, Fudge had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly looked at the details of the bill and was completely stunned. St. Mungo's Hospital Magic Recovery Meal, large portion, 20 servings in total. Quick recovery meal for injuries from falls, 20 servings in total. 100 chocolate frogs. He ordered 50 bags of weird-flavored beans. Is Seal planning to open a small store? Fudge suddenly turned his head and looked at the staff he had found to formulate the magic agreement, and asked with a somewhat unfriendly look. When you drafted the agreement, did you write clearly that it would only take effect when Seal himself consumed the food? The Ministry of Magic will not reimburse for packaging and reselling. Is that clear? The 8 swallowed his saliva with a gulp and nodded repeatedly. I wrote it. I swear I really wrote it. I didn't leave any loopholes for Seal to exploit. Fudge was stunned for a long time. So what does this mean? You mean, Seal ate so much by himself? Is he Hufflepuff reborn? After standing there for a long time, Fudge finally calmed down from his screwed-up mood and forced a smile, both to comfort himself and his staff. Forget it, forget it. It's no big deal if you have a big appetite. Our Ministry of Magic is not so poor that it can't even afford this little money. At least Seal eats normal food instead of precious magic materials or potions. We can still afford to support him. This deal is not a loss, okay? Fudge and his staff left with the words not a loss coming from everyone. In St. Mungo's Hospital, Dumbledore was having a dessert sharing party with Charles. After seeing Seal's astonishing appetite and his seemingly unrestrained appetite for both meat and vegetables, Dumbledore, who has always liked to eat strange candies, couldn't help but take out his own collection. A pile of candies called Cockroach Pile that bursts juice like cockroaches is the focus of Dumbledore's recommendation. What made him happy was that when faced with this kind of candy that almost all faculty and staff usually stayed away from, Charles showed a happy expression and ate it one mouthful after another. This made Dumbledore feel like he had found a close friend. Charles was so happy at this moment. The meals, desserts, snacks, etc. in the magic world can provide quite a lot of deduction points. At least dozens of times higher than ordinary food. Charles estimated that if he ate like this every day, he could gain 300 to 400 deduction points a day. More than 10,000 a month, more than the total of the past 10 years, this is just ordinary food from the magical world. If Charles eats something strange, such as magical animals that contain a lot of magic power, some alchemical items, potions, etc., the points he can get will increase significantly. Of course, if he continued to eat like this, Charles's family fortune would not be enough. In addition, the wizarding world must use wizarding currency to purchase things, and Muggle currency can be exchanged for wizarding currency, but there is a limit every year. In the original book, Hermione's father is a dentist, and the family is quite well off, so it is impossible for them to lack Hermione's pocket money. But if Hermione wanted to buy something, she still had to save money hard. With the way Seal eats, the limited amount of gold galleons he can exchange each year is barely enough to fill his stomach. But who could have made the kind-hearted Minister Fudge sign such an agreement with Charles, leaving him completely worry-free? Thinking of this, Charles's impression of Fudge was completely refreshed. What Death Eater undercover, what Death Eater without the dark mark, what hero of Voldemort's return? I, Charles, will not allow you to slander Minister Fudge like this. Minister Fudge is truly a kind man. When Charles was admiring Minister Fudge's wisdom, bravery, and charity, Dumbledore looked at Charles's seemingly bottomless appetite, and after being dumbfounded, he also showed an expression of laughter. Generally speaking, Hogwarts will consider many aspects when deciding which house a child is suitable for. Sometimes, the results of the division are often unexpected. But seeing you, Seal, I can conclude that no house is more suitable for you than Hufflepuff. I think our Minister Fudge must be bleeding right now. As he spoke, Dumbledore took out a thick envelope and handed it to Seal. On the envelope was the emblem of a lion, eagle, snake, and badger. These were the Hogwarts admission notices that had haunted countless children who had read Harry Potter in Seal's previous life. Although it's a little late and this isn't a very suitable place, let's open it and take a look. Dumbledore blinked. Charles also opened the envelope. Inside was a classic passage that he could recite by heart, as well as a long list of items to be purchased. Seal watched it intently, while Dumbledore waited patiently by the side, with a smile of joy on his face as he saw that new students were about to enroll. But even Dumbledore probably couldn't have imagined what Charles was thinking at this moment. It's 1991 now. I remember that in the original book, Harry Potter entered school this year. That means Harry Potter and I are in the same class. Tisk, there will be more fun in the future. Seal had no interest in getting involved in the original plot and personally experiencing the house games arranged by Dumbledore. But he still has some ideas about some of the things that appear in the plot. For example, the Philosopher's Stone will appear in Hogwarts this year. This is an alchemical item that is famous in the history of the wizarding world. The magic power contained in it is enough to create the elixir of immortality. If I could eat the Philosopher's Stone, how many deduction points would that give me? In addition, there are also many appetizers before the level of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. The three-headed dog of hell is an extremely rare magical animal. If you roll dog meat 3 times, even gods can't stand still. It must be delicious, right? There is also the devil's snare. When I watched the original movie, I felt that this thing looked a bit like spicy strips. It would be nice to dip it in chili powder. The potions that Snape, the master of potions, put his best effort into preparing must be able to provide a lot of deduction points. In the years that followed, there were Dementors, dragons, and the like. There are so many giant octopus spiders in the Forbidden Forest. If we raise them properly, we can't eat them all. We simply can't eat them all, not to mention the 1,000-year-old basilisk hidden in the Chamber of Secrets, and the Ravenclaw diadem in the Room of Requirement. Just thinking about it makes Charles go crazy. Even though his total number of deduction points has now reached 100,000, it is still a drop in the bucket in Charles's opinion and is not enough. There are so many spells in the wizarding world. If I want to become more comprehensive, I must at least master 7 or 8 of them, right? even for low-level spells like the luminescent spell, to deduce it to a level with powerful power, it would require at least millions of deduction points. Not to mention that more advanced spells consume deduction points at a geometric rate. It's a bottomless pit, and no matter how many deduction points you have, it's not enough. Seal couldn't wait to go to Hogwarts and feast on food, but before feasting on the food, Charles felt that he should first ensure his own safety. Don't let others not eat your food and end up eating it as spicy noodles instead, that would be funny. To do this, stronger strength is needed. If Charles wants to become stronger, the easiest way is to obtain another spell to deduce. Speaking of spells, is there any wizard who knows more spells than Dumbledore? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Charles put down the admission letter in his hand and sighed. Principal Dumbledore, according to what you said, this letter should have been delivered on my 11th birthday. It was most likely delivered by owl, right? What a shame, I didn't see that site. It seems that there is no way to receive owl mail in Dake's basement. Seal shook his head with a look of regret on his face. Dumbledore's heart tightened, and the guilt in his eyes was evident. He almost forgot that the child in front of him had spent his 11th birthday in a dark basement, under the abuse and terror of a vicious dark wizard. What a shadow this is, Dumbledore said this with a loving look. I'm so sorry, Seal, to have missed such an important moment. But I thought maybe I could make it up to you on your birthday. I can give you a gift. Is there anything you would like? I swear on the name of Albus Dumbledore that I will find it for you if it is in my power. Charles said with a firm look. Headmaster, then I want you to teach me a spell. A spell that can drive away darkness and protect yourself and those around you. I don't want this to happen again. Next time, if I face this kind of thing again, I want to have the ability to stop it. Hearing what Charles said, Dumbledore's eyes lit up and were full of admiration. He originally thought that Charles would ask him for some strange stuff, but he didn't expect that Charles wanted a spell, and his motive was to protect himself and others and prevent such a thing from happening again. This made Dumbledore feel that perhaps his judgment of Charles just now was a little hasty. This child not only has the qualities of a Hufflepuff, but also has the qualities of a Gryffindor. After being surprised, Dumbledore smiled. A spell to drive away darkness and protect yourself and others. Of course I can. It's a bit of a boast. I'm probably one of the best wizards in the world at this. Originally there is a spell called the Patronus, which meets your requirements, but the Patronus charm is still too advanced for a child who has not yet entered school. How about this? I will first teach you another spell that is very effective against dark creatures and dark wizards. Once you have learned it, I will teach you the Patronus charm. It will be a little difficult at first, but don't be discouraged. Keep practicing. In about a semester, I believe you will be able to learn it with your British famous mind. Then Dumbledore waved the Elder Wand. Charles immediately felt as if an invisible area was spreading from Dumbledore's body, bringing with it a warm and holy feeling. In this realm, all evil seems unable to approach and will be expelled. Dumbledore explained. This spell is called the Exorcist spell. It was originally used to target the evil magic of dark creatures and dark wizards. Later, some wizards developed the Muggle Exorcist spell based on it. After the creation of the Patronus charm, the exorcism charm was rarely used. But no matter what, the exorcism spell is still a very effective spell against dark creatures and dark wizards, and the threshold for mastering it is lower. Immediately, Dumbledore explained to Charles how to correctly recite the spell of the exorcism spell and how to wave the wand. After a while, seeing Charles still in deep thought, Dumbledore smiled. Okay, Seal, this spell is not something a first-year wizard can learn in a short time. Come with me, I'll take you to Diagon Alley to buy some things you need. When Dumbledore stood up and prepared to leave, Charles showed a strange expression on his face. Is it difficult to learn in a short time, need a semester? Headmaster Dumbledore, that only means you don't quite understand what cheating is. The next moment, Seal whispered in his mind. Deep Blue, deduce the banishing spell. Along with the whispers in Charles's mind, Deep Blue's mechanical reminder sounded again. The first deduction of the expulsion spell requires 5,000 deduction points. Are you sure you want to deduce it? Host, please confirm the direction of deduction. When Seal heard the cost of deducing the banishing spell, his cheeks twitched. The surplus of 100,000 points disappeared immediately. The level of the expelling spell seems to be much higher than that of the luminescent spell. The cost of the initial deduction alone is 5 times that of the luminescent spell, then each subsequent deduction will consume more points. I'm afraid my 100,000 points will be gone in the blink of an eye." However, after a moment's hesitation, Charles decisively confirmed that he would continue with the deduction. "If you keep the deduction points in your hand, you won't be able to produce any children, and they won't earn you interest like putting them in a bank. It is better to change it to your own strength and make yourself eligible to get more points. Otherwise, if you happen to have the chance to obtain items like the Philosopher's Stone, but miss it due to lack of strength, you will regret it to death." As for the direction in which the expulsion spell should be deduced this time, Charles decided after thinking for a moment. At present, he already has a series of lethal spells derived from the luminescent spell. The strength of the laser spell is enough to cut through iron like mud. Needless to say, the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse can be said to be a forbidden spell. Once released, it will not distinguish between friend or foe, and everything within the coverage will be burned to ashes. But there is a problem with both of these lethal spells, which is that it is difficult to hit the enemy. It took 3 to 5 seconds for the Eternal Blazing Sun spell to be cast and for its power to explode. If the enemy escapes during this gap, the Eternal Blazing Sun spell can only be regarded as a large firework. The speed of the laser spell is faster than the Eternal Blazing Sun spell, but it needs to be within a certain distance to maintain its power. The farther away, the lower the power of the laser spell. But once it reaches medium or short distance, the laser spell can cut off the enemy, and the enemy's spell can also hit Charles. So in actual combat, Charles felt that he needed a spell that could cause range control effects on the enemy without aiming. In this way, whether it is the laser curse or the Eternal Blazing Sun curse, the hit rate will be greatly improved and the risk itself will be greatly reduced. Push the descent in the direction of confining and weakening the enemy. As Charles made this decision in his mind, the deep blue system began to burn up deduction points. The familiar feeling came to my mind again. It's the feeling of a constant flow of knowledge and experience pouring into your mind. It was as if in countless parallel worlds, countless Charles were concentrating on studying the expulsion spell. In just a few moments, being able to skillfully cast the expulsion spell, which was the easiest thing to do, had become Charles's instinct. Then, under the influence of the system, everything about the expulsion spell was unraveled and deduced in the direction specified by Charles. The first issue is the target of the expulsion spell. The targets of the exorcism spell are dark creatures and dark wizards. According to Dumbledore, this spell is a magical spell that targets the evil powers of these two types of enemies. Is there a difference between evil and good magic? Of course there are. Mental state will significantly affect magic power and the release of spells, and magic power will naturally carry the mental characteristics of each person. Dark wizards who often use unforgivable curses such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse will exude a chilling aura with their magic. When the Patroness charm is cast in a happy mood, its magic makes people feel warm and safe. The expulsion spell is a spell that creates an area specifically for those magical powers with characteristics of dark magic. In this area, dark creatures with black magic will feel uncomfortable and will actively stay away. As for dark wizards, the effect will be much worse. They may not be far away, but their strength will be weakened to a certain extent. But are dark wizards necessarily evil and white wizards necessarily good? During the battle, one is the Killing Curse cast by the black wizard, and the other is the Killing Curse cast by the white wizard. Either one is enough to be fatal. Therefore, the first step in the deduction of the banishing curse is to expand its range of action. It not only works on dark wizards and dark creatures, but also on any object that Charles wants to work on. I should be the one to define what is evil. Those who stand opposite me and are my enemy are evil and must be punished by the banishment spell. Soon, the deep blue system gave a cold mechanical prompt sound. The initial deduction of the exorcism spell has been completed, and the host has obtained the complete exorcism spell. After casting the complete expulsion spell, all magical creations shrouded in the invisible realm can be expelled by the host. The more people are designated for expulsion, the smaller the expulsion effect will be. The fewer and more concentrated the people are designated for expulsion, the stronger the expulsion effect will be. The subjects who are deported feel weak, sick, and frightened. If the target is too powerful to be banished, the banishment effect can still reduce some of its magic power. Charles was delighted when he saw Deep Blue's introduction to the complete expulsion spell. Although the control of area effects is not the so-called hard control, it is enough to achieve miraculous effects in the battle with wizards. You know, wizards need to concentrate when casting spells. Even if you have already mastered a spell, if you are in panic or fear, there is a high possibility that it will fail to be released or the spell will get out of control. For example, when Harry Potter faced the Dementors in the original book, Even though he had mastered the patroness charm through daily practice, he was unable to cast it many times due to fear and despair. Seal's complete expulsion spell can target the enveloped wizards, making them panic and frightened. If a wizard with a weak will is targeted by a complete expulsion spell for the first time, his spell casting will most likely be interrupted. And such a gap is enough to greatly increase the hit rate of the laser spell or the eternal blazing sun spell. However, if it is a wizard with strong will and experience of many battles, it may be difficult to interrupt his spell with a complete expulsion spell. This made Charles frown slightly. So after a moment, he said it again in his mind. Deep Blue, secondary deduction. The next moment, a reminder sound came from Deep Blue. Consume 50,000 points and perform the expulsion spell a second time. Boom, a slight dizziness appeared in Charles's mind. In Deep Blue's deduction, he seemed to see the essence of the so-called expulsion and weakening effects of the expulsion spell. Its essence is to weaken the magic power of the designated object. Fear, panic, etc. are all reactions after magic power is reduced. So is there a possibility that instead of weakening the magic power, it could be eliminated? Range ban magic? Without magic power, even for just 1 second, even a battle-hardened wizard would not be able to cast any spell. Don't even think about operating. If it were an ordinary wizard, it would take his entire life to deduce the exorcism spell to this level. Talent, persistence, time, and inspiration are all essential. But Seal has Deep Blue. As long as there are enough points, the life of an ordinary person is just a moment in Deep Blue. With countless deduction points, miracles can be created. After the dizziness ended, Deep Blue's reminder sounded in Seal's mind. The host has obtained the range spell Dust-Free Land. The Dustless Land Curse, as the name suggests, once cast, any magic power that is not permitted by the host will be excluded from the range. All wizards affected by the Dustless Land will be prohibited from releasing magic power for a short period of time. The stronger the magic power of a wizard, the shorter the duration of being affected. However, unless a targeted antidote is cast in advance, the magic ban effect cannot be exempted. When he saw the spell of the Pure Land, Charles's heart was instantly filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Can it really ban magic in a wide area? Deep Blue, awesome! Compared with the expulsion and suppression effects of the previous complete expulsion spell, the magic ban is much stronger. The complete expulsion spell can only weaken the enemy's magic power, causing the enemy to feel fear, panic, etc. But in the Dustless Land, magic power is really banned. You know, for wizards, magic is more important than hands and feet. Moody lost his eye, but he was able to install a magical eye that is said to be able to see everything. In the original book, Wormtail lost an arm in order to resurrect Voldemort, and Voldemort gave him a powerful arm. It can be seen from this that the loss of hands, feet, eyes, etc. will not have much impact on wizards, and there are many alternatives. But magic is something that even Dumbledore cannot replace. Wizards and witches who cannot use magic are more vulnerable than the muggles they call them. No matter how many defensive magic they have, they will be helpless if they lose their magic power. Seal's eyes lit up. With the cooperation of the Dustless Land, killing spells such as the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse and the Laser Curse, the actual combat efficiency can be said to have skyrocketed. Send a shot of clean land over to disable the enemy's protective spells and apparition first. When the enemy is at a loss, cast a flash spell and then block his vision, completely turning him into a headless fly. Then came another Eternal Blazing Sun Curse. Buddy, just run. With a wizard's physique and the subconscious panic of being unable to use magic, how could he escape the range of the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse? I'm afraid few people can do it. In most cases, once the Dustless Land appears, there is no need for the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse. Charles can directly eliminate the enemy with a laser spell. At this point, the problem of low hit rate and high risk that Charles had been worried about was solved. If he could get a protective spell and apply it to it, then Charles would be truly all-powerful in attack, control, and defense. As long as the magic power and spirit are not exhausted, most opponents can be dealt with calmly. And when feeling the spell of the Pure Land, Charles also discovered another important function of this spell. That is, if Charles is willing, within the coverage of the Dustless Land, not only will the enemy's magic power be temporarily blocked, but even the traces in the magic wand can be temporarily blocked. You know, the trace was set up by the Ministry of Magic to prevent underage wizards from abusing magic when they are out of school. It can record every spell cast by underage wizards using wands, and can be called up by the Ministry of Magic when needed. In other words, This thing is actually equivalent to portable surveillance in the magical world. Unless you are awesome enough to cast spells without a wand while you are still a minor, the Ministry of Magic will be able to find out every spell you cast if they want to. In the original book, Harry Potter almost faced imprisonment because he cast a spell in the Muggle world because he didn't know the existence of thread. Seal didn't want to be tied down for the next 7 years and have to consider the Ministry of Magic and trace in everything. Moreover, if the effect of the spell he had deduced by Deep Blue was leaked, it would attract many people's covetousness. When he didn't have enough self-protection ability, Charles didn't want to do that. The appearance of the Dustless Land Curse helped Charles solve this problem. What about carrying a portable surveillance camera? When necessary, Charles can disable this portable surveillance at any time, so he doesn't need to be afraid of anything when taking action. With these effects, even though the Dustless Land Curse has only been deduced twice, there is still a lot of room for further deduction. Charles does not plan to spend more deduction points on deduction for the time being, as it is enough. Taking a deep breath, Charles's attention returned from the system to reality, and he felt quite happy. Although the process of Shenlan deducing the Dustless Land Curse from the expulsion curse sounds long, it only took less than 10 seconds in the real world. Dumbledore had just stood up and walked from the bed to the door of the ward. At this moment, he turned his head and looked at Charles. Seal, the banishing spell is not a spell that a first-year student can learn overnight. Come on, follow me to Diagon Alley to buy the items you need, and then you will have plenty of time to practice before school starts. At this time, Charles stretched out his hand. Dumbledore's expression grew tense. What's wrong, Charles? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to call a doctor? Charles shook his head and looked at Dumbledore, with a strange look in his eyes. He had no intention of hiding his incompetence in front of Dumbledore, or rather, even if he did, he would not hide himself too much. The spells with special effects deduced by Deep Blue can be hidden, but if you want to master the spells yourself, that is not necessary. When I go to Hogwarts to study, it will be impossible to hide this thing no matter how hard you try. Just like a piece of gold, it will still sparkle even if it is thrown on the beach. If Dumbledore finds out that I have been hiding, it might arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. It would be better to show off your amazing talent now. He holds the title of the smartest student in the UK in the Muggle world. Although this talent is amazing, it is not incomprehensible. He could also use this as an excuse to ask Dumbledore for more powerful spells. As for whether it is possible that Dumbledore made some secret arrangements for me because of my talent, probably, but if it could give him the opportunity to learn more advanced spells, Seal thought it was worth it. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. Well, apart from the time when Dake pulled him into the dream world of Arlai, and the time when Dake fed him a lot of sublimation potions. All in all, Charles believed that the speed at which he would become stronger would definitely be far beyond Dumbledore's imagination, enough to break Dumbledore's arrangements. So, Seal said softly. No, Headmaster, I'm not feeling unwell. Yes, I think the banishing spell you just taught me seems a little simple. I have already learned it. So, Headmaster, can you lend me your wand for a moment? Hearing what Charles said, Dumbledore paused for a moment, and even his expression was rarely under control, revealing a look of horror, shock, and doubt. You said you have learned the banishing spell. Dumbledore's tone rose a few notches. Seal, you have to know that although the difficulty of this spell is slightly lower than the Patronus charm, it is not much lower. Many senior students at Hogwarts, after years of studying magic, do not have the ability to use this spell. And you haven't even entered Hogwarts yet, and this is your first time to experience magic. Seal looked at Dumbledore and smiled. Principal, the reason is very simple. I am a genius. Geniuses are always different from others. If I'm guessing correctly, Principal, although you may not be as good as me when you were a child, you should be far ahead of your peers. Genius often shocks people. You, the Principal, should have a deep understanding of this. After a brief moment of surprise, Dumbledore smiled. Even though I am a genius, maybe I wasn't as good as Seal when I was a child. That was an interesting statement, one Dumbledore hadn't heard in many years. However, the child in front of him was said to be the most talented student in the Muggle world, and he could achieve incredible results in every subject he participated in. Maybe, it is really possible. After a moment's hesitation, Dumbledore turned and drew his wand. But unfortunately, it was not the old wand that Charles was looking forward to taking a few more bites of, but the one that Dumbledore got from Ollivander. Charles couldn't tell the specific materials of the wand body and core, but there was no doubt that a wand that could match Dumbledore, especially a wand of Dumbledore during his teenage years, was by no means mediocre. After taking a deep breath, Charles took the wand from Dumbledore. As soon as you get it, this wand shows its temper. Seal could almost feel the resistance and disdain coming from the wand. Who are you? I am Dumbledore's former wand. Even though it was sealed because Dumbledore got the Elder Wand, I am not someone who can use it. Charles raised his eyebrows, and when he looked up he saw Dumbledore's smiling eyes. Dumbledore blinked. Seal, this wand is the first one I use. I carefully selected it at Ollivanders. Well, I had a bad temper when I was young, so this wand that matches me also has a rather unruly character. How are you feeling? This wand seemed to be Dumbledore's test of Charles's so-called genius. Am I more talented than I was back then? That would at least be enough to make this former magic wand of mine feel recognized, right? In response, Seal's lips curled up into an interested smile. Does the wand have a temper? That's good, I just hope its toughness matches its temper. Charles had taken a magic wand from Dark before, but when he cast the Eternal Blazing Sun spell, the wand could not withstand the violent fluctuations of magic power and cracks appeared on it. After Charles barely cast another laser spell, the wand shattered into pieces. At this moment, Charles's eyes flickered slightly and fell on Dumbledore's former wand, and he said in his heart, "How about using you to cast the Eternal Blazing Sun spell? You must hold on." The next moment, the wand, which was originally full of resistance, seemed to feel the magic power that Charles was gradually gathering and the horrible spell that he was about to release with it. Fresh flowers and fireworks immediately gushed out from the tip of the magic wand, and in an instant the place was filled with flowers. If the magic wand could speak, it might have shouted out at this moment, "There is only one sun in the sky, and Seal is the only sun in my heart." Dumbledore, who was watching with great interest, was also surprised to see the unscrupulous state of his original wand. "No, although I haven't used it for many years, I remember that the character of this wand is not like this. It has always sneered at things like spitting out flowers and fireworks, so why has it become like this now? Has it been because I have been ignored for too long and feel lonely?" While Dumbledore was still surprised, feeling the wand in his hand becoming obedient, Charles grinned, gripped it tightly, and waved the gesture of the exorcism spell with flawless posture. The next moment, an invisible and intangible magical field filled with warmth and a sense of security spread out, covering the entire room. When seeing this perfect expelling spell, Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaim. After a moment, he looked at Charles with a surprised look. "Seal, even I can't find any fault with your banishing spell. Perfect, it's as if you've been practicing day and night for decades. I've never seen a more perfect banishing spell." Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. "How did you do it?" To this, Charles gave a righteous reply. "I was able to do all this thanks to my talent and hard work. There are 0 factors other than talent and hard work." Hearing these words, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. Talent and hard work. What an amazing talent! In a trance, he seemed to recall that the headmaster of Hogwarts seemed to look at him with the same eyes and said similar words to him. Dumbledore never imagined that all these years later, one day he would use the same eyes to say the same words to another boy. The Charles Evans in front of him was undoubtedly a magical genius who surpassed himself. This made Dumbledore feel excited. Over the years, he has been blaming himself for not guiding Tom Riddle well, which eventually led him to become Voldemort, a scourge to the wizarding world. Now, he met a student who was more talented than Voldemort. Perhaps, I can make up for the mistakes I made back then and guide Charles Evans back on the right track. Especially since Charles Evans is different from Voldemort back then. Voldemort was only interested in those advanced dark magics, but Charles is obviously more passionate about defense against the dark arts. Then I must not dampen Charles's enthusiasm. I will guide him in the direction of white magic and teach him the magic of love." Dumbledore's eyes grew fierce. "Seal, I told you before that when you learn the banishing charm, I will teach you the more advanced patroness charm. Now that you have done it, I cannot break my promise. Look carefully, this is the patroness charm that most adult wizards will never be able to use in their entire lives." Dumbledore waved his wand, and Charles became extremely excited. The expulsion spell can deduce powerful magic like the Dustless Land, so what can the patroness spell deduce? In addition, what would be your patron saint? Under Charles's expectant gaze, the tip of the old wand in Dumbledore's hand burst into silver light. A silver phoenix with its head held high emerged from the silver light, spread its slender wings, and circled in the ward for several weeks with its long tail feathers dragging, then rushed out of the window and disappeared without a trace. Charles's eyes showed shock. Even though I had seen the patroness charm being cast in movies in my previous life, the shock was completely different from witnessing it with my own eyes. Dumbledore's Phoenix Patroness exudes an aura of power and nobility that is visible to the naked eye. Just like Dumbledore's terrifying talent and strength, it is completely different from the patronuses of other wizards in the magical world. This also made Charles more excited. What would be your patron saint? At this time, Dumbledore began to explain the conditions for casting the patroness charm. After just finishing talking about the wand-waving posture, Dumbledore wanted to extend the topic and talk about the noble spirit of love, tolerance, and kindness behind the patroness charm and how it affects the patroness. But at this moment, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly remember something, his expression suddenly changed, and he showed an apologetic look to Charles. "I'm sorry, Seal, but I'm afraid this is all the instruction we'll have for today. I remembered something urgent that I must do right away. I'm going to take you to buy textbooks and a wand. Professor McGonagall will come over later." After saying this, Dumbledore's figure disappeared from the spot, and at the same time a sharp explosion was heard. He dissipated away. There was a strange look in Charles's eyes. Dumbledore's departure was a little too hasty. What made him so anxious? Seal remembered that in the original book, there had been a theft at Gringotts before Harry Potter entered school. Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, broke into Gringotts and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort restore his body. But Dumbledore had already made arrangements in advance, moved the Philosopher's Stone out, and had planned to use the Philosopher's Stone as a prop to test Voldemort and Harry Potter later. This must be the matter that made the usually calm Dumbledore so hurried that he didn't even have time to say a few words. However, Dumbledore used apparition to leave in a hurry, which gave Charles an unexpected surprise. In his mind, there emerged the image of Dumbledore using the patroness charm, as well as the image of Dumbledore operating away. The Deep Blue System's mechanical prompt sounded immediately. Derivable knowledge detected patroness charm, apparition. Do you want to deduce? Hearing the prompt, Charles was filled with surprise. This time, I got not only the patroness charm from Dumbledore, but also the apparition charm. To be honest, in Seal's opinion, the application of the patroness charm is a bit narrow. Even Dumbledore's patroness can only be useful when fighting against dark creatures. Otherwise it has to be a messenger. With such a narrow use, if Charles was not able to continue to deduce it, it would really be a shame for its high release conditions. But apparition is definitely one of the most incredible magics in the wizarding world. Not only is the threshold for use low, but the effect is also extremely powerful. You can travel through space by just turning a few times, and you don't even need a magic wand. It's really a bit perverted. Although there may be a risk of splitting, this risk is insignificant compared to the effect it involves on space. I don't know who developed the apparition, but this person is definitely a master of space spells in the magic world. If we carry out subsequent deductions, we will probably be able to develop more spells involving space. Charles showed an uncontrollable excitement on his face, and asked Deep Blue in his mind how many points were needed to deduce the two spells. The reply he got was like a bucket of cold water poured over Charles. It takes 10,000 points to deduce the patroness charm for the first time. It takes 50,000 points to perform the first apparition. The patroness charm was not a big deal, as Charles could still afford the 10,000 points if he gritted his teeth. After all, he still had nearly 50,000 deduction points left. But the apparition was outrageous, 50,000 points, which was almost enough for all the points that Charles had on his account now. As for why it is so expensive, Charles can understand it. Things related to space are mysterious no matter where they are placed. Even the general theory of relativity among Muggle sciences would take up a lot of points to deduce, not to mention the apparition that can allow people to travel through space directly. Seal sighed. It takes 50,000 points to perform the first apparition. If it's performed a second time, it will take at least 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands. It's simply a bottomless pit. Deduction points are really not enough. He began to think about what other channels he could use to obtain a large number of deduction points, apart from the reimbursement from the Ministry of Magic and Dark who might come again at any time. Finally, Seal's thoughts were fixed on Dumbledore's hurried departure. Quirrell, Two-Face. The Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes are all good things. Charles couldn't help but lick his tongue, a hint of heat flashing in his eyes. There is a Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts this year, and the Ravenclaw's diadem can be found in the Room of Requirement. I wonder how many deduction points I can get by eating these two. By then, it should be enough to perform the apparition charm 3 times. Just as Seal was thinking about it, another explosion was heard outside St. Mungo's hospital. A serious-looking, well-dressed witch hurried to the outside of Seal's ward. This was naturally Professor McGonagall, who Dumbledore mentioned would take Seal to Diagon Alley. When she saw Seal, Professor McGonagall's eyes were slightly red and she gave him a hug. Poor kid, such a terrible thing happened to him. Don't worry, as long as you go to Hogwarts, no one will be able to hurt you again. Feeling Professor McGonagall's sincere concern, Seal nodded in gratitude. In the original book, Professor McGonagall can be said to be spotless. He is fair and just, yet also humane, and has absolute care for the students of Hogwarts. In terms of character, Dumbledore seems to be less reliable than Professor McGonagall. After a moment, Professor McGonagall calmed down, reached out her hand and took Charles's. Come, Seal, I'll apparate you to the leaky cauldron and teach you how to get into Diagon Alley. This process will be a bit disgusting, please bear with me. Then, with a loud bang, Seal suddenly felt dizzy. He finally understood what the original book meant when it described the process of apparition as being like being flushed down a toilet. The space was distorting, and countless scenes were flying past and away at a high speed. The feeling was more intense than the most uncomfortable motion sickness that Charles had experienced in his previous life. When he landed, Charles also retched. But at this moment, a prompt from the Deep Blue system sounded in his mind. Since the host witnessed the spatial distortion during the apparition process, the deduction has some references. The points required for the first deduction of the apparition spell are reduced by 5,000 points. Charles's eyes widened instantly, and he wondered in his heart how could he have forgotten this. The Deep Blue system does have the ability of infinite deduction, and can deduce advanced mathematics step by step from elementary school mathematics. But this consumes a lot of deduction points. After all, it is equivalent to creating a new field from scratch. But if you get the corresponding textbooks, it is like having a reference and you just need to study according to it. In this way, the points consumed will be greatly reduced. Now it seems that the same is true for spell deduction. If one could obtain enough reference materials, or witness the spatial distortion and changes during the apparition like this time, the difficulty of Deep Blue's deduction would be reduced, and the points consumed would also be greatly reduced. This is definitely good news for Charles. At this moment, Professor McGonagall was waiting beside Seal. She seemed to have gotten used to the reactions of the young wizards after they had experienced apparition, and was patiently waiting for Charles to recover from his dizziness and nausea. She even moved a little further away to prevent Charles's vomit from splashing on her robe. After Seal straightened up, Professor McGonagall said, "Okay, Seal, we're already at the leaky cauldron. Follow me, I'll take you to Diagon Alley." In her opinion, the little wizard would definitely be eager to witness the magical world. But this time, Seal's performance obviously caught Professor McGonagall off guard. Seal had no intention of moving forward at all. Instead, he stood there and pleaded with Professor McGonagall. "Professor, can you take me to apparate a few more times? I really like riding the Muggle roller coaster and Ferris wheel. The feeling of the world spinning around is really exciting. This apparition is much better than the roller coaster. Fun, love to play." After hearing what Seal said, Professor McGonagall, who was about to walk towards the leaky cauldron, stopped in her tracks, and a look of confusion and doubt appeared on her serious face. For a moment she wondered if she had heard it wrongly. Apparition, fun, love to play? Is it fun to be flushed back and forth by a flushing toilet? Is this how kids in the Muggle world like to play now? Although she didn't know what the roller coaster and Ferris wheel that Charles mentioned were, Professor McGonagall had already decided that if she entered the Muggle world in the future, she would stay away from these two things. Then, Professor McGonagall felt embarrassed. It was already late, and she still had 2 houses to visit. But when she saw Seal's eager expression, Professor McGonagall's heart softened. According to the information, the child is an orphan who has never received parental love since childhood. He even has to rely on the prize money he won from participating in competitions to eat. How pitiful! Not to mention that his recent 11th birthday was spent in such terrible circumstances, which made Professor McGonagall even more distressed. So after a moment, Professor McGonagall nodded. "Okay, let's apparate again." Immediately, she grabbed Seal's hand again, and the two of them apparat back outside St. Mungo's hospital. During this time of apparition, Charles consciously concentrated his mind, observing the distorted space and the rapidly receding scene. He felt as if he was looking at an oil painting with indescribably chaotic lines. The dizziness this brought was even stronger than the first time he operated. This time, as soon as he landed on the ground, Charles couldn't help but scream and vomited violently to the side. As he was vomiting, the voice of the Deep Blue system rang in Charles's mind, reminding him that he had obtained more references this time, and the points required for the first deduction of apparition were directly reduced by 10,000 points. The initial deduction that originally required 50,000 points now only requires 35,000 points. Rounding off, it is equivalent to directly saving Charles the deduction points equivalent to a bottle of sublimation potion. Think about the disgusting experience of drinking sublimation potion, and the feeling of being thrown into the toilet after apparition is much better. Blood earned, so after finishing vomiting, Seal raised his head and looked at Professor McGonagall. "Professor, let's do it again. It's fun. It's really fun." Professor McGonagall was completely confused and felt that she seemed to no longer understand the young wizard now. "Isn't this just asking for trouble when you have done nothing wrong?" But under Seal's earnest request, Professor McGonagall reluctantly agreed to take Seal back and forth a few more times. In Charles's mind, the reminder sound of the Deep Blue system kept ringing. But unfortunately, even though he was concentrating on staring at the distorted space, the reduction in deduction points each time it sounded was gradually getting smaller. Until the last time, it was simply pointed out that it had no reference value and could not be reduced any further. At this point, the points required for the first deduction of apparition have dropped to 20,000 points. Only then did Charles stand up on his trembling legs, indicating that he had really had enough fun. Professor McGonagall finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, even if she was an adult wizard, it would be disgusting enough to apparate so many times. She was afraid that she would vomit in front of Charles and her image would be ruined. Fortunately, Charles finally had enough fun. After calming down the feeling of nausea, Professor McGonagall was finally able to take Seal into the famous Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron was now full of wizards. Many people are talking about the death of the vicious dark wizard Dark. Some people called Seal another boy who lived. Speaking of this, more people were excitedly discussing another topic, which was when Harry Potter, the boy who lived, would enter the wizarding world through the Leaky Cauldron. Charles didn't care at all about these discussions. His entire focus was on the food he saw as he made his way through the Leaky Cauldron. Unfortunately, all you can see with the naked eye are some ordinary foods. Even though some dishes are different, the ingredients used are ingredients that can be found in the Muggle world. Relying on these foods, eating 8 meals a day can only increase a few deduction points, which is far inferior to the recovery meals with magic herbs added to St. Mungo's Hospital. It seems that until I find a more suitable source of magical food, I can only use St. Mungo's Hospital as my canteen. With these thoughts in his mind, Seal followed Professor McGonagall through the Leaky Cauldron and arrived at the famous wall in the original book. Professor McGonagall took out her wand and demonstrated to Seal how to find the brick he needed to knock on based on the position of the trash cans on the wall in order to enter Diagon Alley. Seal asked Professor McGonagall another question that took her by surprise. "Professor, why do you go through so much trouble to get into Diagon Alley? And this method seems very unreliable. What if someone plays a prank and puts a lot of identical trash cans on the wall? Or maybe someone has tampered with the wall, using paint or some other magic to cover the entire wall. If we lose the reference point, wouldn't we be unable to open the door?" After hearing these questions raised by Seal, Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly became very interesting, and she even gnashed her teeth, as if she remembered something in the past that made her furious. Then, she looked at Seal and asked with some hesitation. "Charles, why are you asking this? You're not the kind of kid who likes to play pranks, are you?" Charles shook his head repeatedly. "I swear I have no interest in pranks. My only hobby might be eating." Professor McGonagall was relieved a little, but she still reminded Charles. "When you enter Hogwarts in the future, you must be careful of the Weasley brothers. They did something like what you described, and it almost drove Mrs. Weasley crazy at the time. It took Mr. and Mrs. Weasley 3 full days to restore this wall." After giving the instructions, Professor McGonagall showed some confidence. However, after that prank, in order to ensure that the traditional way of entering Diagon Alley was not destroyed in any way, the Ministry of Magic invited someone to cast various spells on this wall to ensure that it could not be modified or deformed. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Seal's eyes lit up. In other words, every brick on this wall has magical power and is a magical item, and the magic attached to it is very advanced. Professor McGonagall nodded with a hint of pride. I am also involved in this project, and there are also many powerful wizards. We have all brought out our best skills. In addition, personnel from the Ministry of Magic will come regularly to maintain and replenish the magic power of the spells. So you can rest assured that there will be no accidents with this wall. Seal also smiled in relief. So this is all. These bricks are placed here. No one can take them away or move them. The Ministry of Magic will also maintain them regularly. I feel very relieved. Then Professor McGonagall drew out her wand and tapped a brick on the wall. The brick wall immediately began to ripple like the waves, and bricks began to move. After a few seconds, a door appeared in front of Professor McGonagall and Seal. Professor McGonagall opened the door with a smile, revealing the bustling scene of Diagon Alley on the other side of the door, and welcomed Seal. Come on, Seal, the magical world is just ahead. Charles's face was also full of joy, and he even pressed against the wall bricks next to the open door, kissed it hard, and then cheered. Magic world, here I come. Seeing how energetic Seal was, Professor McGonagall couldn't help laughing, and the worry in her heart gradually subsided. She was originally afraid that Charles would be traumatized by the incident of being kidnapped by Dark, but now it seemed that Charles had forgotten it. This is a passionate child and very cute. I think it will be a good fit for our Gryffindor house. Professor McGonagall thought silently in her heart, already looking forward to the moment when Seal would be announced as Gryffindor at the sorting ceremony. But she didn't know that when Charles was kissing the wall tiles, he was also thinking about something in his heart. I sucked on the bricks and gained 1 or 2 deduction points. As expected, even the magical bricks in the magic world are far inferior to the black reefs on the coast of Arlie in the dream. Doc, my good friend, where are you? When can we meet again and take me to Arlie for a feast? After a moment, Charles warned himself. People, don't be too greedy. Although these wall tiles cannot be compared with the reefs in Arlie, they are almost as good as the magic recovery meals in St. Mungo's Hospital. The key point is that St. Mungo's Hospital is only so big, and can only supply a few magic meals every day, but there are at least a few hundred bricks on this wall, and the Ministry of Magic is responsible for its maintenance. If you take a few more bites of each brick, you can earn several thousand deduction points every day. How can you complain? It's nice to come here for a midnight snack at night. Then, Seal followed Professor McGonagall through the portal and actually stepped into Diagon Alley. What greets you is the bustling scene of the first commercial street in the wizarding world, with various ancient shops lining both sides of the street. The streets were crowded with wizarding parents bringing their children to buy learning necessities. On this street alone, Charles felt that there must be thousands of people. In response to this, Charles said silently in his heart, J.K. Rowling, come out and apologize. What do you mean there are only 3,000 wizards in the whole of Britain? You're a novelist, what do you know about Harry Potter? At this time, Professor McGonagall took Seal through the quaint streets and walked towards the magnificent Gringotts. As they walked, he also explained to Charles the information about Gringotts. What kind of bank is this in the wizarding world? It's the safest place outside of Hogwarts. Seal nodded politely, but he was deeply skeptical. It seems that the 2 places mentioned by Professor McGonagall are not very safe. Starting from this year, there will be some accidents in Hogwarts every year, right? Not to mention Gringotts, this year Quirrell and Voldemort will break into the underground vault. To be honest, this is understandable. After all, although Voldemort could only possess Quirrell, he was once the Dark Lord, so it was understandable that Gringotts' methods could not stop him. But a few years later, the Harry Potter Triangle, 3 students who had not yet formally graduated from Hogwarts, were able to enter Gringotts under very tense circumstances, steal Hufflepuff's gold cup, and steal a dragon in the process. All I can say is that the defense that Gringotts is so proud of is really not that great, it is only thanks to the fact that there are not many bandits in the wizarding world. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Seal did not stop, following Professor McGonagall towards the door of Gringotts. Just as they were about to enter the gate, there was a sudden loud bang nearby. Then, a goblin figure appeared out of nowhere. If Professor McGonagall hadn't been quick to pull Seal back, they would have both run into the operating goblin. Charles paused and stared at the goblin, with a strange look in his eyes. Professor McGonagall thought Seal was frightened by the creature and quickly explained. This is a goblin from Gringotts, an ancient race in the wizarding world. They are born with strong magical abilities, especially in the crafting of alchemical weapons. The weapons crafted by goblins are very famous. Gringotts was founded by goblins. Of course, Charles was not frightened by the appearance of the fairy, but he suddenly remembered something. In the original Harry Potter books, there seems to be a difference between the apparition of wizards and that of goblins, house elves, and the like. The latter's apparition allows him to go to places that wizards cannot go. Even though it is blocked by a spell, goblins and house elves can still pass through it unhindered. Even the spell set by Voldemort to block apparition could not stop a house elf who had done housework all his life. So what makes the difference? If he could be led by the fairy to perform a few apparitions and witness the changes, it might be a good reference for the Deep Blue system. In this way, the points required to deduce the apparition shift may be further reduced. Now, the first deduction of apparition requires 20,000 points, and the second deduction requires at least 100,000 points. Charles can't gather so many deduction points in a short period of time. But if the points required for the first deduction can be reduced to 10,000, Charles can gather some points from other places and perhaps perform a second deduction of apparition in a short time. This magic related to space is very useful for escaping. So after a moment, Charles stopped the goblin who was about to enter Gringotts. "Hello, Mr. Goblin, I just witnessed your apparition, it's amazing magic. I just heard from my professor that goblins are one of the oldest and noblest races in the wizarding world, and they are born with magical talents far superior to wizards. Your alchemical weapons surpass all alchemical items made by wizards. This is really cool." When he was first called, the goblin's expression showed obvious impatience. After all, it could tell at a glance that Seal was brought to Gringotts by Professor McGonagall to exchange for gold galleons. Those who are guided by Hogwarts professors are basically from Muggle families, not aristocratic families in the magical world. In Gringotts' internal assessment, these customers are considered low-value customers, so the goblins naturally don't have a good face towards them. But when the Charles put on his big hats, he talked about the magic and the fact that fairies were the noblest race, with magical talents far exceeding those of wizards. The corners of this fairy's mouth inevitably curled up a little, and her expression became visibly softer. "Little wizard, you really have good vision." "Yes, we fairies are just like what you have heard." Charles continued to plead while the iron was hot. "Then could you please let me experience apparition a few times, so that I can witness the noble magic of the fairies with my own eyes?" The goblin hesitated. "But I still have things to do, and my time is precious." Without saying a word, Charles took out a check from a London bank. "I have £200 here. Can I take all of it as your payment, except for the part that can be converted into gold galleons? I just want to experience the noble magic of the goblin. Please don't reject me, Mr. Goblin." When the goblin saw the check, his eyes lit up. £200 can be exchanged for 40 gold galleons at Gringotts, but there is a limit on the number of gold galleons that Muggle wizards can exchange each year. Even if one is worth billions in the Muggle world, one can only exchange a certain number of gold galleons each year. Unless you are willing to pay Gringotts some money laundering fees. But Gringotts' internal employees are naturally not subject to such restrictions. Charles took out the £200. The little wizard could exchange a maximum of 10 galleons in the first year, so the remaining 30 galleons would be his reward. All it needs to do is apparate Seal a few times. Instantly, the fairy agreed to Seal's request. "Make a deal. My name is Bashi, this little wizard guest. Serving guests has always been the purpose of our Gringotts. We can start anytime." As Seal skillfully complimented the goblin and even took out pounds to bribe him, Professor McGonagall's face changed little by little and she looked at Seal in disbelief. "How come this kid is so skilled at bribery?" Professor McGonagall suddenly felt that her previous judgment of Seal seemed to be wrong. She pulled Charles aside and said seriously, "Charles, were you just flattering to achieve your own goals? Did you even bribe me? This is not something a child should do." Seal sighed at Professor McGonagall's serious expression. "Professor, as you know, I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage and moved out later. You don't think the orphanage is a paradise, do you? It's a compulsory course to flatter and bribe the staff so that you can have enough food. I know this is a bad habit, but I can't seem to get rid of this habit of flattering others. Professor, do you think I am a bad person?" Professor McGonagall's face changed instantly. Her originally serious expression became flustered and her face turned red. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She looked at Charles with eyes full of pity and love. No, how could that be?" Professor McGonagall hugged Seal gently and patted his shoulder. Good boy, when you go to Hogwarts, you won't have to please anyone. If anyone dares to bully you, I will never let him off easily. As for now." Professor McGonagall took out a purse and stuffed it into Bashy's hand, then took back the check from Charles and said to Charles, "Go ahead and have fun, this is the professor's treat." Charles's face was full of emotion, and he pulled Bashy, and was taken away by Bashy amid a loud bang. After Seal left, Professor McGonagall slowly hugged her head, huddled in a corner beside the Gringotts' door, and murmured in a low voice, "Why did I speak to poor Seal like that? It must have scared him. I'm so damned good." The first demonstration of apparition, just when Professor McGonagall was regretting her attitude towards Seal just now, Seal was pulled away by the goblin Bashy and began to apparate. The space before my eyes began to twist and change, and the scenery moved away like a spiral. In just a moment, Seal found himself outside the familiar St. Mungo's Hospital. But to his surprise, compared with Professor McGonagall's apparition, the goblin Bashy's apparition was obviously much smoother. During the apparition process, Seal was concentrating on staring at the distorted space the whole time, but the dizziness was not as strong as Professor McGonagall's apparition. After landing, Charles did not feel dizzy, but just swayed slightly before standing firmly on the spot. This made Charles's eyes light up in surprise, and he began to believe that the fairy's apparition was indeed different from the wizard's version. Regardless of their performance in other areas, goblins are clearly much stronger than wizards in the field of apparition. At this moment, a deep blue prompt sounded, confirming this as well. Host has obtained reference materials. The deduction points required for the first deduction of apparition have been reduced by 3,000 points. Excitement surged in Charles's heart. Although the 3,000 points were not much, Seal had already observed Professor McGonagall's apparition several times before, and he would not be able to reduce the points if he continued to observe. But now observing the fairy's apparition, it can still be reduced. You know, Professor McGonagall, as the Vice President of Hogwarts and a master in the field of transfiguration, is definitely one of the top wizards. Her magical attainments are beyond the reach of ordinary wizards. But this goblin Bashy in front of him couldn't be the only genius among the goblins, right? No matter how you look at it, she's just an ordinary fairy. But even such an ordinary being can use apparition beyond Professor McGonagall's limit, which is enough to prove that the goblin's version of apparition seems to be really different from that of wizards. Charles showed a curious look on his face and asked the fairy Bashy excitedly. "Wow, I was apparated here by Professor McGonagall before, my god, it was like being stuffed into a toilet bowl. But this time, Mr. Bashy, your apparition was much smoother." The fairy Bashy said with a look of superiority on his face. "Of course. How can a wizard's apparition compare to our goblins? Haha, even the spell of apparition was copied by wizards from us goblins, but it was just a poor copy. Pirated products cannot beat genuine products. Not only is our apparition more stable, but it also far exceeds that of wizards in terms of distance and stability. We can also easily go to places that wizards cannot go to." Immediately, the fairy Bashy pulled Charles to show it to him. With a loud bang, a huge stone statue appeared in front of Charles in the wilderness. Next, there are rocks where the sea and sky meet, and in the distance, you can seem to see a cloudy island. Countless scenes flashed by in each apparition. During this period, Charles also gradually found out from the goblin Bashy what the difference was between the apparition of goblins and wizards. According to the goblin Bashy, the reason for the smoothness, accuracy, distance, and even the fact that one can pass while the other is forbidden, is that the wizard and the goblin do not apparate through the same channel. If the goblin's apparition is like riding a train on a railway, the road is very wide and smooth. The wizards imitated this principle and built a narrower and more rugged mountain path for themselves, and they stumbled along in their carriages. Then the effects will naturally be very different. Moreover, the blocking spell against apparition could block the mountain path built by the wizards themselves, but it was powerless to stop the railway taken by the goblins. This is why even the sealing spell set by Voldemort could not prevent an elderly house elf from apparating. After hearing the information extracted from the fairy Bashy, Charles suddenly realized something, and most of his doubts about apparition were cleared up. However, another question becomes increasingly prominent. That is the space passage or other name that wizards use when they apparate. It is built by wizards themselves. So what about the one that fairies use? When Charles asked the fairy Bashy, Bashy looked at him as if he was an idiot. Of course it is innate. This ancient passage has always existed in this world since the birth of this world, before the birth of the goblin race. It's just that you wizards are not talented enough to use it. Only noble fairies can do it. This is a talent we are born with. If you must use your human words, you should understand that this passage is a gift from God. Listening to Bashi's words, Charles's pupils shrank slightly. This so-called passage has existed in the world since the birth of the world, before the birth of the fairy race. The goblin Bashi even called it a gift from God? He seemed to have heard this argument somewhere before. Charles remembered that when he was abducted to the basement by Dark had muttered something frantically. In his murmurs, he mentioned that some of the things left behind by the old ones, who once ruled this world in ancient times, have always existed in this world, but wizards and other races regard them as innate and ignore them. Pursuing these things and delving into ancient history, we will discover that there have been so many great beings in this world. Those incredible magics, tracing back to their origins, are all related to these great beings. So, is this passage, which is regarded as a God-given passage by the fairies, the same as well? Such thoughts flashed through Charles's mind, but he quickly suppressed them. This is not something he is capable of thinking about now. The first priority is to improve your own strength with peace of mind. Even if the era of the old ones mentioned by Dark will return, as long as you are strong enough by then, the old ones can be skewered and roasted. The next moment, Charles was brought back to the door of Gringotts by the goblin Bashi. The goblin Bashi said goodbye to Charles happily, saying that Charles was the most polite, intelligent and visionary little wizard he had ever seen. Mr. Seal, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future and own an underground vault in Gringotts that will be passed down from generation to generation. When the time comes, I will definitely help you get a vault with the best location. In response to the fairy Bashi's blessing, Charles showed a meaningful smile. Really? I will definitely go into the underground vault of Gringotts one day. After all, there are so many good things in the underground vault of Gringotts. Compared to this, the room of requirement at Hogwarts is nothing but a pile of junk, save for the Ravenclaw diadem. How can the things that students regard as treasures and dangerous items compare with the vision of a magic family with an underground vault? What is stored here are the most precious treasures in the entire magical world. Hufflepuff's gold cup is just one of them. Charles believed that among the collections of those ancient magic families, there might be items more precious than the golden cup. If you could loot the underground vault of Gringotts, your deduction points would definitely explode. Even without mentioning anything else, the mountains of magical gold galleons piled up in Gringotts alone can provide an astronomical number of deduction points. But these are all later stories. Charles's attention is now focused on the Deep Blue system. After observing the goblin's apparition several times, the number of deduction points required for the first deduction of apparition was finally reduced to a range he could accept. 10,000 points. If we make a second deduction on this basis, it is estimated to be 50,000 points. The points Charles has on hand are not far away, so he can make up the number by adding them together. And even if it is the first time to deduce it, the benefits that apparition will bring to Seal will be huge. At least you can run away if you encounter danger, so after a moment, Charles said decisively in his mind. Deep Blue, deduce the apparition for me. Following a low shout in Charles's mind, the Deep Blue system's prompt sounded. Host, please specify the direction of deduction. Charles had already had an idea about this. His most basic requirements for apparition are that the startup speed must be as fast as possible, the distance and direction must be accurate, the stability must be high, and there must not be a situation where he is blocked and unable to escape. Just deduce it for me according to the fairy version of apparition, and also speed up the activation speed a little bit. The moment Charles gave the direction of deduction, the Deep Blue system began to operate. 10,000 deduction points were deducted, and as a result, countless pieces of knowledge about apparition emerged in Charles's mind. Just like deducing those spells before, it was as if there were countless parallel worlds of Charles studying apparition day and night. With the help of the system, every trace of spatial fluctuations during the previous apparition of Professor McGonagall and the Goblin Bashi was analyzed in detail. Gradually, a vague perception of the channels seemed to emerge in Charles's mind. Seal was aware of the channels used by wizards to apparate as well as those used by goblins and house elves. The former is filled with traces of wizards' magic power and can be called the high-speed rail of the magic world. It is an extremely large magic project and can be said to be one of the highest crystallizations of magic. Whether it is the wizard who proposed the theory or the wizard who was responsible for its construction, they are all figures who will be remembered in the history of magic. The passages of the goblins and house elves exude a majestic, timeless ancient atmosphere, as if the passage of years and time could not shake these passages in the slightest. When he noticed it, Charles finally understood why the fairies, even after being defeated by wizards, still looked down on wizards and claimed to be a more noble magical race than wizards. Indeed, when it comes to the British Empire fleet, even beggars in the slums of London will hold their heads high with pride. The same is probably true for the fairies who can sense that ancient magic. Soon, the reason why wizards could not use the goblin channel was revealed in the deduction. In fact, it is very simple. In addition to the fact that 99% of wizards cannot sense this channel, the remaining 1% also faces the problem of magic certification. If you don't have the special magic of fairies or house elves, it's like not having a ticket for this passage, and you can't use it even if you can sense it. Most wizards are not capable of solving this problem. Wizards who are proficient in transfiguration, such as Dumbledore and Voldemort, can of course use some means to magically transform themselves so that they can possess some of the characteristics of goblins. But it is obvious that even a dark wizard like Voldemort, who can turn himself into a half-human and half-ghost for the sake of power, would rather make his face more like a snake than be associated with races like goblins and house elves. Not to mention Dumbledore. But all this is not a problem for Charles, who owns Deep Blue. Sufficient deduction points can solve everything. A moment later, in the deduction, Charles obtained a method to disguise his own magic power and forge a ticket to switch freely between the two channels. The Deep Blue reminder sounded again. The first deduction of apparition is over. The host has obtained the complete version of apparition, and can use both the wizard and goblin channels to apparition at the same time. Since two channels are used for positioning, the maximum distance of apparition will be longer and the positioning will be more accurate compared to using a single channel. At the same time, the complete version of apparition solves the drawback of the wizard version that requires spinning in place to activate, and the activation speed is faster. However, due to the additional step of disguising the fairy's magic power, a spell is required to activate it. This spell can be set by the host. Hearing Shenlan's reminder, Charles also took a deep breath. Can you use both the wizard and goblin channels to apparate at the same time? In terms of distance and accuracy, it completely meets his requirements. At least there won't be the mistake of sending the data to the wrong place that Harry Potter and others encountered in the original book. The only pity is that although you don't have to spin in circles, you still need to recite a spell and can't just snap your fingers like goblins and house elves to start it. But this won't be much slower. And there was a strange look in Charles's eyes. A startup spell that can be set by yourself, may be even better than snapping your fingers. After all, when you snap your fingers, there is no deterrent effect on the enemy. Everyone knows that you are going to dissipate and run away. But if you recite a spell with strong deterrent power, the enemy will subconsciously be on guard. How could they have imagined that Charles, who recited such a spell, would actually run away? Thinking of this, Charles's eyes became brighter, and the slight regret he had originally felt disappeared. Then what kind of spell should I set for apparitions so that all enemies will be subconsciously on guard? After a moment, Seal locked onto the spell that the entire wizarding world called the Unforgivable Spell, a spell that even Dumbledore had to be careful not to be hit by. Avada Kedavra. Take this as the starting spell for my apparition. A smile appeared on Seal's lips. He could imagine what a wonderful expression the enemy would have when he faced some powerful enemy in the future and shouted the killing curse and the enemy was on guard but found that Charles had escaped. Besides, my apparition will only be used when I am escaping from a powerful enemy. With my growth rate, as long as I escape and wait for me to grow for a while, the enemy will surely be dead. Since the enemy is doomed to die once I apparate, what's the problem with me calling apparition the killing curse? Isn't this very reasonable? The deduction of the apparition spell was completed, which made Charles feel more secure. Now his attacks include the laser spell and the eternal blazing sun spell, and his control includes the flash spell, the expelling spell, the dustless earth spell, plus this newly launched killing curse. It can be said that he can fight and run, and he is finally safe in the wizarding world. Even if he faces a vicious black wizard like Dark again, even if he cannot defeat him, he can still run away by using the dustless land and the killing curse. And all this happened in just a moment in Charles's mind. Professor McGonagall had no idea that in this short period of time, Seal had already been able to achieve a level of apparition that was close to or even surpassed that of the goblins, and had even come up with a Seal version of the killing curse. She said to Charles, "Come on, Seal, we're going to go pick out a wand for you next." Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall also showed a strange look in her eyes. When Dumbledore asked her to guide Seal, although the message was delivered very hastily, he still mentioned that Seal's talent was very strong. He might even be more powerful than Dumbledore back then. Dumbledore asked Professor McGonagall to pay special attention to what kind of wand would match Seal. Professor McGonagall was also very curious about this. A stronger talent than Dumbledore had back then? Is this child Charles really that talented? What kind of wand would that make? Holly, yew, applewood, or elderberry? This kid is pretty polite. At this moment, not only Professor McGonagall was full of anticipation, but Seal was no exception. Magic wands, even in Seal's previous life, were something that would excite magic lovers when talked about. Many Harry Potter fans on the internet will go to some mysterious fan-made websites to check what kind of wand is suitable for them. Some people even go so far as to order a magic wand specifically for their needs online to fulfill their fantasy of waving a wand and casting magic. In his previous life, Seal was not so enthusiastic about this, but in this life, magic wands really exist, and the blessing they bring to wizards is unparalleled. It is difficult for a wizard to even cast spells without a wand. Even though some highly skilled wizards are able to cast spells without a wand, the effect is still far different from using a wand. For example, Charles, in fact, through repeated deductions of the luminescent charm and the expulsive charm, his understanding of these two spells has already reached an unprecedented level. It was not impossible for Seal to cast these two spells without a wand. But even for a low-level spell like the luminescent charm, the burden of casting it wandless is enormous. With Seal's current magic power, it is only enough to light up a little firefly-like light on his fingertips, and the effect is almost zero. In fact, let alone Charles, even for wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort, the wand is almost irreplaceable. They have the ability to cast spells without a wand, but rarely use it, probably because it consumes too much energy and has little effect. Therefore, a magic wand that completely belongs to him is the most important thing to Seal at the moment. Following Professor McGonagall, Seal soon arrived at the only wand shop in Diagon Alley. The shop was small and shabby, with a solitary wand sitting on a faded purple cushion in the window. The peeling gold sign above the door read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Walking into the store, there was nothing but a bench, and thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were stacked almost to the ceiling. Professor McGonagall greeted him and an old wizard came out. This person is naturally Ollivander, one of the 3 greatest wand makers in Europe. When he saw Seal and Professor McGonagall, Ollivander, who had experienced countless school starts, gave a formulaic enthusiastic smile. Ahaha, another little wizard comes to buy a wand. Trust me, Ollivander's wand will never let you down. Before he could finish his words, Professor McGonagall interrupted Ollivander's opening remarks, which he had repeated hundreds of times. Mr. Ollivander, this is Seal. Principal Dumbledore asked me to tell you that Charles's talent is unexpected, even beyond his imagination. He said you should be prepared to be given a hard time. This time might be even harder than when you chose the wand for him. Hearing this, Ollivander's voice choked and a look of surprise was clearly revealed on his face. He had made hundreds of wands in his life, but only a few of them could follow famous wizards. Dumbledore alone made Ollivander famous and established his position as the best wand maker in Britain. Before this, there were still a few wand makers in the UK who wanted to compete with Ollivander. But after Dumbledore showed his talent that shocked the wizarding world, Ollivander only needed one sentence to end the wand-making competition that once required a long competition. What are you, Dumbledore? And now, a little wizard who was praised as a genius by Dumbledore appeared in front of him. After being surprised, Ollivander felt excited. In his opinion, this year is really his lucky year. Before the savior Harry Potter arrived, such a talented little wizard had already arrived. I believe that after this, the reputation of Ollivander's wand shop will become even more unshakable. What the hell is a German Gregorovitch? How dare he be called Ollivander? Immediately, Ollivander stood up and walked towards Seal excitedly, enthusiastically measuring Seal's arm data and various habits. After Seal answered his questions one by one, Ollivander fell into excited contemplation, muttering from time to time, as if thinking about what type of wand would be more suitable for Seal. Seal then spoke. Mr. Ollivander, my situation is somewhat special, so I have special requirements for the wand. I can tolerate any power of the wand, but I require it to have strong tolerance and be able to withstand the most powerful or extreme magic imaginable. I mean, even if light comparable to the sun bursts out from the tip of the wand, it must be able to withstand it perfectly. Before Seal could finish his words, Ollivander smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Seal, perhaps you don't quite understand how the Ollivander family selects wands for wizards. We are not here according to the wizard's request, but we match the appropriate wand to the wizard's personality and spirit based on the experience accumulated over countless years. This has been verified in countless wizards. Please trust my professionalism. As for whether the wand can't withstand the power of the spell, I can guarantee that this will never happen. Then, Ollivander took out several wand boxes, took out a beech wand with a dragon's heartstring as the core and handed it to Charles. Here, try this one. Xia paused and didn't reach out to take it immediately. After all, the wand he wanted should at least be able to withstand the eternal blazing sun curse, his most powerful spell at the moment. The wand I got from Dark before cracked after just one use, and it broke after barely releasing a laser spell. Seal was very skeptical whether the wand Ollivander took out could withstand it. He confirmed with Ollivander again. Mr. Ollivander, are you sure it can withstand enough? What if it breaks later? You won't ask me to pay for it, right? A somewhat ridiculous smile appeared on Ollivander's face. He suddenly thought Charles was quite cute. When Seal becomes famous in history, maybe I can use today's conversation as an interesting story. Then, Ollivander made a gesture of invitation and said confidently. If your wand breaks, I'll give you 10 for each one you break. Believe me, Mr. Seal, no one knows wands better than me. Seal was stunned for a moment. He looked at the wand in front of him and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Just by taking a few puffs of the elder wand, he had earned a lot of deduction points. These ordinary wands are certainly not as good as the old wand, but they are also rare magical items. It is even likely to be the most expensive item most wizards have ever bought in their lives. Both the rod body and the rod core are made of magical materials. If you eat it, the deduction points you can get will probably be much more than the magic meal at St. Mungo's Hospital. Then Charles gave an embarrassed smile. Mr. Ollivander, thank you very much. Ollivander froze there. This child is quite polite. At this time, Charles had already picked up the beech and dragon's heartstring wand handed to him by Ollivander. Ollivander's eyes showed anticipation and a smile appeared on his face. He was already imagining how people would talk about the wand in Charles's hand when he became successful and achieved achievements comparable to or even surpassing Dumbledore's. The birth of another Dumbledore will add another glorious touch to the reputation of Ollivander's wand. Gregorovitch, go eat shit. As he imagined these scenes, Ollivander's smile grew brighter. His gaze fell on Charles, thinking that he must write down every detail so that he could write it in his precious memoirs later. Perhaps this record can be recorded in the history of magic, but just as Ollivander turned his gaze, the scene before him stunned him. Charles also sighed softly. Just now, the brilliant light of the eternal blazing sun curse emerged in his mind, and he wanted to try using this beech and dragon heartstring wand to see if it could withstand the extremely extreme magic power of the eternal blazing sun curse. But before the spell was even formed, slight cracks appeared on the wand. Not only the surface, but also the inside is probably full of cracks. It seems that the reason why the wand used by Charles before shattered after releasing the eternal blazing sun curse was not because it left any scars, but because the magical properties of the eternal blazing sun curse were indeed too extreme and not something an ordinary wand could withstand. Seal turned to look at Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, I'm sorry, but this wand appears to be broken. I warned you. The smile on Ollivander's face froze little by little, and then became unbelievable. Ollivander had seen wands shattered in duels, but that was extremely rare and almost always occurred during spell battles between powerful wizards. But a little wizard caused his wand to shatter while trying it out. This kind of thing is really unheard of. This had never happened with either Dumbledore's wand or the you-know-whose wand. Ollivander stared at Seal with wide eyes. Could this be the genius little wizard praised by Dumbledore? The process of testing the magic wand alone is so different. After a moment, Ollivander became excited. He took the broken beech wand and looked at it carefully for a while, with the shock in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. It seems to have been shattered by some extremely powerful, even divine, magical power. Like a beam of eternal brilliant light. While muttering, Ollivander quickly found another wand and handed it to Seal. Try this one, birchwood with unicorn hair. Birch, with its holy, sacrificial connotations, was considered very suitable for casting patroness charms, healing spells, and so on. The same is true for wand cores made from unicorn hair, which are suitable for casting some holy, powerful, and kind magic. I have to say that Ollivander is one of the top 3 wand makers in Europe, which shows that he is quite capable. Seal broke the wand while experimenting with the Eternal Blazing Sun charm, and a trace of the magic of the Eternal Blazing Sun charm remained inside it, which had extraordinary control over darkness. That's why Ollivander got a wand that was compatible with sacred spells from the body to the core. Unfortunately, the extreme power of the Eternal Blazing Sun curse was beyond Ollivander's imagination. When Charles held the birch wand and tried to cast the Eternal Sun spell again, the wand trembled slightly. A hairline-thin crack appeared on the tip of the wand, and Ollivander immediately stopped Seal. "Don't try. This wand can't even handle your divine power. Merlin, Mr. Seal, you will definitely be a dark nemesis in the future. Let me think about it, let me think about it again." Professor McGonagall, who was standing by, heard Ollivander's evaluation of Seal, and the slight worry in her heart disappeared. Dumbledore asked her to report what kind of wand was suitable for Seal. In addition to curiosity, his main intention was to discover Seal's true nature in the process. According to the theory of wandology, wands and wizards are matched to each other. The type of wand that is matched can also reveal the essence of the wizard's character. For example, Voldemort, back then he was equipped with a yew wand. This wood carries the meaning of resurrection and, like a prophecy, reveals Voldemort's deepest desire. If Charles had been matched with a yew or elder wand, Dumbledore would have been more wary of Charles given previous experience. If someone with such talent were to follow the same path as Voldemort, it would truly be a disaster for the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall had been vaguely worried about this just now, until Ollivander said in person that Seal's magic was so sacred that even a wand made of birchwood and unicorn bristles could not withstand it. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Ollivander seemed to be stuck in a huge problem. He kept rummaging through the wand box, taking out one wand after another that he thought would be suitable for Seal. But unfortunately, no matter which magic wand it was, it could not withstand the extreme magic power revealed by the Eternal Blazing Sun curse. Even if he could barely release the Eternal Blazing Sun curse, it would probably be destroyed after 1 or 2 times. Not only Ollivander couldn't allow such a situation to happen, but Seal would not agree to it either. Who likes to change wands every day, and if this problem occurs at a critical moment in a battle, or even like Ron and Lockhart in the original book, where the spell is rebounded by their own broken wands, it would be a joke. What's more, even if it was a wand that could withstand the Eternal Blazing Sun curse, Seal might not be completely satisfied. After all, the Eternal Blazing Sun curse is only the most powerful spell he has now. With Deep Blue in his hand, he will definitely have more spells that are more powerful than the Eternal Blazing Sun curse in the future. Also, the Eternal Sun spell is extremely sacred and the nemesis of darkness, but the same may not be true for the rest of Charles's powerful spells. The wands at Ollivander's are suitable for the Eternal Sun charm, but may not be suitable for other spells. Seal's brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps the wands Ollivander has, or his theory of wand making, are not suitable for my situation. After nearly 20 wands were broken in succession, not only did Charles begin to doubt, but even Ollivander began to suspect something. Could it be that for the first time in history I would be stumped by a little wizard and unable to find a wand that matched him? Just then, a wand box that looked very different from the rest of the boxes in Ollivander's wand shop emerged from beneath the pile of wands. This box is in typical fairy style, inlaid with gold, silver, and gems. It is extremely gorgeous. Just looking at the box you can tell that it is worth a lot of money. When Ollivander saw the box, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his mind. If it's this wand, it will definitely work. It's just that this wand was obtained by our ancestors from goblins. It was not made by our Ollivander family. After hesitating for a moment, Ollivander gritted his teeth. Never mind, Gregorovitch once held a wand that he claimed was invincible. If he can do this, why can't I? Ollivander immediately opened the box. A 15-inch silver wand with mysterious hollow patterns on it appeared before Charles's eyes. When they saw the wand, both Seal and Professor McGonagall were surprised. The truth is that this magic wand is very different from the magic wands they imagined. The wands that Ollivander had taken out before all had wooden bodies, with the interior filled with either phoenix feathers, unicorn bristles, dragon nerves, or materials from some special magical animals. There is almost no aesthetic appeal on the staff, which fits the description of a broken wooden stick. But the wand in front of him was not only made entirely of silver metal, it also had an elegant and exquisite feel, with mysterious hollow patterns all over it. At first glance, it is simply a beautiful work of art. Professor McGonagall was the first to cast a questioning look at Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander, are you sure this is a wand?" Ollivander seemed to have already thought of the lines in his mind and said it in a decisive tone. "Of course it is a wand, and a wand of considerable origin. It dates back to the time of the great wars between wizards and goblins were known to have superior natural magical abilities than wizards. But they were defeated by wizards in several wars. The most fundamental reason is that they have no wands. Because of this, the goblins took great pains to steal the technology of making wands from wizards, combined with the goblins' skills in using magical metals to make weapons, and began to make their own wands. It's just that they had just created a sample when they were defeated in the war, and the sample was lost. Originally, this fairy wand would have been lost in history, but our Ollivander ancestors, out of curiosity and love for wands, searched for relevant information everywhere and restored the fairy wand using the same technique. This is the one you see. I guarantee that even the fairies who created it back then would be amazed when they see it. It's exactly the same as the lost one." Both Seal and Professor McGonagall had meaningful looks on their faces. After introducing the origin of the wand, Ollivander quickly brought the topic back to the wand itself. Unlike wizards who use wood and magical animal materials to make wands, goblins make wands using their most advanced magical metal smelting technology. At the same time, they believe that combining wood with magical creature materials will cause the wand's magical properties to be lost. How can two different materials work together? So the magic wands they made did not distinguish between the wand body and the wand core. The entire wand was made of a whole piece of magic metal. This magic wand was made of a whole piece of the metal that is said to have the best magic performance mithril. See the hollowed out patterns on it. They are patterns that further enhance the magic power transmission performance. Combined with the silver body of the staff, it really looks like a work of art. I have to say, fairies are indeed far ahead in this regard." Ollivander praised him for a few words, then shook his head with regret. "Unfortunately, the goblins only learned the basics of wand learning, and have not done any research on the connection between wands and wizards. This greedy race does not believe in this mysterious and wonderful connection at all. They simply use magic wands as weapons and tools. Therefore, this wand has no fragmentation, no master recognition, no loyalty or personality. It serves everyone who holds it equally and exerts the same performance. It is not a wizard's companion, it is just a weapon. If Seal's magic power wasn't so extreme, I'm afraid only a material like mithril could withstand it. I mean, I would never take out this wand no matter what." Seal's eyes lit up when he heard Ollivander's regret. Compared with Ollivander's wand-making concept, Charles was more receptive to the goblin's way of making wands. A tool is a tool, a weapon is a weapon, and a wand is just that. Of course, a wizard can have feelings for his wand, just like a swordsman deeply loves the sword in his hand, but no matter how much feelings you have for a weapon, it is still a weapon after all. Durable, strong, and easy to use, that's enough. As for personality, that's of no use. Loyalty is of some use. But as long as it doesn't devour its owner, but just can't fully exert its performance in the hands of others, then it doesn't make much difference. At least in Seal's opinion, if his wand falls into the hands of others during a battle, he is not far from death. The best way to make the magic wand always loyal to you is to always keep it in your hand, so when Ollivander was still about to tell his story, Seal had already reached out and grasped the mithril wand. The moment he held the wand, it was not as cold as Charles had imagined, but had a little warmth and a metallic texture. But it is very comfortable to hold and fits the curvature of the palm. The weight is just right, not too light, nor too heavy, just the right amount. Charles's heart leaped with joy. When he held those wooden wands before, even the oak which was known to be the strongest, he always felt uneasy. But now, holding the mithril wand, this feeling completely disappeared. Charles couldn't wait to try to invoke the eternal blazing sun spell. The wand was waved smoothly, and the extremely sacred and bright magic power of the eternal blazing sun spell began to flow into the mithril wand, making the wand body and even the hollow magic patterns on it seem to be flowing with silver light. But as Ollivander said, mithril is truly unique in the world in terms of carrying and transmitting magic power. The eternal blazing sun curse had reached the point where it would burst out whenever Charles chanted the spell, but the mithril wand was fully able to withstand it, and apart from the flashing silver light, there was nothing wrong to see. Even if Charles becomes strong enough to cast several eternal sun spells in a short period of time, the mithril wand should be able to withstand it easily. Charles excitedly withdrew the Eternal Blazing Sun spell, and then tried the Dustless Land spell. Magic power completely different from the Eternal Blazing Sun spell poured into the mithril wand, but received the same conduction and carrying capacity. At this point, Charles showed a look of satisfaction. In his opinion, this was indeed more suitable for him than any other magic wand. Ollivander also breathed a sigh of relief. If this wand didn't work, then he was really at his wit's end. At this time, Seal asked Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander, how much is this wand?" Ollivander gave a number. 200 galleons. The number he reported is not false. Not to mention the craftsmanship, exquisiteness, and long history of this fairy wand, the value of this piece of mithril alone is more than 200 galleons, which is already a bargain price. Of course, Ollivander also knew that a muggle-born freshman like Seal certainly didn't have that much money. He didn't really intend to ask for so much, but he wanted Seal to praise Ollivander's wand shop whenever he achieved something outstanding in the future. The last time he met Dumbledore, Ollivander missed this opportunity, and now he regrets it so much. If he had thought of doing this earlier, perhaps Ollivander would not be known as one of the top 3 wand makers in Europe, but as the best wand maker in the world. Now, Ollivander saw the opportunity to accomplish this goal in his own generation. He was already waiting for Charles to start bargaining, and then he would propose his own conditions and give the mithril wand to Charles for free. But the next moment, when Professor McGonagall was about to reach into her purse to buy the wand for Seal, Seal nodded to Ollivander first. "Make a deal. So Mr. Ollivander, you still owe me 800 gold galleons. Do you want to pay by Gringotts transfer or in cash?" Ollivander was suddenly stunned when he heard Seal's words. "No, you bought a wand from me, so why do I still owe you 800 gold galleons?" Charles laughed. "Have you forgotten? I reminded you before that I hope you need a wand with strong enough carrying capacity. You confidently told me that it wouldn't break, and that if one wand broke you would compensate me with 10. Only then did I feel relieved to try it out, but in the end I broke 20 wands in a row. At one point I thought I would have no wand to use, and I would not be able to enter Hogwarts, and I would have to say goodbye to my wizarding career. Do you know how much psychological damage this caused to me as a little wizard? According to your previous promise of paying me 10 times the price of a broken wand, you should probably pay me the price of 200 wands. Although the broken wands do not contain such an extreme combination of Hollywood and phoenix feathers, the price should not be too expensive, but the average price should still be 5 galleons, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold galleons. After deducting 200 galleons from the mithril wand, you still owe me 800. I guess my calculation is correct." Ollivander's expression kept changing at this moment, becoming extremely interesting. This. Seal said in a faint voice. "Mr. Ollivander, of course you can choose not to pay the bill, but I don't think you would want others to know that you broke 20 wands in a row, right? Tisk tisk, the 3 largest magic wand manufacturers in Europe. Tisk, tisk, as famous as Gregorovich. Tisk, tisk, they've been making fine wands since 382 BC. Tisk tisk." Ollivander's face turned pale and blue. Don't make a sound, just transfer the money to Gringotts, okay? But you must not tell anyone what happened today." Seeing how Ollivander was being controlled by Seal, Professor McGonagall was stunned, and her hand, which was about to take out her purse to pay Seal, froze. It took her a moment to react, and she looked at Seal and coughed forcefully, trying to figure out what to say. At this time, Charles laughed. Just kidding. Why would I ask Mr. Ollivander for 800 gold galleons? Not to mention using the reputation of the Ollivander family to threaten me. I, Seal, am a young wizard with a conscience and morals. How could I do such a thing?" Hearing this, Ollivander felt as if he had been pardoned. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "Actually, I was joking too. Ha ha ha, how can there be a wand worth 200 galleons? Am I, Ollivander, such a profiteer? This mithril wand is given to you, Seal, my friend, as a testimony of our friendship." After a knowing laugh, Charles put the mithril wand into the box. Ollivander breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to send Charles, the plague god, away, Charles suddenly remembered something and asked Ollivander. "By the way, Mr. Ollivander, can you give me those broken wands? You can reimburse the Ministry of Magic for the original price." Ollivander was really stunned this time. A broken wand? What do you want with it? Charles's face showed mourning. I think about what you said, Mr. Ollivander. Wands are alive, too. But this time so many wands were broken because of me. I really can't bear it. Just thinking about them being destroyed because of me, my tears are about to flow from my mouth, no, from my eyes. I have always believed that every life deserves respect. Please let me take them away. This will be my way of making up for them and giving them a proper place to go. After hearing what Seal said, Ollivander stood still for a moment, a look of emotion appeared on his face. He has been making wands for many years, and most of the wizards he has seen use wands as tools. Even though he never tired of repeating to the wizards that there was a mysterious connection between wands and wizards, most wizards still scoffed at it. This is true for adult wizards, not to mention the ecstatic little wizards who have just received their wands. All they can think about is waving their wands quickly and watching sparks and fireworks burst out. There is really no one like Seal who respects the wand as much as he does. Professor McGonagall beside her even wiped her eyes. In her opinion, although Charles had some minor flaws, his kindness and respect for life were obvious just by looking at his actions. It seems that Dumbledore's worries were just groundless. How could such a kind child do bad things in the future? What a good child, so kind. Ollivander sighed, then packed up the broken wands that could no longer be reused for Seal. Carrying this rather heavy bag of broken wands, Charles's heart was filled with anticipation. Although these wands are broken, the materials of their shafts and cores are still there. Phoenix feathers, unicorn mane, dragon heartstrings. No matter what kind of material it is, it comes from extremely high-level magical animals and contains extraordinary magic power. After eating these magic wands, I should be able to earn a large number of deduction points. The points required for the second deduction of apparition should be enough. Then, Seal followed Professor McGonagall out of Ollivander's wand shop and went to Madame Malkin's robe shop, Flourish and Blott's bookstore, and a grocery store to buy cauldrons and various odds and ends. Only then did Professor McGonagall breathe a sigh of relief. Her guidance of Charles was completed here. Professor McGonagall asked, looking at Seal who was carrying a lot of bags. Charles, do you have a place to stay? Is there any problem I can help you solve? Seal said that he had his own apartment in the Muggle world. This is really true. This apartment was a reward from the Muggle school I attended before. After all, before the rise of Charles, this school was just an unknown civilian elementary school. But after the Shire came into being, its name appeared countless times in news all over the UK. For this reason, the school management committee decided to purchase the apartment as a token of gratitude and support to Charles. Therefore, in this life, Charles actually became a homeowner very early on. But I still want to stay in the Leaky Cauldron for a few days and continue to experience the charm of the wizarding world. After learning about Seal's situation, Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and told Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, to ask her for help if he had any problems. Then she left to guide the Muggle students waiting at the back. After Professor McGonagall left, Seal showed a relaxed smile on his face and walked towards the Leaky Cauldron. Although the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron looks rather shabby, the accommodation on the second floor is said to be quite elegant. There was a related description in the original book, saying that a traceless stretching spell was cast inside, and the space was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. Of course, the price is quite expensive. In order to make it easier to obtain deduction points, Seal plans to live in the Leaky Cauldron before school starts. He naturally wouldn't treat himself badly, but he also didn't intend to really spend such a large sum of money. After all, the gold galleons he had on hand were already limited, and after buying a bunch of miscellaneous items, they were not enough. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Minister Fudge reached that agreement with me, otherwise how could I afford to live in the upper room of the Leaky Cauldron? Minister Fudge is such a good man. With this thought in mind, Charles came to the bar of the Leaky Cauldron and said to the owner Tom, "Boss, give me 10 of your most luxurious meal sets. It will all be charged to the ministry. Prepare this amount for me every meal from now on." Tom said subconsciously. "A most luxurious meal. The portions here are very large. There aren't many little wizards who can finish a whole meal." The next moment, Tom realized that the number Charles said did not seem to match what he understood. "Wait, 10 copies? You mean 10 copies? My friend, are you kidding me?" Charles said calmly. "Do you think I'm idle and I have to come here specially to joke with you? Or is it that the Leaky Cauldron can't even serve 10 set meals per meal, and that this money can't be made?" Tom shook his head decisively. How can it be? It's just 10 deluxe meals, which means 30 meals a day. We can still supply this amount. This time it was Seal's turn to shake his head. 30 servings a day? How do you calculate that? Tom was stunned. 3 meals a day, 10 servings per meal, that's 30 servings, right? Oh, I see, you mean skipping breakfast, right? That would make it easier. Charles shook his head again and said faintly. Is it possible that I eat 8 meals a day and need 80 portions a day? From today until the start of the Hogwarts term, this amount will be required every day. But I still need a spacious room where I can live comfortably. Tom shuddered and his voice broke. Yes, yes, yes. The luxurious room upstairs invites you. Gift. Then Tom staggered out from the bar excitedly, helped Charles carry his bags, and led Charles to the best room. If there was no such thing as kneeling service in the wizarding world, Tom would have arranged it for Charles. Just kidding, guests who come to his place to drink are lucky enough to order a plate of side dishes, and some even bring their own side dishes. Who would order an expensive luxury set meal? If it weren't for the parents bringing their children to try it out during the start of the school year, I would occasionally sell a few copies, otherwise I might not even sell 1 copy a day. But if Charles lives here, he can get 80 copies a day, which is enough to increase the profit of the Leaky Cauldron several times. What's the big deal about giving him a good room and the best service? Tom even wanted to introduce his granddaughter Hannah Abbott to Charles to help bring them together. The 2 children happened to be in the same grade, so relationships should be cultivated from an early age. After sending Charles into the room, old Tom continued. Mr. Charles, I will make the luxury package you requested right away, but the quantity is quite large and I may not be able to deliver it in a short time. How about I send you a few snack cushions first? Seal waved his hand and put the bag containing the broken wands on the table. No, I brought my own. Do you have any condiments like salt and pepper and ketchup? Just send me a few. In response to this, Tom could only say, what's the point of giving some seasoning to such a wealthy customer? If any seasoning you find on the market is missing, it would be considered poor service. So next, Tom waved his wand, and the guests in the Leaky Cauldron saw a strange sight. All kinds of strange and bizarre seasoning jars lined up and tap danced as they rushed into a room on the 2nd floor. Salt and pepper, black pepper, white pepper, ketchup. Not to mention the common seasonings, even seasonings with some ingredients from the magical world were also sent in. Even Tom took out a bottle of soybean paste from somewhere and sent it in. After Tom brought the seasonings, Charles locked the door with a fiery look in his eyes. After all the hard work, the time to reap the rewards is finally here. He pulled out a shattering wand from the package, a combination of beechwood and phoenix feathers. Well, phoenix feathers, reborn from the ashes, need to be something powerful. Immediately, Charles dipped the wand in the chili powder Tom brought and put it into his mouth. Hiss, the pain from the chili powder and the heat from the phoenix feathers are a perfect combination, creating a feeling as if you are eating an extra spicy hot pot. Cool, Charles took a few sips and then bit down hard. Click. Crunchy, just like eating French fries. Then came the prompt sound of the deep blue system. Deduction points plus 2200. As this reminder sounded, the heat on Charles's face became more intense. A phoenix feather, or a stalk of it that was plucked and made into a wand at some point, can provide so many deduction points. If we roast the phoenix and eat it, how much would it cost? Hundreds of thousands, maybe. Dumbledore seems to have a phoenix named Fox. From the original book, I think it's stupid and should be easy to deceive. At the same time, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had his eyes half closed, as if he was thinking about something. Phoenix Fox was pacing on his desk. Suddenly, Fox shivered, as if he felt some kind of chill. Dumbledore sensed something and opened his eyes, a heavy look appearing on his face. Darkness is reviving, Voldemort's power is making a comeback, and in the near future, the wizarding world will be in danger again. Do you feel this chilling chill, Fox? Fox was stunned for a moment, and showed a look of disgust in a human way. Then it turned around and pointed its phoenix butt at Dumbledore, obviously not wanting to pay any attention to him. Dumbledore was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and turned his attention from this little episode back to his next plan. Harry Potter is about to enter the wizarding world. He grew up in the Muggle world and has a mysterious connection with Voldemort. It will take further testing to determine his true character. There are signs that the Philosopher's Stone is being watched, perhaps by Voldemort and his minions. It won't be long before they attack Gringotts, but I have already moved the real Philosopher's Stone out. This stone can be used as bait to lure Voldemort to Hogwarts, so that I can see what his current state is like and see how many years it will take for him to return. At the same time, this is also a test for Harry Potter. I hope this child will not let me down. Before Harry Potter even entered the wizarding world, Dumbledore had already been thinking carefully, even thinking about how to set up levels to test Harry Potter and his future friends. When thinking of Harry Potter's companions, Dumbledore subconsciously thought of Seal. Such a talented little wizard, and according to the feedback just sent by Professor McGonagall, it can be seen that the essence of Seal's magic is extremely sacred and bright, which is completely incompatible with darkness. Making him Harry Potter's next most important friend will play an important role in Harry Potter's future journey to become the Savior. Dumbledore showed a satisfied look on his face. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good arrangement. As for how Seal would get to know Harry Potter, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the most powerful white wizard of this century, Dumbledore had 100 ways to arrange it. He was sure that he could keep Charles and Harry Potter completely unaware. No matter how talented Charles is or how great his future achievements are, he is now just a little wizard who has not yet grown up. Dumbledore was certain that the Shire would never be beyond his control. What Dumbledore didn't know was that in the luxurious private room of the Leaky Cauldron, Charles had discovered a new way to eat the broken wand. Charles picked up a magic wand, dipped it in the soybean paste brought by Old Tom, and then picked up a cucumber strip and put them into his mouth at the same time. Click! The crisp, sweet taste mixed with the aroma of sauce made Charles look enjoyable. The magic wand needs to be dipped in soybean paste. With cucumber sticks, it tastes amazing. I can eat 50 of them and never get tired of them. He slowly put the last magic wand into his mouth and ate it. In the Deep Blue system, Charles's deduction points had skyrocketed by nearly 40,000 points. Including the previous surplus, his deduction points now exceed 80,000 points. There was anticipation in Charles's eyes. The first deduction of apparition will allow him to have an apparition similar to the fairy version, greatly improving his escape ability. What about secondary deduction? A scene he had seen in the original movie emerged in Charles's mind. The figures of Dumbledore and Voldemort changed continuously, and the battle was so fast that ordinary wizards could not get involved at all. In some fantasy works, wizards appear out of thin air in another place like a ghost. This made Charles think of the next direction of deduction. Perhaps, it can be deduced in the direction of short-distance apparition shifting and used directly in combat. The next moment, Charles said in his mind. Deep Blue, perform a secondary deduction in the direction of short distance, speed, and high precision. Deducing apparition into a displacement spell that can be used in combat. Following Charles's command in his mind, more than 50,000 deduction points were deducted instantly. What followed was a flood of knowledge about apparition. Apparition is usually used for long-distance travel, because it requires turning in circles while concentrating. If you panic or distract yourself, it will easily cause different parts of your body to go to different places during the apparition process. This is what is called split. In the original book, after Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron stole the Hufflepuff Gold Cup from Gringotts, Ron was split into two during the apparition process. Fortunately, the injury was not serious and the wound could be healed with Dictamni. But some serious splits may even result in situations like being torn apart by 5 horses. This risk could occur even when operating outside of combat, let alone during combat. If you lose concentration even a little, your head and body may be separated. Because of this, the ability to apparate and change position in the heat of battle is beyond the capability of all but the most skilled wizards. As far as Charles knows, he only knows 3 people who can use apparition to fight Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Ordinary enemies would feel no match for these wizards no matter how many of them there are. An important reason for this is that they can use short-range apparition shifting in battle to change their position instantly. Not only can it make the powerful spells used by the enemy fail, but it can also find angles to bypass the enemy's protective spells and launch sudden attacks on the enemy. This is an extremely advanced wizard combat skill, and also involves an extraordinary understanding of apparition. If it were an ordinary little wizard, no matter how talented he was, he would not be able to glimpse the secret. But what Charles possesses is not only talent, but also a miracle called Deep Blue. As long as he gives the direction and has enough deduction points, Deep Blue can accomplish all the deductions. At this moment, with Deep Blue's deductions countless times per second, everything about short-distance apparition in battle was unraveled and emerged in front of Charles. The most important thing here is actually the positioning issue. Long-distance apparition uses channels for transfer and positioning. But short-distance apparition shifting is different. Although it still uses channels for displacement, it is difficult to locate the object by relying on channels for such a short-distance transfer. This is like trying to locate a position on a high-speed train with an accuracy of centimeters. It is too difficult. For this reason, short-distance apparition uses the wizard's own magic to mark a certain place, and relies on the perception of his own magic to achieve precise positioning. This is also why Dumbledore, Voldemort, and others would not use this miraculous fighting skill right at the first moment of a battle, but would only use it when the battle reached a fever pitch. Because in the initial encounter, neither side had enough time to leave magic power in the nearby space. Only when spells collide one after another and magic power splashes and gradually spreads to the nearby combat area can short-distance apparition be performed. Now, this mystery has been discovered by Charles. Even beyond, because Charles had deduced the curse of the Pure Land. Once this spell is released, it can instantly eliminate the specified magic power in the specified area. In extreme cases, it is even possible to keep only Seal's own magic within a designated area for a short period of time. This not only prevents the enemy from operating, but also allows Charles to directly possess the location beacon. In other words, once the spell of the Pure Land is cast, Charles can directly perform short-distance apparition within its coverage area without the need for a warm-up engine like Dumbledore and Voldemort. And because Charles can use both the wizard and the fairy channels at the same time in the initial deduction, his apparition accuracy and stability will be higher. Countless pieces of knowledge were churning in Charles's mind, and finally a deep blue mechanical prompt sounded. The second deduction of apparition is complete. The host has obtained a short-range apparition spell for combat the blink spell. Under normal conditions, the flash spell requires a certain concentration of magic power in the nearby space to be accurately released. But if the dustless land spell is released first, the flash spell can be used immediately. At the same time, since the flash spell also uses the fairy channel, a spell is also needed to simulate the fairy magic power to obtain the channel permission. It is detected that the host has previously said Avada Kedavra. Do you want to use this spell? Charles took a deep breath, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had set Avada Kedavra as the activation spell in the previous apparition because once this long-distance apparition was used, it meant that Charles was defeated and was preparing to run away. The natural thing is to give the enemy a certain degree of fear before running away, so that the enemy can be on guard and avoid being pursued immediately. But this flash spell is used in combat. If Seal says Avada Kedavra and then activates the flash, wouldn't the enemy's level of tension reach its maximum? Charles didn't want this. Therefore, Charles decisively rejected Deep Blue's inquiry on whether to continue using Avada Kedavra. Not in use. I'm going to create a separate activation spell for the flash spell, called. Charles thought for a moment and felt that in this situation, he would definitely need a spell that would make the enemy's eyes go black, his mind go blank, and he would be confused. Of course, it's better to have some style. After all, although Charles doesn't have much face, he still needs it. If he kept shouting "Honey, let's have a shot" during a battle, Charles's face would feel too much to bear. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Do you want to dance too? That's it. Immediately, after the Deep Blue system prompted that the settings were completed, Charles couldn't wait to wave his wand. A place without dust. A domineering, repulsive magic power roared out like a domain, spreading Seal's magic power throughout the room. Then I heard Charles say softly. Do you want to dance too? Snapped. Do. You want to dance too? Snapped. Do. You want to dance, too? Snapped. His figure flashed continuously, appearing and disappearing in the room like a ghost. A look of satisfaction appeared in Charles's eyes, then his expression suddenly changed. He turned around, lay on the toilet and started vomiting violently. He now understood another reason why Dumbledore, Voldemort, Grindelwald and the others did not apparate crazily during battle. This damn reaction was 5 or 6 times stronger than long-distance apparition. Even an iron stomach could not stand it. I believe they don't want to vomit it all out during a battle, letting the enemy see clearly what they have eaten today. After finally recovering, Charles climbed up from the toilet and wiped his mouth nonchalantly. But it doesn't matter. If you can master short-distance apparition, it will greatly improve your strength. It's just vomiting. You'll get used to it after a while. Besides, Preparing some motion sickness medicine in advance should greatly alleviate the side effects of this process. Compared with this minor side effect, Charles is more looking forward to the subsequent development direction of apparition. The flash spell now only moves me to another position. I can't cast a spell in the middle of it. What if we continue to deduce that the spell can also be used in conjunction with the flash spell while flying? For example, the moment the light ball of the eternal blazing sun spell flies out of the wand, I can use the flash spell to make it cross 100 meters and flash to the enemy's face. Thinking of that scene, Charles's breathing became rapid. If this could really work, he would like to call himself a little boy in the wizarding world, playing with a nuclear explosion. Even wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort might be knocked down by this move. However, when Seal asked Deep Blue how many points it would take to continue to deduce the apparition in this direction, Deep Blue's reply immediately sobered Seal's excited mind. In order to ensure accurate positioning and safety, you cannot cast spells during the apparition process. A simple spell can cause the user to split into two parts. The more powerful the spell, the more dangerous it will be during disapparition. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, there is no way to guarantee the accuracy of the displacement. These are two mutually exclusive things, but if the host insists on deducing, the system can also proceed, but it requires at least 5 million deduction points. The number of 5 million points left Charles speechless. Even if Dark appeared again and pulled Charles into the dream world of Arlie again, Charles would probably have to eat on that beach for a few days to collect so many points. Not to mention in the wizarding world, how many wands would it take to get so many points? Even if we count all the wands ever made by the Ollivander family, it still wouldn't be enough. This also made Charles sigh with regret and temporarily give up the idea. As for the other subsequent deduction directions of the apparition spell, such as the flying thunder god that Seal had seen in the anime, those also all started at 1,000,000 points, which made Seal feel overwhelmed. Space-related knowledge is really useful, but it's also really damn expensive. He could only shake his head helplessly and no longer consider the 3 deductions of apparition in the short term. The results of these 2 deductions can be used for escape and fighting, and are sufficient for a long time. If you really want to continue to make huge improvements, you should wait until you have accumulated enough deduction points before moving forward in this direction. When thinking about the deduction points, Charles felt a headache. Just after deducing the flash spell, his total deduction points fell back to less than 30,000 points. It looked good, but it wasn't even good enough for a first deduction of the Patroness charm. Not to mention that Charles still has a lot of spells and knowledge that he wants to deduce. For example, Transfiguration, one of the most profound subjects in the magic world, plays a vital role in exploring the mysteries of magic and enhancing strength. In addition to the Horcruxes, the reason why Voldemort possessed such powerful magical powers was because he performed many dangerous dark magic transformations in the 10 years after graduating from Hogwarts. From a handsome young man, he turned into a monster, neither human nor ghost, with the characteristics of a magical animal, but his magic power was so great that ordinary wizards could only sigh in despair. Magic power happens to be one of Charles's biggest weaknesses at the moment. He is still a young wizard. Although the spells he has are advanced and powerful, he finds it difficult to cast too many powerful spells due to his own insufficient development and insufficient magic power. If he could deduce the transfiguration performed by Voldemort, Seal believed that his strength would reach a new level. Or if the Animagus transfiguration was deduced, if it could be deduced to the point where it could transform into a magical beast, Seal's magic power would skyrocket after the transformation. Therefore, Seal will definitely be involved in the field of transfiguration. There is no need to elaborate on the profoundness of this field, and the consumption of deduction points is certainly indispensable. At the same time, Charles is also very interested in potions, alchemy, and other fields. Magic potions and alchemical items are a major way for Charles to obtain deduction points. If I could master the methods of brewing potions and alchemical items myself, wouldn't I be able to be self-sufficient? You can even sell some to supplement your pocketbook. In addition, both potions and alchemical items can come in handy in battle. In the long run, this will also be of great benefit to the development of Shire, so it must be put into the plan. But there is no need to explain the profoundness of potions and alchemy. Dumbledore and Voldemort both dabbled in potions, but when it came to making potions, they still had to rely on Snape, the potion master. As for alchemy, even though Dumbledore had made achievements in discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, he had not made any outrageous alchemical items. The only thing he could barely make was a deluminator. It can be seen that these two areas are also major consumers of deduction points. Not to mention that Charles was still thinking about Arlie and the so-called old ones. God knew how many points it would take to deduce the knowledge related to these aspects. With this calculation, Charles really had a headache. Poverty, so poor, the gap in the deduction points was so large that even Charles started to think about it. Harry Potter hasn't even appeared in Diagon Alley yet, which means there's still some time before Voldemort, possessed by Quirrell, breaks into Gringotts to look for the Philosopher's Stone. Under normal circumstances, if I were asked to take over Gringotts, I would definitely not dare to do so. But if Voldemort breaks through Gringotts' defenses on that day, I might try to get a piece of the pie. Thinking of the treasures stored in the underground vault of Gringotts, Charles's eyes became hot. If this business succeeds, the deduction points he will get will be enough for Charles to become rich overnight. But needless to say, this risk is naturally not very safe. Charles feels it is not safe yet. Fortunately, he still has some time. Before Quirrell takes action, I need to get as many deduction points as possible. I also need to get some information on wizard spells. Maybe it can serve as reference material and reduce the consumption of deduction points. If I can improve my strength to a higher level during this period, I will follow Quirrell and fish in troubled waters to break into Gringotts. After making such a plan, Charles finished all the 10 luxurious meals brought by Old Tom in a flash, then stood up and walked towards Diagon Alley. As he passed the brick wall that Professor McGonagall said was the site of advanced magic, Seal stopped. He couldn't help licking his lips. To him, whose deduction points were running out, this brick wall was not just a brick wall, but a delicacy, although there were a few figures in front of him staring at him curiously, and judging by their attire, they were obviously young wizards and their parents from Muggle families. Professor McGonagall was not there, so Seal was not afraid of being discovered. The next moment, Charles walked towards the brick wall with a fiery face and kissed it passionately. Magic world, here I come. At this moment, the little wizard's parents standing nearby were watching this scene with a smile and talking in a low voice. Look at this child, he should be a Muggle born too, right? He's so enthusiastic and cute. Should we imitate him? Maybe we can take a photo here as a souvenir. While they were talking, Charles kissed another brick deeply. Hey, Wizarding World, here I come again. Here I go again. I'm here again. I'm here again. The smile of the little wizard's parents slowly froze. Are all the new students at Hogwarts so crazy? I suddenly feel like sending my child to Hogwarts is a wrong start. At this moment, Charles didn't care about the strange expressions of the little wizard's parents, and was concentrating on looking at the brick wall of Diagon Alley. Every time he pulled a brick, the deep blue system in his mind would sound a prompt. Deduction points +2. Deduction points +3. Even though the deduction points increased by a small amount each time, according to Charles's experience over the past 10 years, this was already much more than ordinary food. Just like the deluxe set menu at the Leaky Cauldron, the portion is huge, but it contains ordinary food. Even if you eat 10 servings, you may not be able to increase your deduction points by 2 or 3 points. In this comparison, the increase in deduction points brought by the brick wall is actually quite considerable. The most important thing is that this brick wall is maintained and cleaned up by the Ministry of Magic. Today, all the magic inside has been drained away, and the Ministry of Magic will replenish it. In the long run, this will be a steady source of income. After passionately kissing every brick wall he could reach, the points in Seal's mind increased by about 1,000 points. Feeling that the magic power inside seemed to be in danger, if he continued like this, he might not be able to open the door and enter Diagon Alley. Only then did Seal reluctantly leave the brick wall. Just at this moment, a doubtful voice came from beside Charles. Charles Evans. Charles turned around and saw that it was the little wizard who had been looking at him in amazement beside him who asked the question. She has fluffy brown hair and slightly large front teeth, a bit like a little squirrel, and she exudes the aura of a top student. When he saw this little wizard, Charles had a familiar feeling. Could this be Hermione Granger, one of the Harry Potter triangle in the original book, but how did she know my name? And I seem to have seen her somewhere before. Soon, Hermione took the initiative to reveal the answer. She stared at Charles with wide eyes, her eyes revealing a keen desire to win. You actually received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts as well. That's great. I've always wanted to beat you. I thought I'd never have that chance after coming to Hogwarts. I didn't expect you to go to Hogwarts, too. Just wait, Charles Evans, I will never lose to you again in the wizarding world. Charles was stunned for a moment before he suddenly realized, It turns out that when I was in the Muggle world, I participated in a competition with Hermione. Even though Hermione is a top student, she can never be a match for a guy like me who has so many cheats, so she's always thinking about defeating me once. At this time, Hermione's parents standing by also suddenly realized. The strangely behaving child in front of him turned out to be the genius student Charles Evans that his daughter had been talking about all the time. Oh, that makes sense. Geniuses always have some quirks. They also extended an invitation to Charles. Seal, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you actually know Hermione. Would you like to walk around Diagon Alley together? When Hermione heard her parents' invitation to Seal, her heartbeat quickened slightly and a blush appeared on her face. She had been keeping an eye on Seal ever since she was defeated by him for the first time in the competition. As a top student, Hermione also has her own pride and wants to regain her status in the next competition. However, there seems to be a huge gap between a top student and a genius. In every competition, Charles crushes all opponents with an absolutely overwhelming attitude. Later on, the competitions that Seal participated in were already at a level that Hermione could never reach. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time that Hermione was crushed by a peer like this, so she paid special attention to Seal. This time, meeting Seal in front of the brick wall of Diagon Alley really gave her a feeling that it was destined. Feeling Hermione's expectant and somewhat shy gaze, Charles smiled slightly and then refused decisively. Sorry, excuse me, I have some personal matters to attend to. Next time, definitely next time. Then, Seal waved goodbye to them, clicked the bricks, and quickly walked through the portal into Diagon Alley. Seeing Charles leave, Hermione's eyes showed disappointment, but she still managed to comfort herself. He must have something to do. Didn't he say that next time, I will definitely invite him to go shopping with me next time I see him? Having said that, Hermione still felt depressed. Even when she was about to enter Diagon Alley, she pressed harder on the tiles. An idea came to her mind. Maybe I'll run into Seal in Diagon Alley later? And the next moment, something happened that made Hermione even more depressed. The portal that Charles had just passed through disappeared without a trace this time. The brick wall seemed to have some problem. No matter how Hermione took out her wand and tapped the bricks, there was no response. Is there any mistake? The last time the professor brought me here, he clearly told me that this brick wall was regularly maintained by the Ministry of Magic and there would be no problems. How come it went wrong now? Is this the result of the Ministry of Magic's maintenance? Hermione stared at the brick wall angrily, as if she had seen the epitome of the Ministry of Magic bureaucrats who were doing nothing and cutting corners. At this moment, Hermione, who had suffered repeated setbacks, had an idea in her mind. If I become the Minister of Magic in the future, I will put an end to such things. At the same time, Seal walked into Diagon Alley and had no idea that Hermione had such inner thoughts. After getting rid of Hermione's family, Seal breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately I walked fast, otherwise I would have been entangled, and I would have been tied up and unable to do anything. As for Hermione, Charles quite liked this female character when he watched the movie in his previous life. But come on, no one would really bring their love for paper people into reality, right? An 11-year-old kid, dating? What the hell, little kids of this age are full of trouble. Even Charles finds it annoying to be their friend. So which adult would like to take care of kids? Even at his old age, Dumbledore still liked to play house with children, and even set up various games with great interest, but Charles had no such interest. Walking quickly along Diagon Alley, Seal soon arrived at his destination Flourish and Blots. This place can handle Hogwarts textbooks. In the Muggle world, it is like Zinhua bookstore. If you want to find any book, you can find a complete range of them. It just so happens that Charles uses deep blue deduction. If he has ready-made reference materials, he can reduce a lot of deduction points consumption. That was why Seal came here in the first place. Before, with Professor McGonagall following him around, Seal couldn't buy the advanced books he needed openly. Now he can do so freely. After entering Flourish and Blots, Charles quickly found the books he needed. Alchemy from Beginner to Die, Potions from Beginner to Die, Transfiguration from Beginner to Die. In addition, there are some papers published by well-known wizards. For example, Dumbledore's 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood and Severus Snape's Wolfsbane Potion, a potion for suppressing werewolf impulses for which he was awarded the second-class Order of Merlin. The high-end achievements of the wizarding world in recent years have all been published in Flourish and Blots. However, This area is rarely visited, and many papers on the bookshelf have obviously not been opened for many years. There was some trepidation in Charles's eyes. He was also not sure whether these books and papers could really serve as material for Deep Blue. If this works, his deduction points gap will be greatly alleviated. After taking a deep breath, Charles carefully took out a copy of The 12 Uses of Dragon's Blood. I flipped through it casually and saw Dumbledore's detailed explanation of the magic of dragon blood. Then Deep Blue sounded one reminder after another. Obtaining materials related to dragon blood magic, the host's subsequent deduction points required for dragon-related knowledge will be greatly reduced. Obtaining dragon blood samples or even living dragons for verification can further reduce the number of deduction points required. When the Deep Blue prompt sounded, Charles could not suppress the ecstasy in his eyes. Immediately, in order to further verify, Charles opened Snape's paper on Wolfsbane potion. After a moment, the Deep Blue reminder sounded again. Obtained materials related to werewolf transformation. The host's subsequent deduction points required for deducing werewolf-related knowledge will be greatly reduced. Obtaining werewolf blood or living samples can further reduce the deduction points. Next is transfiguration from beginners to burial, and a similar reminder sounded again, allowing Seal to reduce a large number of points when deducing many basic and intermediate transfiguration spells. At this moment, Charles couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's done. I did it. He looked around at the seldom sought-after magic books and treatises in flourish and blots. These books, which seemed lengthy, boring, and difficult to understand to other wizards, were invaluable treasures to Charles, and could save him countless deduction points. Another idea came to Charles's mind. After all, the books in flourish and blots are aimed at the general public. Except for those famous papers that have been published publicly, it is far from being the most advanced and precious magical knowledge. This kind of top-level magical knowledge is either in the restricted section of Hogwarts or in the family collections of various pure-blood nobles. If there's a chance in the future, I can search this area. Then, Charles called the bookstore clerk. Pack up a copy of these books and papers for me and send them to the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron. The bookstore clerk looked at the dozen or so bookshelves that were stacked to the ceiling with a look of astonishment on his face. Is this the way to buy books? Buy a dozen bookshelves at a time. After a moment, the bookstore clerk said hesitantly. It's no problem to pack them up and send them to the Leaky Cauldron, but sir, these books are very valuable. Seal knew this, of course. Books in the magic world have inherited the characteristics of the capitalist world and are extremely expensive. Every year, a large part of students' school expenses are actually spent on buying textbooks. In order to save textbook costs, many students from poor families choose to buy second-hand books. This is the case for textbooks, not to mention that the books in the area selected by Charles are all quite advanced, which makes the price even more expensive. This total number is indeed not a small amount. But what does this have to do with Seal? He is not the one paying the bill. The kind-hearted Minister Fudge will reimburse him. After all, Minister Fudge signed a permanent agreement with Charles, reimbursing all of Charles's food expenses in the wizarding world. Books are spiritual food, so it is reasonable to use this reimbursement amount, right? If that doesn't work, there's no problem with Charles performing a book-eating performance. Immediately, Charles waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Put it on the ministry's account. Minister Fudge will reimburse you. When the clerk heard this, his originally worried and suspicious expression instantly turned into surprise and respect. It seems that this little wizard in front of him has a close relationship with Minister Fudge. How could he be able to make the Minister of Magic pay for his crimes? He immediately promised that he would pack up the books and papers mentioned by Charles right away, and whispered that he would also give him a box with a traceless stretching spell. Even though this thing is obviously illegal, who made Seal related to the Minister of Magic? Illegal things are only mentioned for common people. As for nobles and officials, how could they be without illegal items in their homes? Charles gladly accepted this. After leaving Flourish and Blots, Seal immediately started shopping in Diagon Alley. After all, there are a lot of materials to reduce the consumption of deduction points, but this is a matter of cost-cutting, so we still have to increase revenue and get more deduction points. So Charles swept through all the magic item shops on the street. It was not until the evening that Charles returned to his room in the Leaky Cauldron with satisfaction. At this moment, even the room where he had been cast the traceless stretching charm was almost filled with 20 or 30 large boxes, all of which were goods delivered by various stores. There was a fiery look in Charles's eyes. Although the magic power of these magic items is far inferior to that of the broken wand, such a large number should be enough to increase my deduction points again. Plus the many materials I got from Flourish and Blots, I can save a lot of points on most common spells. If I digest all of them, my strength will definitely increase. I have to thank Minister Fudge. If he hadn't been so generous, how could I afford so many things? I really hope Minister Fudge can continue to work for a long time. I hope he won't be driven out of office. Meanwhile, in the Minister of Magic's office, Fudge was reading today's Daily Prophet, which contained a lengthy article praising the Ministry of Magic's follow-up handling of the Dark Seed incident. Providing lifelong food reimbursement for the little wizards who have been harmed is one of the few things Minister Fudge has done since taking office. Fudge smiled at this comment, with ambition revealed in his eyes. Of course he knew that he had a bad reputation in the wizarding world, but wasn't this the beginning of changing that reputation? From now on, I will climb to the top step by step. I want to become the greatest Minister of Magic in the history of the wizarding world. Fudge now recalled the deal he had made with Seal at St. Mungo's Hospital, and his mind was filled with admiration for his own genius. Genius, I am a political genius. What does it mean to spend little money to accomplish great things? It's a huge profit, a huge profit. At this moment, Fudge's staff rushed into the Minister of Magic's office with piles of thick letters in their arms. Oh no, Minister, something terrible has happened. Hearing this, Fudge's face instantly darkened. Why are you so flustered? What's the big deal? The aide put the pile of letters on the table with trembling hands and stammered. Bills, the expense reimbursement bills for Charles's kid, these are all. Upon hearing this, Fudge, who had been feeling like he was facing a great enemy, breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at his staff with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? Are you so flustered just because of a bill? I thought something big had happened. Let me guess, is it that the amount of Seal's expense reimbursement bills this time is particularly large? The staff nodded repeatedly, and he was immediately scolded by Fudge. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's the beginning of the new school year, and a Muggle-born wizard from the Seal went to Diagon Alley. He saw all kinds of delicious food, and as a child, isn't it normal for him to eat more and buy more? Besides, we saw it before at St. Mungo's Hospital. This child is simply the chosen Hufflepuff. His appetite is a bit big. It's normal to be a little greedy and buy more food at this time. The child is growing up, so is it a big deal if he eats a little more? Is it worth you being so panicked? Can he bankrupt our Ministry of Magic? You have to have a pattern, understand? Pattern. The aide was so ashamed after being scolded that he nodded in agreement. After Fudge had satisfied his desire to train people, the staff member said cautiously. So I will reimburse Seal for this time's bill totaling 6,237 galleons. Fudge nodded calmly. Over 600 galleons? That's a bit much, but it's understandable. Reimburse me. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. A moment later, when the aide was about to turn around and leave, Fudge suddenly reacted, his expression froze instantly, and he let out an unbelievable roar. Wait a minute. How many did you say? How much is this bill? Fudge stared at his staff in a daze, the numbers they reported still lingering in his ears, feeling unbelievable. He once suspected that his staff had seen it wrong, or that he had heard it wrong. More than 6,000 galleons. How did a little wizard spend so much? But after repeatedly confirming with his staff, Fudge still got this number as an answer. He staggered for a moment, then snatched the stack of bills from his aide's hands. I want to see what Charles bought that cost more than 6,000 galleons. As the bills came into view, Fudge's expression began to change. 80 servings of the Leaky Cauldron's deluxe menu. Wait a minute, 80 servings a day. Moon knot. Damn it, do you think I've never been to the Leaky Cauldron? That portion would kill me. Does Charles eat 80 portions a day? Even if he was feeding trolls or even dragons in the room of the Leaky Cauldron, it wouldn't cost that much. But this bill was just a small fraction of the total as more and more exaggerated bills came into view. Honeyduke's candy mail order, 100 copies of all styles. Hiss, isn't he afraid of losing his teeth due to the sweetness? Didn't anyone teach him that children shouldn't eat too much sweets? I've said it before, Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, always likes to eat some weird candies. He's a bad guy, and the children who haven't even started school have been corrupted by him. These bills were barely within Fudge's acceptable range. Then, the bills from Ollivander's wand shop, Flourish and Blots, and many shops selling magic props in Diagon Alley made Fudge's face turn pale and his defense was completely broken. What the hell is going on here? Why is the bill for the wands so high? There are a full 20 wands to be reimbursed. There are so many magic props, and there is even a book bill of nearly 3,000 galleons at Flourish and Blots. Damn it, the agreement we reached with Seal only covers food expenses, not other expenses. How come the bill was still sent to me? At this rate, it won't be long before all our political donations are spent by him. Fudge stared at the staff member who was previously responsible for drawing up the magical agreement, his eyes full of suspicion. Did you leave a back door when drafting the agreement so that you could get a kickback? The staff was in tears. No, I really don't. Fudge looked gloomy. You didn't take kickbacks. Believe it or not, I'll bring the truth serum over to ask you. The aide choked and said quickly. As for kickbacks, you also know this, Minister. There are very few people in our Ministry of Magic who don't take kickbacks. But the agreement with the Shire was so hasty, not to mention that Dumbledore was also present. I was only focused on doing my job, so how could I dare to do it? There really is nothing wrong with his magic protocol. Every time he submits an expense report, his true intention of purchasing the items will be checked. Even if he purchased food, as long as he is not thinking about eating it himself but sharing it with his friends when submitting the expense report, the bill will not be approved. Fudge demanded, frowning. Then what's going on now? I won't count the leaky cauldron meal or Honeyduke's candy. How can a wand be billed through expense reimbursement? 20 wands, and you're telling me he ate them like chips with salt and pepper and ketchup. There are also various props in the magic shop. He bought 100 speed writing quills alone, enough for an entire Hogwarts school. Did he buy them to eat like lollipops? Not to mention the books in Flourish and Blots. They cost more than 3,000 galleons. How many pieces of parchment would that require? Could Seal eat them all? So how did this reimbursement get through? The staff was sweating profusely. Perhaps he is truly a genius and has found some kind of loophole in the magic protocol. Check, must check. We can't let him use our magic agreement as a means to get free stuff. We must regulate his usage and make sure he actually eats everything he buys, instead of charging all his expenses to our account. Fudge nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Of course we have to investigate. Otherwise, how could our family have enough money to afford to reimburse Charles like this? But I just used this matter to promote it, and it received unanimous praise from the wizarding world. This is not common after I took office. If we investigate this with great fanfare at this time, won't everything be in vain? Besides, Dumbledore was present when the agreement was signed. He would definitely protect the Charles. We also have to consider Dumbledore's opinion. Who to send to investigate is also a problem. After pondering for a moment, Fudge's eyes lit up and he thought of someone. I remember that among the graduates of Hogwarts this year, there is a disguised animagus who is currently training as a trainee Auror, right? The staff member said hurriedly. Yes, it's a girl named Tonks. She was born with the ability to disguise herself as an animagus. She can change her appearance. She is a natural at hiding and disguising herself. Fudge clapped his hands. Let her investigate and secretly collect evidence to see if Seal's purchase of so many things was caused by a problem with the magic agreement, and whether he ate them all. As long as the evidence is collected, we won't be afraid even if Dumbledore speaks. Besides, Tonks just graduated from Hogwarts. She's more like a senior of the Seal than an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. With such an identity, it won't be too sensitive if others find out. The more Fudge thought about it, the more he felt that this was another stroke of genius. Let Dumbledore's people investigate Dumbledore's people. Am I, Fudge, really a political genius? The staff on the side also praised it highly, but still raised a doubt. But Minister, it may take some time for Tonks to come up with the results of her investigation. What should we do if Seal still uses this reimbursement method during this period? Fudge shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. Let Seal report it before we gather the evidence. But we need to urge the Malfoys to donate politically. A sneer appeared on his face. Who gave them such a big handle? The slush fund is short of money, who else can we exploit if not them? Go and urge them to do it. Give them some hardship, and I'll take the blame. Just when Fudge and his staff were planning to investigate the affairs of Charles. Inside the leaky cauldron, Charles was holding a dozen quill pens in his mouth, sucking the ink from them like lollipops. When the frequency of the deduction point prompts in his mind decreased, he bit the feather pen in half, and converted the entire pen into deduction points. Then he casually took out some other magic props from the big box next to him and chewed on them. At the same time, Charles was also reading the bulky book Transfiguration, From Beginners to Die. It integrates all the transfiguration content that students need to learn from the 1st to the 7th grade at Hogwarts, and covers all branches of transfiguration: disappearance, reappearance, human body transformation, animagus transformation, and summoning. In short, it is equivalent to a transfiguration reference book that is more complex, comprehensive, and in-depth than the textbook. If you read this book thoroughly, you will get excellent grades in all transfiguration examinations during your 7 years at Hogwarts, even the Newt courses. Charles had originally considered reading books on potions or alchemy first. After all, preparing potions and making alchemical items by himself could greatly increase his progress in obtaining deduction points. But considering that Quirrell will break into Gringotts soon, this opportunity to get rich quickly is not to be missed. In addition, potion preparation and alchemical item production are practical subjects. The principles will be explained in books, but the real essence is often passed down by word of mouth or even from hand to hand. Not to mention the need to purchase various precious materials for the purpose of preparing potions, which cannot be reimbursed by passing the Ministry of Magic protocol inspection. Therefore, Seal planned to conduct in-depth research in these two areas after he went to Hogwarts. For now, his priority was to improve his combat effectiveness. The field of transfiguration has a huge impact on the overall strength of wizards. An excellent master of transfiguration may not necessarily have particularly strong combat capabilities, but he will never be weak. If one wants to become a top-level wizard, transfiguration is an indispensable part. There is a very important reason for this, that is, many applications of transfiguration do not require spells, and sometimes even a wand is not required. For example, Sirius Black used the animagus transfiguration to escape from Azkaban even though his wand was confiscated. In the original book, in the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, both sides also had very exciting transfiguration attacks and defenses. During this transfiguration duel, neither side chanted any spells and the pace changed extremely quickly. If an ordinary wizard were to take part in this battle, he would not even have the chance to fight back, as he would be defeated on the spot by the fast, flexible transfiguration that does not require any spells. Professor McGonagall, who has always been modest and cautious, has also made such remarks in the field of transfiguration. She considered transfiguration to be more elegant and superior to the rest of magic. Professor McGonagall has never been an arrogant person. The fact that she could say such words also shows that the field of transfiguration is indeed profound and has a significant impact on the strength of wizards. Therefore, Seal first opened the Transfiguration book to obtain materials. At this moment, even if he was turning the pages mechanically and quickly scanning every line of text to provide material for Shenlan, Seal had already been flipping for more than 5 hours. Seal finally turned the last page of the book Transfiguration, From Beginner to Die. In his mind, the reminder sound of the Deep Blue machine rang out. The host has obtained a large amount of transfiguration materials. The points consumed for the first transfiguration deduction have been greatly reduced. Do you want to spend 5,000 points to perform the initial deduction of transfiguration? When this reminder sounded, a fiery look appeared in Charles's eyes. You know, the first time the metamorphosis technique was deduced, it consumed a full 50,000 points, and now it has dropped too much. Although obtaining more materials can further reduce the cost of the initial deduction, the impact is not that great. Start early and enjoy early. Seal took a deep breath. Deep Blue, deduce for me. Following Charles's deduction, 5,000 deduction points were deducted. Then, Shenlan deduced the knowledge of transfiguration that the other party had just seen thousands of times in his mind. The so-called elementary transfiguration, intermediate transfiguration, and advanced transfiguration, divided into 7 years of courses in Hogwarts, now appeared in Seal's mind at one go and were completely connected. The knowledge that an ordinary young wizard needs 7 years to learn can be acquired in just a moment in Deep Blue. When Seal opened his eyes again, transfiguration, which gave most wizards in the magical world a headache and even caused nightmares for many years after graduation, had become almost instinctive for him. The Deep Blue reminder sounded in Charles's mind as well. The host has completed the first deduction of transfiguration and has mastered the basics of transfiguration. It costs 50,000 points to conduct targeted secondary deductions on various branches of transfiguration: animagus transfiguration, human transfiguration, summoning, vanishing, apparition, etc. Obtaining the corresponding materials can reduce the deduction points consumed for the second deduction. Charles took a deep breath, drew out his mithril wand, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he waved his wand effortlessly, and a table in front of him began to change back and forth between various forms. Sometimes it was a cherry wood table, sometimes it was changed by Charles into a walnut pattern, and later it was even turned into a modern computer desk with a lift function by Charles. Then Seal let loose even more, and with a wave of his wand, the table went from being a dead object to a living thing. It transformed into a brown bear, a tiger, a giant turtle, and even grew wings, turning into an eagle with a back big enough for a person to stand on. This wonderful feeling made Charles feel like he had found some fun toy, and he performed the transformation technique with great pleasure. In the process, he truly understood why so many wizards praised transfiguration. Why Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of this century, is also famous for his transfiguration. The mysteries of magical transformation and change contained in this subject are absolutely profound and mysterious, and it is worth it for wizards like Dumbledore to spend their entire lives exploring. After a while, Seal stopped moving and waved his wand to return everything in the room to its original state. Charles was extremely satisfied with the results of his first attempt at metamorphosis. Although this is not like deducing a specific spell, such as deducing the luminescent spell into the eternal blazing sun spell, which gives Charles a decisive killing move, it is a huge supplement to his overall strength. After all, he can't just cast the eternal blazing sun curse at every enemy he encounters, right? Flexible and fast transformation is enough to solve most problems. And in the intervals between powerful spells, transfiguration can fill the battle rhythm, overwhelm the enemy and buy time for yourself. Seal estimated that his current transfiguration skills were far superior to those of the 7th-year graduates at Hogwarts who were studying transfiguration in depth. But it is still far from the level Dumbledore reached when he graduated. After all, Dumbledore's examiner at graduation exclaimed that Dumbledore used transfiguration to do things he had never imagined. Although the exact feat was never revealed, to be able to serve as an examiner for the transfiguration exam at Hogwarts, he must be a well-known figure in the field of transfiguration. Even he was so shocked. It is certain that at that time Dumbledore's transfiguration had far exceeded the scope of a student, and he could even be called a master of the new generation. Charles is still far from this level. After all, he had only integrated the contents mentioned in the textbook through the initial deduction and turned it into instinct, which meant that he had already mastered the basic transfiguration technique to the maximum. However, he has not yet mastered all branches of transfiguration and is far from being able to reach the level of mastery. Looking at the secondary deduction hint given by Shenlan, Xiaoyer's eyes showed a pensive look. Animagus transfiguration, human body transformation, disappearance, reappearance, summoning. There are so many branches of transfiguration. If you want to master all of them and even innovate and break through the barriers, the number of deduction points required is really astronomical. In the short term, I'm afraid we can only select a few areas for deduction. After gaining an understanding of transfiguration that surpassed most wizards, Seal also had a clear understanding of the subsequent direction and academic frontiers of transfiguration. For example, the transfiguration spell of vanishing is a typical example of one of the most difficult spells encountered during the 5th-year assessment at Hogwarts, the vanishing spell. But the so-called most difficult spell is at best just an introduction to the vanishing and transfiguration spells, used to lay the foundation. If we extend this direction further and combine it with alchemy, we will have products like invisibility cloaks and vanishing cabinets. As for the direction of human body transformation, it could be the transformation of Malfoy into a skunk as demonstrated by Moody in the original book, but this is still very superficial. The truly advanced ones are the permanent transformation of the human body, which is the direction of transfiguration that Voldemort took. By permanently transforming himself, Voldemort gained special magical powers that were powerful, deadly, and menacing. Exorcism, that is, summoning and dispelling, should be the field that Dumbledore has specialized in. The golden flames he summoned and the lightning that struck Snape's wand were both manifestations of his attainments in this field. And Grindelwald's terrifying fiend fire. In a sense, fiend fire and the various monsters it transformed into are also the product of summoning and transfiguration combined with dark magic. Seal was thinking about the direction of his next secondary deduction of transfiguration. Finally, his eyes fell on the animagus transfiguration. The reason is not complicated, it is because there is a lot of public research data on animagus transformation. This is thanks to Professor McGonagall. As one of the few legal animagus, and also the professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, she has produced several papers in this direction over the years. And under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, some other legitimate animagus also published papers. This can provide Charles with more sufficient materials. In addition to this direction, if Charles wanted to study the advanced aspects of human transfiguration, it would inevitably involve the path taken by Voldemort. Dark wizards who follow this path don't write papers. As for the direction of summoning, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had already achieved success and fame, and it was long past the time to write papers. This kind of high-end information is really hard to find, or the materials in the direction of animagus are relatively easy to collect, and this path consumes fewer deduction points. Of course, animagus transfiguration also has a drawback, which is that its academic value is higher than its combat value. Animagus transfiguration is to switch oneself between wizard form and animal form. As for what animal one turns into, it depends on luck and personality. For example, there's a reporter named Licky from the Daily Prophet who transforms into a beetle, which is great for eavesdropping, but useless in battle. Professor McGonagall's is similar. She turns into a tabby cat. Maybe she can use her slender body to avoid spells in battle, but the value is still not high. Even for Sirius, who can transform into a big black dog, his fighting ability in animal form is still worrying. The masters of transfiguration in the magical world have certainly thought about solving this problem. The most intuitive idea is not to limit the transformation to ordinary animals, but to try to transform into magical animals. For example, turning into a phoenix, a fire dragon, an eagle-like beast. The power of these magical animals should not be underestimated. They can make the animagus transformed state no longer limited to academic research. But until now, this path has not been opened, and no one can perform the magical animagus transformation. But this drawback is the easiest to solve for Charles. He can do things that others can't do. Deep Blue, if we want to deduce the animagus transfiguration to be able to transform into a magical beast with combat power, how many points do we need? Deep Blue responded immediately. This direction requires 100,000 points. Naturally, Charles couldn't afford this amount. Fortunately, he still had several papers on animagus transfiguration that could be used as material. When he read all these papers and asked Deep Blue again, the points Deep Blue required were cut in half. The host has obtained materials of reference value. The points required to deduce this direction have been reduced to 50,000 points. If you want to continue reducing the deduction points, please ask the host to obtain a sample of a living animagus wizard. Given the particularity of this direction, acquired animagus wizards can only provide a few references. It is best to be a person with innate animagus abilities. There was a strange look in Charles's eyes. A person with innate animagus abilities, does such a thing exist in the magical world? The practice of animagus transfiguration is very tedious and dangerous. How could one be born with animagus abilities? The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Charles's mind. Wait a minute, I remember Tonks in the original book was a disguised animagus. This is inherited through blood. It is an innate ability that does not require deliberate practice. Even her children will also gain this ability in the future. Does this meet Deep Blue's requirements? Then, Seal frowned. But at this point in time, Tonks should have graduated and become a trainee Auror, and is no longer in Hogwarts. How can I find her? Could Minister Fudge just transfer her over to me? After a moment, Charles's frown relaxed. Collect some other animagus papers and materials to see if you can further reduce the deduction points. Then see if you can contact Tonks through Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore and find a way to meet her. If it really doesn't work, he can still barely afford 50,000 deduction points. It is also acceptable to directly use the second deduction to obtain the magical animagus transformation ability, and then find Tonks to obtain the materials before the third deduction. No hurry, there is still time, wait a little longer. At the same time, in a training ground affiliated with the Ministry of Magic, Tonks, who has pink hair, is undergoing trainee Auror training, but she is assigned a task by the Ministry of Magic through her superiors. Let me investigate the freshman Charles Evans to see if he has abused the Ministry of Magic's protocol to gain improper benefits, and if there is anyone involved in profiteering behind the scenes. Tonks' eyes lit up with excitement. She had been a trainee Auror for some time, and had been undergoing high-intensity and boring training every day, and she was almost bored with it. Now that the mission has arrived, I can finally show myself and give myself a break. As for the task itself, in Tonks's opinion, it was almost not difficult at all. With her animagus ability of disguise, the strength of an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, and the training she has received as a trainee auror, how difficult could it be for her to investigate a new student who has not yet enrolled, Tonks stated confidently. I'm a trainee auror, can't I handle a little wizard? In 3 days, at most, I can investigate Charles Evans from head to toe without anyone noticing, and not miss a single secret. After receiving this task, Tonks, who was determined to prove herself, immediately used her ability to change her appearance into a man, and then rushed to Diagon Alley from the Auror training ground. With a loud bang of apparition, Tonks appeared in an open space in Diagon Alley. Looking at the bustling scene of Diagon Alley with crowds of people and parents bringing their little wizards to shop, Tonks, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, felt a little emotional for a moment. Time flies by so fast. Another year of freshman enrollment has begun, but I have already graduated. Just as Tonks was sighing, she noticed that every store in Diagon Alley seemed to be out of stock this year, and there were long queues in front of the stores. But at the same time, the clerk was carrying boxes that were obviously cast with the untraceable extension charm and walking towards the leaky cauldron. Tonks' heart moved, and she was about to step forward to ask, but several wizards in black robes had already taken a step ahead of her and asked the shop assistants with curiosity. Are these also what the little wizard from Seal wants? There are so many things. How many gold galleons will it cost? How can he finish all the food and use it by himself? The shop assistants smiled and shook their heads. We don't know, but old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron said he delivers 80 deluxe meals to the young wizard from the Shire every day, and they're all gone in less than 10 minutes. He once suspected that the little wizard from the Shire had kept some magical animal with a huge appetite in his room. But it's none of our business. He's rich and generous, so we can just sell it. After answering these curious inquiries, the clerks from several stores continued to make deliveries to Shire. When Tonks heard this conversation, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. No wonder they asked me to investigate. There must be something fishy going on with this seal. He eats and uses all these things by himself? How is that possible? It is very likely that there is someone behind him who is guiding him and has found a loophole in the magic protocol and is using it to profit from it. Tonks's expression brightened. In her opinion, anyone who could find a loophole in the Ministry of Magic's protocol must be a cunning wizard, who might even be a habitual criminal in magic protocol fraud. Seal must have been used as a scapegoat by those wizards. This time, maybe I can follow the clues and catch a big fish. She clenched her wand tightly and felt her heartbeat quicken. After studying at Hogwarts for 7 years, he finally became a trainee auror. The time to achieve success is now. Tonks took a step forward and walked towards the leaky cauldron, intending to find an opportunity to wait in the Shire to see if there were any suspicious wizards entering or leaving the Shire's room. But in her excitement, Tonks did not notice that the black-robed wizards who had just asked the clerk glanced at her back secretly, their eyes full of confusion. That man just now seemed to have been standing nearby, listening to us getting information. And now he's heading straight for the leaky cauldron. Is he coming for Seal as well? There was a dangerous light in the eyes of several people. Come with us. But after a moment, disdain appeared in the eyes of several people. Not likely. If they were colleagues from Nocturne Alley, they wouldn't be so unguarded. He's probably a newbie who's only interested in money. His intentions are too obvious to be dealt with. He poses no threat to us. We just need to keep an eye on him. Soon, one of the wizards followed Tonks from a distance. He occasionally wandered around nearby shops, and occasionally greeted the little wizards and their parents who came his way, but he always kept a certain distance from Tonks, and finally stopped in an inconspicuous corner outside the leaky cauldron. The other wizards also looked in the direction of the leaky cauldron. As they watched the large boxes being delivered to the leaky cauldron, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable greed. Seal has been spending money like crazy in Diagon Alley these past 2 days. I'm afraid he has spent nearly 10,000 galleons. Although he used the Ministry of Magic protocol for reimbursement, in the eyes of others, spending money lavishly is certainly a skill, but being able to get reimbursement is obviously even better. Such a little wizard must have an extraordinary birth and a profound background. In other words, gold is very valuable, perhaps even more valuable than gold of the same weight. Just pick through any of his purses, and you might find it filled with endless amounts of gold galleons. These black-robed wizards in Nocturne Alley were very jealous and were planning to take advantage of Charles. After doing this, who would want to live a miserable life, with their head hanging on the belt? How much money can you make just by dealing in contraband items all day? But this Charles is really hateful. What's wrong with being rich? Does being rich mean you can disrespect others? He has to make the clerk deliver goods to him every day. This is exploitation and oppression. According to what I have heard from Muggles, he should be hanged on a street lamp. Will you die if you come out and collect the goods yourself? It's hard for us to kidnap you. Now he stays in the second-floor room of the Leaky Cauldron every day. This place is full of good and bad people. Tying him up here is simply seeking death. What should we do? After thinking for a moment, the leading dark wizard came up with an idea. Have you noticed that all the things that Charles bought are magic items? He basically doesn't accept ordinary items. What does this mean? It means that he has good taste and doesn't like ordinary things. He only wants magic items. If we can come up with a rare magical item or magical material, maybe we can lure him out of the Leaky Cauldron. If we can trick him into going to Nocturne Alley in the evening, then this thing will be a sure thing. For a few of us experienced dark wizards to subdue a little wizard who has not yet entered school, isn't that easy? When this proposal was made, the remaining people nodded in agreement, and then came to a key issue. Where can I find rare magic items and magic materials? Do you have? If we can afford that thing, why would we have to take such a risk? The leading dark wizard said in a decisive tone. We don't have that many gold galleons right now, but we can scrape together some money to get a mortgage at Gringotts. At worst, we can just mortgage our wands or our houses. Think about it, as long as we can buy rare magic items and materials, trick Seal out, and complete this mission, what does this little money mean to us? At worst, our operation fails. We can just sell the magic items and materials and make a small loss. He said half-jokingly. It's not like we failed to kidnap someone and were robbed by Charles, so we lose everything, right? When these words were spoken, the other dark wizards all laughed. After the laughter, determination appeared in the eyes of several people. Done. I'm going to Gringotts to get a mortgage now. The goblin at the counter looked at the black-robed wizards outside with surprise and confirmed again. Gentlemen, are you sure you want to mortgage your property, wands, and the several magical items you have? If you are unable to return them by the due date, according to the agreement, all of them will belong to Gringotts. The dark wizards said impatiently. Yes, that's right. Don't ask any more. Just give us a mortgage of gold galleons. While waiting at the counter, they looked outside from time to time, appearing quite anxious. After all, who knows if there will be other colleagues who will set their eyes on Charles, the big fat sheep? If someone gets there first, then all their work would be in vain. When the fairy saw them like this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It chuckled. Don't be anxious, gentlemen. Judging from your appearance, you must have a big business to do, so you are taking out a mortgage here. I would like to congratulate you on your fortune. But to be honest, the wand, the property, and a few magical items really can't be mortgaged for many gold galleons. Are you sure it's enough? After all, you are all big businessmen. If you run out of gold galleons and can't make ends meet, wouldn't that be troublesome? When several dark wizards heard it say this, they looked at each other, quite hesitant. Indeed, if they wanted to trick Charles out of the Leaky Cauldron and get him to go with them, they would definitely need something very precious. This kind of stuff can be found in Nocturne Alley, but each one is more expensive than the last. They were not completely sure whether the gold galleons they mortgaged could be used to buy such items. At this moment, an eager look appeared on the goblin's face. Well, we at Gringotts recently launched a new service called leveraged loans. This way, you can get far more galleons than usual. As for the cost, the interest rate will be slightly higher, and the consequences of not being able to pay it back when due will be more troublesome. But as long as we can pay it back, it won't be a problem. This is the best way to solve the funding shortage. Under the goblin's persuasion, the hesitation on the faces of several dark wizards gradually turned into determination. Indeed, as long as Charles was kidnapped, tens of thousands of gold galleons would be easily obtained. Are you still worried that you won't be able to repay the loan from Gringotts by then? Leverage, right? 5 times as much. No, 5 times is too little, 10 times. Forget it, just fill it up, just fill it up. Soon, the dark wizards who signed the Gringotts agreement left Gringotts carrying bulging bags of money with excitement and anticipation on their faces. With this money, we can buy some real good stuff to lure Seal out. We're going to be rich. This evening, Charles was still in the room flipping through the many magic books he had bought from Flourish and Blots. From time to time, a deep blue prompt flashed in his mind, telling him that he had obtained materials in a certain field, and that deducing the corresponding knowledge could reduce the consumption of deduction points. At the same time, next to Charles, an assembly line was running. He created this assembly line using transfiguration, and the raw materials were vases, tables and chairs, plates, etc. in the room. And now, they have been turned by Charles into an assembly line that continuously transports the magic items in the boxes to Charles's mouth. In this way, Charles can flip through books to obtain materials while swallowing magic items and gaining deduction points. This is so much more convenient. Charles couldn't help but sigh. Magic really does change lives. But the only pity is that these magic items are ordinary and common stuff. Most of them are shorthand quills or prank items like nosebleed nougat. The magic power is weak, and there is none of them containing powerful magic. Despite such a continuous input, Charles's total number of deduction points still soared significantly compared to before, reaching nearly 80,000 points. But thinking of the pleasure of drinking the sublimation potion in big gulps and feasting in the dream world of Arlie, Charles still felt a little disappointed. I don't know when I can go back to those days. Doc, my Doc, I missed you so much. And Arlie, the holy place of my dreams, please let me have another meal there. No, let me take another look. Just as Charles was reminiscing and sighing, there was a knock on his door. It was news from old Tom. Mr. Charles, there's a man in the lobby looking for you. He says he may have something you like. Charles raised his eyebrows, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I don't seem to know anyone in the wizarding world and I don't have many friends. Are you coming to see me so late? He secretly became alert. But after thinking for a moment, Charles walked out of the room. If this guy can really come up with something that interests me, then it wouldn't hurt to meet him. With so many cards in hand, Charles is not afraid of ordinary wizards even if the other party has any plans. Soon, Charles came to the lobby of the Leaky Cauldron and saw a middle-aged wizard who looked honest. The wizard's face was full of humility and shyness, revealing a feeling of flattery, and he looked like the kind of honest man who was often bullied. At this moment, the wizard saw Charles coming out, carefully took out a package from his arms, and said with a flattering smile. Mr. Charles, I heard that you bought a lot of magical items in Diagon Alley, and I remembered that there seemed to be a few things passed down in my family. I wanted to see if you were willing to buy them. As he spoke, a bitter look appeared on his face. It's embarrassing to say that my daughter is also going to attend Hogwarts this year, but I can't even afford to buy her a new wand. If you would accept my things, I could buy her a new wand and a new robe. Seal listened to the words of the middle-aged wizard and nodded repeatedly, seeming to be moved. But Charles sneered in his heart. This kind of story worked in the 1990s, but he had heard this kind of story thousands of times in his previous life. How could it be so easy to believe it? He always believed that people who were truly suffering and distressed would rarely show their difficulties and pain to others. Generally speaking, if someone is eager to tell a stranger something like this, and it is related to money, 99% of the time it is a scam. Charles believes that there is truth, goodness, and beauty in the world, but he is never afraid to assume the worst of others. Immediately, his eyes fell on the package. When the middle-aged wizard opened the package, Charles's pupils shrank slightly. There is a tiny horn inside. Seal had read a lot of papers on animagus these days, and as the content of transfiguration actually involves a lot of animal characteristics, Seal could tell at a glance that this was the horn of a young unicorn. Although it has been stored for a long time and the magic power is far less than when the unicorn just died, this item is still a treasure. The most important thing is that the magic world passed a resolution a long time ago to prohibit the hunting and killing of unicorns for their horns, so unicorn horns are extremely precious and prohibited items. As soon as he took out this thing, Charles was completely certain that the honest middle-aged wizard in front of him was definitely not a good person. This unicorn's horn is clearly a bait to tempt me. It's really hard for the other party. Facing a little wizard like me, he actually took the trouble to set up such a trap, and his acting skills were pretty good. Charles's expression changed and he chuckled. Oh, this is the horn of a bull-horned beast. It is not worth much. But sir, I do sympathize with your daughter. How about this, for 3 gold galleons, I will accept your bullhorn horn, and you can buy a wand for your daughter. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged black wizard opposite him clenched his fists, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes, and he was already cursing in his heart. The horn of a bull-horned beast, this is clearly a unicorn horn. I bought it for 500 gold galleons in Nocturne Alley. As a result, this Charles said it was the horn of a bull-horned beast and only gave 3 gold galleons. Damn, this little wizard is even darker than the dark wizard, but this is also confirmed. This kind of shameless style must be from either aristocratic family, a big businessman, or a bureaucratic family of the Ministry of Magic. After all, no normal person would do such a shameless thing. Then, the middle-aged dark wizard felt relieved. Fortunately, I pulled the lever at Gringotts and got some extra galleons, so I bought a few more things. Otherwise, just buying a unicorn horn seems to be insufficient to satisfy the greed of the little wizard Charles. Immediately, he pretended to be surprised. 3 galleons? That's great. This way my daughter can buy a new wand. But I haven't found the money for the new robe and textbooks yet. But I have a few similar things at home, all passed down from my ancestors. They're just bigger than this, so it's inconvenient to bring them over. Mr. Charles, my home is nearby. How about you come with me to visit my home? Charles sneered in his heart. It turned out that they were trying to trick him out. It seemed that I had attracted a lot of attention in Diagon Alley these past 2 days. It's really hard for the other party to plan like this. If it were another little wizard, he might have been fooled into thinking so. But Charles still had a question in his mind. The horn of a unicorn is very valuable. Even the horn of a young unicorn would cost at least several hundred gold galleons, and you have to have a way to buy it. It seems that the other party has prepared some other baits, which are probably no worse than the unicorn's horn. This would cost at least 1,000 or several hundred gold galleons. This is not considered poor in the wizarding world. Why would someone so rich take such a risk? But after a moment, Charles suppressed the doubts in his heart. Never mind. Since the other party has set his sights on me, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take the bait? After taking a few pieces of magic materials like unicorn horns, the deduction points will definitely exceed 100,000, or even 150,000. In this way, even if we force ourselves to deduce the animagus transformation a second time, it will be more than enough. So Charles pretended to be hesitant, first pulled the unicorn horn from the other person's hand and stuffed it into his own arms, then thought about it for a long time, and finally sighed. Okay, I'll go with you and take a look. I can't help it. I am kind-hearted. The middle-aged wizard opposite him almost had his back teeth broken. You call this kindness? But he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word of gratitude. Yes, 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 Mr. Charles, you are so kind. Thank you on behalf of my daughter. But the middle-aged dark wizard had already made up his mind. As soon as Charles enters Nocturne Alley, he promises to let Charles know what cruelty is. In Diagon Alley at night, the hustle and bustle of the day has disappeared, replaced by silence and desolation. On the street, the middle-aged black wizard brought Charles to the entrance of a nearby alley. The signs and warnings at the entrance of the alley have been temporarily erased. At first glance, it looks like countless ordinary alleys, except that it appears particularly deep and secluded. But if some experienced wizards were to come here, they would probably be terrified by the sight of this alley. This is where all kinds of illegal transactions in the wizarding world take place, and it is also where dark wizards frequently appear. Nocturne Alley. Some of the wizards who accidentally entered this place left safely without seeing anything, while others escaped unharmed. But some of them have completely disappeared from the face of the earth. At this time, the middle-aged black wizard brought Charles here and was trying hard to persuade Charles to go in with him. Mr. Seal, my family is still waiting for galleons to buy a wand and robe for my daughter. You don't want to see your future classmate, a pink and tender little girl, go to school wearing an old robe that is ridiculed by others, right? Charles shrugged and said quietly. Is it possible that I will be one of those who ridicule her in the future? The middle-aged dark wizard choked and smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Mr. Charles is kind-hearted. You are a kind-hearted person. After hearing this, Charles nodded in satisfaction. You still have vision. Since you've said that, forget it. I'll just take the loss and take your things. Immediately, Seal drew out his wand. The middle-aged dark wizard was startled. Mr. Seal, why are you taking out your wand? Seal chuckled and chanted the spell. Fluorescence. A bright light burst out from the tip of his wand, illuminating the road ahead. He smiled. The road ahead is so dark, I'll cast a fluorescent spell to light up the road. I dare to follow you into this alley. Are you afraid of a little wizard like me? The middle-aged dark wizard thought so too. For a young wizard like this who hasn't even entered Hogwarts yet, the best he can do is cast a luminescent charm. How can he be a match for a vicious dark wizard like him? I'm afraid that the little wizard would be scared to death when he heard the 3 words dark wizard. So he grinned and complimented Charles. Mr. Seal is indeed from a prestigious family. He is already so skilled in using the luminescent charm before he even enters school. His future is limitless. Soon, he took Charles and walked into Nocturne Alley step by step. At the same time, in the shadows not far away, Tonks saw this scene and heard the conversation between Charles and the dark wizard, and she felt anxious. She was a trainee Auror after all, so of course she knew where the alley that Charles entered was. That is Nocturne Alley, a place that most wizards in the magical world are terrified of. This is also the result of a compromise between the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Wizards, allowing the Dark Wizards to have a place to trade, and there is anti-detection magic in it, so it doesn't matter if the Dark Wizards rob each other in it. As long as no unforgivable curses were used, or any cruel experiments were conducted, the Ministry of Magic would turn a blind eye and assume that nothing had happened. After all, the group of Dark Wizards has always existed in the magical world and cannot be eradicated. If a one-size-fits-all approach was adopted, they would be completely deprived of their places of trade and livelihood. With so many Dark Wizards scattered across the UK, the Ministry of Magic would be overwhelmed. Therefore, once entering Nocturne Alley, due to the anti-detection magic, if Seal was abducted by these Dark Wizards, it would not be easy to find him. These Dark Wizards went to great lengths to trick Charles here, so their intentions could not be simple. Thinking of this, whether out of her own mission or her innate sense of justice, Tonks could not sit idly by and watch all this happen. Immediately, Tonks drew her wand and prepared to rush into Nocturne Alley to rescue Seal. But the next moment, a binding spell flew from behind Tonks and hit Tonks, who was caught off guard. The dark wizard who had been following Tonks sneered at Tonks, who was lying on the ground. "Idiot, you are so inexperienced and you still want to learn how to step on the ground. You are unlucky today." As he waved his wand, Tonks' wand flew to the side and the ropes wrapped around Tonks. A look of regret appeared on Tonks' face. How could she have imagined that she had been discovered long ago and was still being secretly followed by the dark wizard? It's all over now. Not to mention saving Charles, I might even lose my life. At this time, Charles, who entered first, had his retreat blocked by the middle-aged black wizard, and 2 other wizards in black robes appeared in front of him. He asked with a strange look in his eyes. "Where are the things I need to collect? Have you brought them?" The middle-aged black wizard behind him showed a sarcastic look. He didn't expect that Charles hadn't reacted to the situation and was still thinking about collecting his things. The 2 black-robed wizards also laughed. Here we are, our Master Charles, please take a look." Then, the 2 black-robed wizards took out 2 packages. One package contained a glass bottle containing a green liquid. The other package contained something shaped like a shriveled persimmon, but it was only about the size of a football. Charles narrowed his eyes, recognized the 2 things, and an uncontrollable look of heat appeared on his face. That glass bottle contained the venom of the giant 8-eyed spider, and there was quite a lot of it, which was an extremely rare magical material. The football-sized, persimmon-shaped object was actually a shriveled dragon heart. Although a long time has passed and it is no longer fresh, and there is definitely not a drop of dragon blood left, the value of the dragon heart is still quite high. These are precious materials that are difficult to buy through normal channels. Apart from Nocturne Alley, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them even if you search the entire Diagon Alley. Seal licked his lips. A bottle of unknown spider blood. It's disgusting. Give it to 12 sickles. And that, ugh, dried animal organs, you want me to buy that too? Forget it. I am kind-hearted. 1 gold galleon. Add the 2 together to make it a perfect sum for you. I'll take both of them. As he spoke, Charles took out 2 gold galleons and smiled. You don't need to thank me. It's our duty to help people in need. This time, except for the middle-aged black wizard who had seen Charles's face before, the other 2 black wizards were also confused. This is the venom of the giant 8-eyed spider. How did it become the blood of an unknown spider? 12 silver sickles? Do you even know how many galleons a pint of that stuff is? And this is a dragon's heart. How dare you call it dried animal organs? Just 2 gold galleons for the total? How can you be so ruthless at such a young age? Charles spread his hands. How can this be considered evil? I warn you, you are insulting my character. If someone else had insulted me like this, I would have fought him to the end and demanded mental compensation. But you guys are already in a difficult situation. If I do something like this again, am I still a human being? I am a kind-hearted person. I don't want any compensation. Just leave your things behind. Silence echoed in Nocturne Alley. The three dark wizards looked at Charles with a feeling of gnashing their teeth, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through their hearts. Is this what you call kindness? This is simply a waste of money. The middle-aged dark wizard who brought Seal here could no longer bear it, drew out his wand and shouted angrily. You damn little wizard, you termite, you vampire, you actually dare to say that you have a kind heart. I have tolerated you for a long time. To tell you the truth, this is Nocturne Alley. Haha, we tricked you here specially. You don't think we really want to give you something, do you? Wait and see how I deal with you. At this moment, at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, Tonks, who was tied up, was dragged in by the dark wizard who was following her. The dark wizard said disdainfully. I subdued this idiot. He was still dazed when I knocked him down. Tonks looked at the four dark wizards in Nocturne Alley, the despair in her eyes became more and more intense. She couldn't even maintain the effect of the animagus disguise and returned to her original appearance. With pink hair and a youthful and beautiful face, she stands out in Nocturne Alley. When the four dark wizards saw Tonks' true appearance, they were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Okay, we thought it was a man, but it turned out to be a witch. Several greedy eyes roamed over Tonks. You're really young. You just graduated from Hogwarts, right? Tisk, tisk, it must taste delicious. When we have enough fun, we can sell your parts for a lot of gold galleons. Merlin, you are so kind to us. Today is our lucky day. Listening to their horrifying words, Tonks' eyes couldn't help but reveal fear. If she really fell into that situation, she would rather be hit by a killing curse. Just when several dark wizards couldn't help laughing triumphantly, Charles looked at Tonks, whose hair color and appearance had changed, and he seemed to have seen something that surprised him. With such features, he is definitely an animagus in disguise. This is an important material suggested by the Deep Blue system, which can greatly reduce the points required for subsequent deductions of the animagus transfiguration. Seal had been thinking of looking for Tonks later, but he didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, Tonks was actually here. He couldn't help laughing out loud. First it was the unicorn horn, then the acromantula venom and the dragon's heart, and now here comes a disguised animagus. Merlin, I don't know if today is your lucky day, but it's definitely mine. At the entrance of Nocturne Alley, the laughter of Charles and those dark wizards echoed together. Gradually, the laughter of the dark wizards stopped. The four dark wizards stared blankly at Charles, who was still laughing wildly, and fell silent for a while. After a moment, the leading dark wizard shouted angrily. Laugh, you're still laughing. Do you know what's going on now? Let me tell you, this is Nocturne Alley. The laws of the wizarding world don't apply here. No one will know what happened here. If you hope that someone will come to rescue you if you delay, you are making a wrong decision. The four dark wizards had ferocious looks in their eyes and raised their wands. At this time, Tonks, who was tied up with ropes, roared. Are you crazy? Seal is still just a child. If you need money, come to me, don't hurt the child. The dark wizard's eyes immediately fell on Tonks. You. Tonks gritted her teeth. I am related to the Black family and the Lestrange family. They are ancient and prestigious families in the wizarding world. They are very wealthy, but have few heirs. I have money. If you want money, I can ask these two families to pool it together. Just let Seal go. When these dark wizards heard this, they were overjoyed, and the ecstasy and greed in their eyes could not be suppressed at all. I didn't expect you to be a noble lady too. I said today is our lucky day. But we can make twice the money, why should we make less? We want both of you, no one can be left behind. When Tonks was filled with despair and racked her brains to think of a way to escape with Seal, the four dark wizards raised their wands again and pointed them at Charles. It was at this moment that they saw Seal also facing them with his wand raised. The dark wizards all laughed. Oh, you are a very brave little wizard. You will definitely be able to go to Gryffindor in the future. But what are you doing with that wand of yours? Give us a firework display with a Lumos charm. A playful smile appeared on Charles's lips, even with a hint of anticipation. To be honest, except for the time with Dark, Charles had never used a magic wand in real combat. With so many new spells deduced, wouldn't it be a shame not to put them into practice? The next moment, Charles waved his wand quickly and said something faintly. A place without dust. The dustless land curse poured out instantly. An invisible magic field that was overbearing and repelling everything formed and spread out from around Charles at an extremely fast speed, enveloping all the dark wizards. The dark wizards saw the spell cast by Charles, but did not see any light from the spell, so they all burst into laughter. What kind of spell is this? Oh, that's amazing, it's really amazing, it must be a spell created by you, the amazing little wizard, right? It was so scary, I almost peed myself. But the next moment, when the field of the dustless land curse swept and spread, they wanted to knock Charles unconscious with the spell, but they were horrified to discover something. The magic power that was like blood and instinct had disappeared, even their wands seemed to have turned into broken wooden sticks and were completely useless. They waved their wands in vain, but there was no response at all. Even the ropes formed by the binding spell on Tonk's body fell down one by one. This scene made everyone present go blank in their minds, and the laughter of the dark wizards also stopped abruptly. But Charles hasn't stopped yet. After the clean land spell burst out, Charles waved his wand again. There was no sound, no chanting of spells, but with the waving of the magic wand, an extremely advanced transfiguration technique was performed. The ground under the feet of several dark wizards began to churn, and the originally solid bricks suddenly became soft and turned into a quagmire, trapping several people in it. The wands in their hands and the packages in their arms flew towards Charles as he waved his wand. Looking at the harvest in his hands, Charles showed a satisfied look on his face. 4 magic wands and 3 precious magical items, this is a very rich harvest. All this happened in a flash, and by the time the dark wizards reacted, only their heads were left sticking out of the mud. At this moment, they opened their eyes wide, the confusion and horror in their eyes disappeared, and then they understood one thing. Seal, the little wizard who hasn't even started school yet, surprisingly has the power to crush them all. Even so, Charles pretended to be ignorant and followed them into Nocturne Alley. It was obvious that they were determined to rob them. For a moment, several people's hearts were filled with grief and anger. You, Charles, are so rich, but you still want to rob these poor people, are you still human? He is like this at such a young age, rich but unkind, but after all, their lives were in Charles's hands, so they dared not speak out and could only speak humbly. Lord Seal, this time we were blind and failed. But you didn't lose anything, and you even stole 3 precious magical items from us. Is that enough? The middle-aged dark wizard in the lead tried to persuade Charles to return the 3 items to them in a soft yet firm manner. We are all the scum of the wizarding world, but you still have a bright future ahead of you. How can you degenerate and become one with us? Mr. Charles, robbery is unacceptable. Otherwise, if the Ministry of Magic finds out, and if Hogwarts finds out, your future will be ruined. Seal raised an eyebrow, he didn't expect these dark wizards to dare to speak. He said jokingly. Are you going to sue me for robbery at the Ministry? Aren't you afraid that your attempt to kidnap me will be known to the Ministry of Magic and you will be tried? The leading dark wizard said with a firm expression. We are familiar with the laws of the wizarding world. We did not succeed in the kidnapping. At most, it is an attempted crime and we will not be sentenced to any punishment. But Mr. Seal, you really did commit a robbery. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, it will leave an indelible mark on your future. I advise you to return the things to us. How about we just pretend that what happened today never happened? Charles sneered. Are you kidding me? Now that something is in your hands, you want me to give it back? He asked calmly. Since you are so knowledgeable about the laws of the wizarding world, I would like to ask you for advice. Is there a law to protect minors in the wizarding world? I am an 11-year-old kid who hasn't even entered Hogwarts yet. I accidentally killed a few dark wizards by over-defending myself. Will I be sentenced? You must know exactly what the Wisengamot jury would sentence me under these circumstances, right? Charles slowly raised his wand, and the swamp continued to churn, causing the wizards to slowly sink. At this moment, it felt like 10,000 horses were galloping through the hearts of those dark wizards. I forgot, he's 11 years old, one of the T0 in this version, don't mess with him. The dark wizards cried out in fear as the quagmire gradually submerged them up to their chins. Master Seal, calm down. Calm down. It's not worth it. Nocturne Alley is not a lawless place. Don't mess around. We have relatives and friends in Nocturne Alley, all of them are powerful dark wizards. As soon as these words were spoken, the churning quagmire solidified immediately. Just when the dark wizards thought their warning might have worked, Seal revealed an expression that made them shudder. Charles licked his lips, his eyes eager. Do you have any relatives or friends? Are they all powerful dark wizards? Good, very good, talented people, all of them are talented. What I, Seal, like most is talent. Charles slowly grinned, looking at the deep Nocturne Alley as if he had seen a treasure trove. He pointed his wand at the dark wizards. Go, send a message to all the dark wizards you know in Nocturne Alley. Tell them there's an opportunity to make a fortune here. Your group can't handle it all, so tell them all to come over. When Seal's words came out, not only the dark wizards were confused, but Tonks beside them was also confused. She couldn't help but speak. Charles, let's go quickly. This is Nocturne Alley. It's too dangerous. Before he finished speaking, Charles glanced at her. You are such a novice, and you still want to teach me how to do things. Immediately, with a wave of her wand, the ground beneath Tonks' feet churned and turned into a quagmire that submerged her. Charles nodded in satisfaction. This way, when we rob the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley later, we won't have to worry about Tonks, our precious material, escaping, nor will we have to worry about this woman doing anything weird. This is what he learned from watching countless movies in his previous life. When doing big things, all interfering factors must be eliminated to avoid any accidents. Then, he pointed the wand in his hand at the dark wizards again. Will you call for help? These dark wizards had a dreamy trance look on their faces. After looking at each other, the same meaning was revealed in their eyes. Why do you think we should mess with him? It's really unlucky to find such a ruthless person. But he is a dark wizard after all, and he has no moral burden. Faced with Seal's wand and the transfiguration quagmire that was gradually suffocating them, they nodded in agreement without hesitation. One of the dark wizards took the wand and obediently sent the dark wizard's secret language into Nocturne Alley as Charles requested. Then he carefully put down the wand and looked at Charles with a malicious light flashing in his eyes. Lord Seal, I did as you said. Our relatives and friends will be here soon. The other dark wizards who were trapped in the quagmire also had coldness in their eyes. This is Nocturne Alley, and there's no telling how many dark wizards roam around here. They just didn't believe it. Could a little wizard like Charles really suppress the entire Nocturne Alley? More and more dark wizards will come from Nocturne Alley soon, and Charles will definitely be defeated. By then, they vowed to repay Charles 100-fold for what he had done. Just at this moment, several black-robed figures hurried in from Nocturne Alley, still discussing the secret words that had just flown into Nocturne Alley. An opportunity to make a fortune. Seal was caught. Where is he? When they saw Charles standing alone at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, the dark wizards who had rushed over were overjoyed, their eyes full of greed. Really, Seal? This overwhelming wealth has fallen upon us. But the next moment, the dust-free land expanded again, enveloping them. Several branches turned into ropes, wrapped around them, and then swung them violently. With a plop, these dark wizards were also thrown into the quagmire, splashing mud all over the sky. Their wands and the magical items they carried were scattered on the ground and became Charles's trophies. Seal pointed his wand at them and said coldly, "Keep calling for help into Nocturne Alley. Otherwise, although I don't know how to cast the Cruciatus curse, I guarantee that being drowned in muddy water will not be a pleasant experience." These new dark wizards were all stunned, but they quickly understood the situation. A few more secret messages flew towards the depths of Nocturne Alley. Come on! This Charles has so many goodies on him that we can't even eat them all. Let's all get rich together. Dark wizards don't lie to dark wizards. The continuous whispers that flew by also broke the silence of Nocturne Alley. In Nocturne Alley at night, there were shadowy figures appearing, and it was almost as lively as Diagon Alley during the day. However, what greeted these dark wizards who wanted to get rich was not the shining gold galleons, but the combination of Char's unsolvable dustless land curse and the transfiguration quagmire. In just over 10 minutes, the entrance to Nocturne Alley was already covered in a quagmire filled with dark wizards planted by Charles. Seal has collected nearly 30 magic wands alone. Other miscellaneous black magic items were also scattered on the ground, including a few things that were comparable to the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider. Looking at these harvests, Charles took a deep breath and looked at the gloomy and deep Nocturne Alley in front of him, as if he had seen some holy place. You have to pay to buy things in other places, but in Nocturne Alley, you don't even need to pay to rob others. Is there a better place in the wizarding world? In Charles's heart, Nocturne Alley is now the place second only to the dreamland of Arlie. However, when Charles glanced at the dark wizards who were stuck in the quagmire, he was deeply dissatisfied with the number of dark wizards. Why are there so few people? Nocturne Alley is so big and deep, and I see there are so many doors and windows. How can you, 30 or so dark wizards, come out? No way. His eyes swept towards Nocturne Alley. That means there are still many dark wizards who haven't come out yet. Charles was quite dissatisfied with this. What happened? As a dark wizard, you have all this wealth right before your eyes, but you don't even come out. This is very unprofessional of you. If you guys don't come out, I'll go in and search every house, right? Immediately, Charles waved his wand, released the middle-aged black wizard from the mud, and conjured up a rope to tie him up. I, Charles, am kind-hearted. I cannot bear to see the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley suffer from poverty, so I must deliver the goods to their doorsteps. Take me in and identify each door. At this moment, the middle-aged dark wizard's eyes had lost their light as he witnessed Charles planting dark wizards one after another into the mud like potatoes. In his eyes, Charles was simply a monster, and he was scared to death. Besides, being stuck in the mud and feeling the fear that the mud could drown him at any time was enough to consume his already limited courage. The middle-aged dark wizard was as obedient as a quail, taking Charles into Nocturne Alley and identifying dark wizards from house to house. He pointed to a door. Here, there lives a dark wizard, and he hasn't come out. Charles grinned and shouted outside the door. Open the door, Mr. Dark Wizard, please open the door. I'm here to bring you wealth. A muffled voice came from inside, but even through the door, one could hear the fear in it. No, I don't need it. I'm used to being poor. There's nothing wrong with being a little poor. Thank you for your kindness. The next moment, Seal pointed his wand at the door. Araho Cave is open. The Unlocking Charm, a spell that students learn in their first year at Hogwarts. With the amount of magical knowledge that Charles had acquired after repeated deductions in the Deep Blue system, he was able to use it skillfully by just flipping through the elementary spell book. But after the unlocking spell hit the door lock, the door did not open. The middle-aged dark wizard explained. Every door and window in Nocturne Alley is protected from the unlocking spell. After all, here, no one wants to have their house turned upside down when they go out. There was also a sound of relief coming from inside the room. Yes, that's right. I have specially reinforced the door of my room. You can't open it. Mr. Charles, I really don't want this opportunity to make a fortune. Let's give it to someone else. Seal took a deep breath. Do not want. I'm here to give you a chance to get rich, and you don't want it. Are you going to trample on my kindness and good intentions? Good intentions should not be rewarded like this. Immediately, Charles whispered the incantation of the high-frequency laser spell. A bright and dazzling laser burst out from Seal's wand. The laser that could melt and cut even steel easily opened a big hole in the door in front of him like cutting tofu, revealing the dark wizard inside with a confused and terrified look on his face. Without waiting for him to chant the spell, Charles waved his wand, and the messy debris in the house was transformed under the transfiguration spell, hanging the dark wizard in the air, and the wand and all the magic items fell out. Seal turned and looked at the middle-aged dark wizard. The next one. The middle-aged dark wizard's eyes became more and more odd, and he obediently led Charles from house to house in Nocturne Alley. The dazzling lasers hardly ever stopped in Nocturne Alley. The terrified and frightened cries of the dark wizards echoed in the night sky of Nocturne Alley, but outside the alley, all that could be heard was silence. In a bar in Nocturne Alley, several dark wizards hid behind the bar, curled up and shivering. Some of them were holding their wands and shouting angrily. Shame, this is such a shame. In Nocturne Alley, a place that makes people shudder with fear, we, a group of vicious dark wizards, were defeated by a little wizard. We were so scared that we hid in the bar and trembled, not daring to come out. If this gets out, dark wizards from other countries will look down on us. Think about it, if those French dark wizards heard about this, would we still be able to hold our heads high? The dark wizards nearby were also angry when they heard this. Those French guys? Why do they do that? When Grindelwald first rose to power, they were the first to surrender. Do they have the right to criticize us? No, no matter who you ask me to be looked down upon, I can't let those French guys look down upon me. The dark wizard who spoke earlier nodded repeatedly. That's right, we should go out and kill that guy Seal. The dark wizards nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, kill Seal. Strongly agree. Since you said so, then go ahead. The dark wizard just now was stunned for a moment. We should go together, why should I go? This is to protect everyone's reputation. The other dark wizards were not interested. Forget it. I'm already an adult. What kind of reputation do I have? When the Death Eaters were recruiting, weren't we all rejected? We are just a bunch of small fry. Can you please stop thinking of yourself as a powerful dark wizard who can stop a baby from crying at night? How much is fame worth? Let's hide here and not go out. I don't think Charles will be able to find us. At this moment, a dazzling laser lit up. The doors and windows of the bar, which were protected by protective spells, were easily shattered into pieces by the high-frequency laser spell. The light illuminated the pale faces of the dark wizards huddled behind the counter, and also illuminated Charles's grinning mouth. Ah, there are a few little mice hiding here. Found you! Screams of terror pierced the night sky of Nocturne Alley, and then quickly turned into silence, as if being swallowed by some monster. The few little mice that Charles had just found were now hung upside down by ropes created by transfiguration, and their wands and magic items were also looted by Charles. In Charles's hand was a bag that had been extended with a traceless stretching spell. Even though the space inside the bag had been expanded a lot, it still seemed a bit stretched at the moment. It was almost filled with the harvest from Nocturne Alley. Fortunately, after this bar, the area belonging to Nocturne Alley is almost at the end. Charles strolled forward and saw a quaint shop in front of him with a sign of Borgin and Burke's hanging on it. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Charles did not break the door with a high-frequency laser spell as before, but stopped at a distance. Charles still had some fears about this store that stood firm in Nocturne Alley. When Voldemort graduated from Hogwarts, he didn't even go to the Ministry of Magic, preferring to work in this store. Although a big part of the reason was that Voldemort wanted to find some strange items here to make Horcruxes, Voldemort was not a person who liked to waste time. If Voldemort couldn't learn anything here, he wouldn't be able to stay for long. Even Voldemort, who had just graduated from Hogwarts, had already mastered advanced black magic such as making Horcruxes, and his strength had surpassed most of the Hogwarts professors. But even so, he still patiently stayed in Borgin and Burke's for a long time. The place where he can learn something must be very deep. What's more, the Vanishing Cabinet, the key item for assassinating Dumbledore in the original book, also appeared in this store. Being able to participate in this matter and play a key role further proves that this store is fundamentally different from those dark wizards outside. Seal had no intention of forcing his way into Borgin and Burke's until he had the strength to ensure that he would not fail. Just as Seal stopped in front of Borgin and Burke's, a greasy voice came from inside. "Mr. Charles, you made a wise choice. Believe me, if you break into Borgin and Burke's, you will definitely pay an unimaginable price. How about this, we should live in harmony, how about you just leave now?" Seal raised an eyebrow. He didn't intend to force his way in here, but since he was already here, should he go back empty-handed? The treasures in Borgin and Burke's are much better than the collections of those poor dark wizards. He sneered. Peace is the most precious thing? Let's be frank. I, Charles, am robbing. The greasy voice inside obviously carried a bit of anger. Robbery. You can try. I guarantee that walking into Borgin and Burke's will be the biggest regret of your life. There was a strange look on Charles's face. Is it? That may not be the case. Who says you have to go in if you want to rob someone? Charles said quietly, holding his wand. Mr. Borgin, do you believe me throwing shit at the door of your shop? In Borgin and Burke's, the greasy voice fell into a long silence, followed by an incomprehensible exclamation. Charles, you are a scoundrel with a black heart. You are shameless. Seal shrugged. Do we need to talk about morality when dealing with dark wizards? Besides, I have never claimed that I am a person of high moral standards. As he spoke, Charles seemed to remember something and took out a magic camera from a seamless stretch pocket he carried with him. He said excitedly. I'll film the whole process of throwing feces and send it to the Daily Prophet or something like that. In the store, Mr. Borgin was really panicked. Throwing feces? Even a dark wizard couldn't think of such a dirty trick. Even though his shop is located in Nocturne Alley, many important people come here to deal with some shameful things. If the photo of him being splashed with feces were to get out, those wealthy aristocratic wizards would probably not even set foot on the floor tiles in front of his door. This caused Mr. Borgin to utter a vicious curse. I really hope that the hat at the Hogwarts sorting ceremony can be smart for once and put you in Azkaban. That's where you belong. But then, Mr. Borgin compromised and packed up a few treasures in the store into a package and threw it out. Seal waved his wand, opened the package, and saw a withered human hand inside. This is a black magic item called the Hand of Glory. When a candle is lit in the Hand of Glory, it will emit a light that can only be seen by the holder, and it is enough to illuminate most of the magical fog. In the original book, this item also played a significant role in helping Malfoy and his Death Eaters sneak into Hogwarts to assassinate Dumbledore. Seal didn't expect that Borgin would take this thing out directly. This was a pleasant surprise. This thing may be used as material for further deduction of the luminescent spell. If we can integrate the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse with features that are only visible to the user, the power of the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse may not increase, but its concealment will be greatly improved. When the enemy dies, they won't even know how they died. As for the other two items in the package, they are not as special as the Hand of Glory and will most likely be directly absorbed as deduction points. However, when put together with the Hand of Glory, the magic power contained in these two items is also extraordinary, and should be able to provide a considerable amount of deduction points. Charles's eyes showed satisfaction. Compared to those poor dark wizards, Borgin is obviously much richer. When I have enough strength, I will come back and see what other collections Borgin has. As for now, tonight's bounty is bountiful enough. Charles seized more than 70 magic wands alone, as well as dozens of various miscellaneous black magic items, including precious materials such as unicorn horns, 8-eyed giant spider venom, and dragon hearts. Not to mention there is Tonks, a disguised animagus. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. I have already gathered all the points for the secondary deduction of the animagus transfiguration. With this harvest and Tonks material, perhaps we can deduce the animagus transfiguration 3 times in one go. Then this will be another magic that has been deduced 3 times after the Eternal Blazing Sun Curse. Think about the power of the Eternal Sun Curse, which was derived from the Luminescence Curse. Seal doesn't think that the 3 deductions of transfiguration in the direction of animagus are inferior to the Eternal Sun spell. Perhaps. A problem that the wizarding world has never solved before, the magical animagus that can transform into magical animals will be born tonight. With such expectations, Charles carried his harvest and hurried towards the entrance of Nocturne Alley. When Charles returned to the entrance of Nocturne Alley, a group of dark wizards were still stuck like potatoes in the quagmire created by transfiguration. Seeing Charles's figure coming from the depths of Nocturne Alley, these dark wizards' eyes were filled with deep fear. During the time that Charles disappeared, they prayed countless times that God would have mercy on them and kill this daring little wizard in the depths of Nocturne Alley. But now, Charles came out intact, and even the bag in his hand made a clanging sound with his footsteps, obviously full of spoils. What does this mean? This means that the entire Nocturne Alley was really destroyed by Charles. Nocturne Alley, which makes ordinary wizards shudder with fear, was robbed today by a young wizard who has not yet entered school. What kind of little monster is this? Even Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or even he who must not be named, wouldn't be able to have such strength at this age. One after another, they looked at Charles with eyes filled with fear, awe, and some even reverence. When Charles's gaze turned to them, the dark wizards subconsciously lowered their heads, showing the humble attitude of the weak facing the strong. Seal nodded in satisfaction, waved his wand, and released Tonks, who was trapped in the swamp. At this moment, Tonks was also filled with shock. She couldn't imagine that a little wizard could accomplish such a feat and rob all the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. This is 11 years old. Tonks, who had always thought she was talented, suddenly felt a strong sense of disillusionment. Am I really that bad? But then Tonks came to her senses and couldn't help but persuade Charles. Charles, it's wrong for you to do this. Although these are dark wizards, you are committing robbery and the amount is huge. If the Ministry of Magic gets to know, you will be in big trouble. Before he finished speaking, Charles frowned. It's noisy. With a wave of the wand, several ropes were coiled into a ball and stuffed into Tonks' mouth, leaving her with only a slight whimper. Then, tighter ropes were tied around Tonks, even her hands and feet were tied tightly, to prevent her from disapparating and escaping, leaving Seal without the material for the animagus disguise, which was unique in the wizarding world. It was at this moment that he seemed to be reminded by Tonks' words just now. Charles, who was about to leave, glanced at these dark wizards and asked. As you all heard, there was quite a lot of noise tonight. If the Ministry of Magic knew about it, I would be in a lot of trouble. You're not going to the Ministry of Magic to complain that I robbed you. I'm going to Hogwarts soon, and I don't want to face questions from the Ministry of Magic every other day. Will you go to the Ministry? The dark wizards were frightened and shook their heads hurriedly, not daring to hesitate for the slightest. They now had no doubt that if their answers did not satisfy Charles, they might really be drowned in the mud by this little monster. No, how could that be? We are dark wizards, why would we go to the Ministry of Magic to complain? Don't worry, Lord Seal. We dark wizards have professional ethics. Seal raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. What if someone investigates and asks what happened tonight and why there was such a big commotion? What do you say? The dark wizards fell silent. The next moment, a clever dark wizard immediately said. We in Nocturne Alley have always had a simple and honest folk customs. We all love each other as a family. We are also very enthusiastic about the children who come to Nocturne Alley. The commotion tonight was caused by us in Nocturne Alley holding a welcoming ceremony for Mr. Charles. Xia paused for a moment, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Then your doors and windows are all broken, many people are drowned in the mud, and many people are hung upside down. This time, there was no need for the clever dark wizard to come up with a solution, as other dark wizards immediately followed suit. This is all carnival content. We are so happy. We saw Mr. Charles coming to Nocturne Alley. He was so excited that he took down his doors and windows. As for being drowned in the mud and hanging upside down, these are all performances. We are performing the mud holding performance, and those are performing acrobatics. Seal asked the last question with satisfaction. If someone asks you where your wands and other magical items are, how will you answer? All the dark wizards present gave the same answer. Gift. Local specialties. Mr. Charles is leaving Nocturne Alley, and we are so reluctant to let him go, so we gave these things to Mr. Charles as gifts and local specialties. We all gave it voluntarily. This time, Charles was completely satisfied. He held out his hand, intending to take Tonks to the leaky cauldron to study the materials for animagus disguise. But when he saw Tonks covered in mud, Seal withdrew his hand, and with a look of disgust, he used transfiguration to conjure up a garbage cart and threw Tonks into it. At this moment, Tonks looked at the walls of the garbage truck with a look of despair on her face, as if her soul had been pulled out of the world. She was filled with one thought. This magic world should just be destroyed. It was long after Seal took Tonks away from Nocturne Alley that the mud and ropes transformed by the transfiguration were finally removed. The dark wizards, covered in dust and dirt, were shivering and moving their stiff bodies. Tonight was a complete nightmare for them. After they recovered a little, all the dark wizards showed expressions of hatred, and their eyes were directed at the first few dark wizards who brought Seal to Diagon Alley. You were the ones who led Seal here. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you mess with him? Now I'm gone. I have nothing left. All the gold galleons on me were taken away by Charles. Are you guys undercover agents hired by Seal? When the dark wizards saw this scene, they swallowed their saliva. The middle-aged dark wizard quickly explained. How could that be? How could we be undercover agents hired by Seal? We have a deep hatred with Charles, and we cannot reconcile with each other. Then he quickly added. It's not over yet. Today's matter is definitely not over yet. We can't just let Seal go. We have to get back what we have earned from our hard work. Everyone was just pretending to be nice to Charles, right? Now that Charles is gone, we can speak freely. We will go to the Ministry of Magic, we will go to the Wisengamot Court, we will go to Hogwarts to put up banners and demand an explanation. A madman like Seal will never be able to enter Hogwarts. We will make him lose the qualification to enter Hogwarts, and we will make him be sentenced by the Wisengamot to break his wand. We will make Seal pay the price for what he did today. He and his 3 direct descendants will not be able to pass the examination for the Ministry of Magic. Before he finished speaking, a huge duel hit the middle-aged dark wizard in the face. This was followed by the increasingly angry voices of the dark wizards nearby. In this case, if Seal doesn't go to Hogwarts, he will have to stay in the dark wizarding world, right? Then what do we do? You have such a cruel heart and such a vicious suggestion. Do you want us to die? You son of a bitch, you still say you're not undercover. Beat these undercover dogs to death and expel them from the dark wizarding society. Outside Nocturne Alley, the several dark wizards who had lured Charles here earlier all limped out with bruised faces and noses. Their faces were filled with dejection. Originally, he was thinking of making a fortune from Charles, a big fat sheep, and living the life of a wealthy wizard from then on. But I never expected that this was not a fat sheep at all, but a tiger in sheep's clothing. Now not only did they not make any money, but the 3 precious materials they bought with the mortgage loan were snatched away by Charles, and even their wands were taken away, and they were boycotted by the dark wizards. The day of debt collection from Gringotts was imminent, and if they couldn't pay off the debts, they knew with their butts that those goblins would absolutely squeeze out all the remaining value of their lives. These dark wizards, you look at me and I look at you. What should we do now? It seems like we can't survive in the British wizarding world anymore. I heard that Gringotts is as cruel as ice to wizards who owe them money. Just when they felt they were at their wits' end, the middle-aged dark wizard in the lead gritted his teeth and said, "I know a rumor that may help us turn things around." Several people looked over, and the middle-aged dark wizard continued. "I heard that there is such a legend in the wilderness of northern Scotland. Legend has it that there was a pair of wizard tomb robbers who specialized in stealing treasures from tombs. They lived a wealthy life and even enjoyed robbing tombs. Until one day, they dug up an ancient tomb and unearthed an exquisite magic necklace. It is said that the necklace is made of a magical metal that no one has ever seen before. It is shaped like the fangs of some kind of beast. Just one look at it will give you a sense of horror mixed with gorgeous beauty." Later, the pair of wizard tomb robbers disappeared. Some legends say that they had an internal conflict over the necklace and both died in the duel. Others say that the necklace had some special magic that made them crazy and brought them to their own cemetery. But what is certain is that the magic necklace is absolutely priceless. If we could dig it out of its grave in the wilds of northern Scotland, wouldn't that be a game changer? After these words were spoken, several other dark wizards also showed excited looks in their eyes. The priceless magic necklace is their only chance to turn the tables. The middle-aged dark wizard continued to encourage. "A person can be unlucky for a while, but he can't be unlucky for his whole life, right? We have hit rock bottom. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore." After a while, they unanimously decided to go to the wilderness of northern Scotland to look for the legendary magic fang necklace. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, the garbage truck squeaked as it rolled on its own, and Tonks was jolted in the car, feeling like she had no desire to live. Being tied up by a little wizard and shoveled away in a garbage truck like this, Tonks felt like she was having an extremely ridiculous nightmare. And Charles was walking slowly on the side, looking very relaxed. But if you look closely, you can see that his fingers are tightly clenched on the mithril wand, and his knuckles appear raised and white. Then, as if he was tripped, Charles staggered, but in fact he took the opportunity to turn around quickly and pointed his wand at a shadow on the street. "You've followed me all the way, come out." After a moment's silence, a figure wrapped in a large turban slowly walked out from the shadows. A curious voice sounded. "How did you find me?" Looking at this figure, Charles's expression was extremely solemn. In this kind of weather, he still has a headscarf wrapped around the back of his head, so his identity is obvious. It was Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who was possessed by Voldemort in the original book and broke into Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Under that turban, on the back of Quirrell's head was Voldemort's face. Seal didn't know when Quirrell had targeted him. Now it seemed likely that Quirrell had been in Diagon Alley before. He witnessed everything Charles did and followed him all the way. If Charles had not cast a clean earth spell when he left Nocturne Alley in order to completely eliminate all traces of magic he had left behind, which just happened to cover the area where Quirrell was and sensed the extremely suffocating and terrifying magic, Charles would not have discovered that there was such a person lurking in the dark. At this moment, Charles felt cold sweat gradually seeping out of his back. He is not afraid of Quirrell, what he fears is the Voldemort in Quirrell. Although Voldemort is now in a state of residual soul, which is far from his heyday, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even someone like Dumbledore did not act rashly before he fully understood Voldemort's remaining strength, so naturally, Charles was very wary. While tightly gripping the wand, Seal was ready to recite the killing curse. He also felt relieved. Fortunately, I had previously deduced the apparition, otherwise if I were to fall into this situation and fail to win, I would be at the mercy of others. As for now, at least he could still run. But what made Charles slightly relieved was that Quirrell didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him, but instead applauded him. "I saw you wandering into Nocturne Alley before, and I was going to protect you, but I realized it was not necessary at all. Mr. Seal, you are a little wizard of Muggle origin who has not even enrolled in Hogwarts yet you have such profound attainments in transfiguration. If we were at Hogwarts now, I would add 100 points to your house. After some praise, Quirrell revealed his identity. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I am the defense against the dark arts professor hired by Hogwarts this year. I was in Nocturne Alley buying some materials for my class, but I didn't expect to witness such an astonishing scene. Then, Quirrell blinked his eyes, as if trying to get closer to Seal. I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. After all, everyone should have some little secrets, right? And in the next moment, Qiluo's temperament became even colder and deeper. He waved his wand casually, and a street lamp turned into a thick python, coiled on the street, making a hissing sound. When Charles saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly and he exclaimed in amazement. It looks like Voldemort in Quirrell has taken action. Is he showing his strength to himself? This kind of transformation is indeed amazing. Although Seal was the first to deduce transfiguration, his attainments were only as profound as those of ordinary wizards. Compared with perverted geniuses like Voldemort and Dumbledore, his level was not even as good as theirs when they graduated, let alone Voldemort today. Just this move of Voldemort made a deep blue reminder sound in Charles's mind. The host has obtained the living creature transformation branch material of the transfiguration spell. The points required for secondary deduction in this direction have decreased. Such a reminder made Charles happy. Wow, I didn't expect that when I first met Voldemort, he gave me a small gift. As for why Voldemort showed off his transfiguration skills in front of him, Charles probably guessed that he wanted to seduce him so that he would continue to look for him after entering Hogwarts, or even help him steal the Philosopher's Stone. He might even make himself a hidden agent lurking beside Dumbledore. This made an idea come to Charles's mind. There aren't many opportunities to come into contact with a wizard of Voldemort's level. Although Dumbledore had previously promised to teach Charles more spells, this old bee was too wary and would set tests at every turn, which was not very pleasant. If he could see more advanced magic here at Voldemort's place, the materials Deep Blue could obtain alone would be enough to save Charles a lot of deduction points in the future. But Voldemort was not a philanthropist. When he possessed Quirrell, he had to consume his own strength. If he had not been greatly stimulated, he would not have displayed too much advanced magic. Is there any way to make Voldemort act on his impulse? Just as Charles was thinking about it, Voldemort, who possessed Quirrell, spoke tempting words. Char, your talents and gifts are not something that ordinary professors can teach you. But I happen to know some powerful magic, such as the transfiguration you just saw. After school starts, you can come to me for advice if you need to learn any magic. Teach me, but don't keep anything secret. Looking at Charles, Voldemort was very confident that this little wizard would not be able to resist the temptation and come to him. How could a talented young wizard who already had such great accomplishments in transfiguration before entering school resist the temptation to learn more advanced magic? At this moment, Charles's eyes lit up and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Immediately, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Ah, Professor, I thought you were going to teach me something, but it turns out it's transfiguration. Then, Charles lowered his voice. Then let me tell you a little secret. Headmaster Dumbledore has already promised me that he will personally teach me transfiguration after school starts. The headmaster also said that his transfiguration is the strongest in the entire wizarding world. I even asked the principal who had better transfiguration skills, him or the you-know-who. The principal said that the you-know-who wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. According to the principal, a lot of the you-know-who's magic was actually plagiarized from his notes, and then shamelessly claimed it as his own. It's simply shameless. After Charles said this, Quirrell's expression gradually became stiffer. What? Dumbledore, old headmaster, said that. How shameless! Shameless, this is absolutely shameless. Qiluo was cursing there with gnashing teeth. Seal tilted his head and asked curiously. Professor, why do you hate me so much? Who are you calling shameless? Qiluo had a stiff expression, forced a smile, and spoke word by word through gritted teeth. I mean the mysterious person who plagiarized Headmaster Dumbledore's magic is shameless, really shameless. Stealing magical achievements is the most despised thing in the magic world. Seal nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Principal Dumbledore told me that the you-know-who is famous for the killing curse and claims to have developed it from runes, but that is not the case at all. The principal said that he had developed the killing curse a long time ago, but because it was too cruel, he only wrote it down in his notebook. It was eventually stolen by a mysterious person and became his signature. Voldemort, who occupied Quirrell's body, was stunned, as if he was in some kind of confusion. Then, Charles dropped another bombshell. The principal also said that the mysterious man also stole the transfiguration technique from him, and what he learned was only the basics. Back then, the you-know-who wanted to complete a transfiguration called animagus and transform into a giant snake, but something went wrong, and it was Headmaster Dumbledore who changed him back. The reason why the mysterious man lost his nose was because of the after effects of his animagus transformation. The principal shook his head when he mentioned it. He said that if he had known, he would not have saved the mysterious man and let him eat rats until he died. Voldemort's face turned blue and purple. He never expected to hear such news from Charles. Dumbledore, this sinister and cunning old bee, actually used such words to slander himself behind his back? The killing curse was clearly an achievement that he was proud of, so when did it become his? Also, the reason why I lost my nose was completely intentional, it was just a trivial price I paid for the dark magic of transfiguration. How did it become that I failed in the transfiguration and was saved by Dumbledore? Rumors, they are all rumors that discredit myself. Old B. Dumbledore, how many rumors did he spread during the years he disappeared, but after his anger, Voldemort still had a trace of doubt. He really didn't think Dumbledore was a saint, but could Dumbledore's quality really be so low? Could it be that the little wizard seal was talking nonsense? The next moment, a gleam of light flashed across Voldemort's eyes. This is his innate ability, similar to legilimency, which has reached its peak after constant tempering and transformation by black magic, and can detect almost any lie. Lying in front of the Dark Lord was something that was generally considered impossible among the Death Eaters. Even though this little bit of soul is all he has left, Voldemort can still use this ability. He wanted to see if what Charles said was true. At the same time, a deep blue voice sounded in Seal's mind. The host has obtained legilimency magic materials. The points required to deduce the legilimency spell will be greatly reduced. There was also a hint of strangeness in Charles's eyes. Since Deep Blue said so, that means Voldemort is already very angry, right? Legilimency is almost like a natural instinct. No one can lie in front of the Dark Lord? What if I didn't lie? Charles considered it for a moment, then began to fan the flames again. In the heart of Headmaster Dumbledore, he has only one real opponent and nemesis, and that is Grindelwald. What a mysterious man! In Dumbledore's opinion, he is not as good as Grindelwald. In Dumbledore's mind, the only person who can be called the Dark Lord is Grindelwald. As soon as these words were spoken, Voldemort, who was using his own talent to judge the truth of Charles's words, just stayed there. Really, he could sense that what Charles said was true. If those previous words had angered Voldemort and made Voldemort feel that Dumbledore, the old bee, was becoming more and more shameless. These few sentences now completely broke down Voldemort's defense. He never imagined that he regarded Dumbledore as his greatest opponent, but in Dumbledore's eyes, he, the Dark Lord who caused havoc, was nothing and could not compare to the failed Grindelwald. Why? Wouldn't that make me just like a clown? Dumbledore! Voldemort roared angrily in his heart. You will pay for what you said. Then, as if he had made up his mind, his eyes became much colder as he looked at Charles. Seal, Dumbledore's magic is certainly powerful, but I have traveled in the wizarding world for many years and have also obtained some mysterious and powerful magic, which may not be inferior to Dumbledore's. Come to my office after school starts, and I'll teach you all these magic tricks. Believe me, once you use it, I guarantee that even Headmaster Dumbledore will be frightened. Charles raised his eyebrows, looking doubtful. Really? Okay, then Professor, I'll give you a chance. Voldemort took a deep breath, turned and walked away into the shadows. He returned the body to Quirrell, and Quirrell, who had regained control of his body, was as pale as paper and asked tremblingly. Master, are you really going to teach Seal magic? Voldemort's voice, filled with infinite anger, echoed in his soul. I was just planning to use Seal as a pawn, taking advantage of his pursuit of power and seeing if I could put him to good use. But now, I have changed my mind. Dumbledore, that damn old bastard, I'm going to let him know what the price is for completely angering me. I want to prove to Seal that Dumbledore's outdated magic is nothing compared to mine. I want Seal to completely surrender to the dark side and severely hurt Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort's voice was cold. Didn't Dumbledore have his boy who lived? It just so happens that I heard that this seal has recently been called another boy who lived. Then he will be mine. Then Voldemort urged Quirrell. Get ready. I need to break into Gringotts as soon as possible and get the Philosopher's Stone to rebuild my body. I've had enough of this kind of life. When I rebuild my body, I will terrify Dumbledore and make this seal crawl at my feet. Watching Quirrell's figure disappear into the distance, Charles's tense body gradually relaxed and he let out a long sigh. It has to be said that although Seal successfully broke Voldemort's defense with his familiarity with the plot, he got the opportunity to go to Hogwarts to learn Voldemort's advanced dark magic. But the pressure that Voldemort's fury just now brought to Charles was also enormous. If a fight really breaks out, and if the magic Charles has fails to work in the first place, he will probably have no choice but to use apparition to escape. It can only be said that his current strength is still quite far from the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort. To others, this is a matter of course. After all, Dumbledore and Voldemort are the top figures in the wizarding world. It is simply crazy for a little wizard like Seal to want to compete with them in strength. But there was a hint of coldness in Charles's eyes. He didn't like this feeling of being oppressed. Moreover, for him, the chasm that is difficult for ordinary people to cross may only take one night. After taking a deep breath, Seal quickened his pace and took Tonks back to the leaky cauldron. Clank, clank. Charles poured out a large bag of spoils, his expression gradually becoming more and more heated. This is what we reaped from tonight's looting of Nocturne Alley. If it is completely digested, the 3 deductions of transfiguration will be completed. I can't say anything about Voldemort in his heyday, but if it's Voldemort possessing Quirrell, Charles may be able to take a chance on him. The next moment, Charles grabbed a bottle of 8-eyed giant spider venom and gulped it down. Deep Blue, dinner is ready. As he drank a bottle of 8-eyed giant spider venom, a series of Deep Blue prompt sounds suddenly rang out in Charles's mind. Deduction points plus 100. Deduction points plus 100. When the reminder sounded, Charles had no intention of stopping. He also stuffed the unicorn's horn into his mouth. Because the dragon's heart was too big, Charles used a laser spell to cut it into several pieces and then swallowed it one piece at a time. Then, Charles lined up the wands of the dark wizards into a long line and swallowed them all into his stomach with a slurp, just like eating a bowl of longevity noodles. Even the dangerous magic items scattered on the ground were not even blinked by Charles. Except for the Hand of Glory, which he intended to study in order to continue to deduce the fluorescent spell, all other magic items were devoured by Charles at a whirlwind. When the last magic item disappeared from Charles's mouth, the Deep Blue prompt in his mind finally froze. The rapidly growing total number of deduction points also slowly stopped, and finally stopped at 300,000 points. Looking at this unprecedented number, Charles's eyes were filled with ecstasy. After being in the magic world for so long, this is the first time he has so many deduction points. The golden belt of murder and arson, the ancients will not deceive me. However, according to Charles's previous experience in deducing spells, in order to complete 3 deductions of a more advanced spell, a score of nearly 1 million is basically required. Transfiguration should be no exception. 300,000 points is still a long way to go to reach the goal of 3 deductions. But Seal happened to have Tonks, the only animagus in the wizarding world who could change her appearance, and who was born with some of the animagus's transfiguration abilities. According to the Deep Blue system, these are all extremely precious high-grade materials. The materials obtained from her can greatly reduce the deduction points required for animagus transfiguration. 300,000, plus Tonks, should be enough. Charles stood up and went to a room in the suite. When he just came back, in order to prevent Tonks from seeing that he could swallow the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, the heart of the dragon and many dangerous magical items, he locked Tonks directly in the room. And now is the final harvest moment. At this time, Tonks, who was locked in the room, saw Seal coming and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. The actions of the little wizard Charles were so unexpected, and she didn't know what Charles would do to her. Then, Seal raised his wand towards Tonks, untied the rope that was stuffing Tonks' mouth, and said with a cold expression, "Use your ability to transform into an animagus and show me your transformation. When I am satisfied, I will let you go." Tonks' eyes widened. What exactly does Charles want to do? He went through so much trouble to bring me back just so that I could use the animagus ability of disguise. After a moment, Tonks gritted her teeth. "I'm an Auror, you can't do this to me. Charles, you are now suspected of kidnapping. First it was robbery, and now it's kidnapping. You are still a child, you can't go further down the wrong path. Charles took a deep breath, impatience in his eyes. He is not really a child. His values have already been formed. He has no time to listen to such educational principles. If Tonks hadn't been a nice person and had tried to protect herself when she was surrounded by dark wizards before, Seal would not have let her off just because she had been stalking him. Charles said coldly. Do you know why Borgin and Burks in Nocturne Alley would bow their heads and be willing to hand over several precious magical items to me? He stepped closer to Tonks and said something that made Tonks' mind go blank. Because I threatened Borgin that if he didn't give me some benefits, I would throw feces all over his store and take photos of the whole process and send them to the Daily Prophet and other newspapers. I have all the photos of you being subdued by the Dark Wizard, being planted in the mud by me, and being tied up with ropes. Senior Tonks, right? You'd better listen to me and show me your animagus disguise with all your strength. Then I will ensure that these photos will not be circulated. Otherwise. Are you afraid of what Borgin is afraid of? After realizing what Charles meant, Tonks' face turned pale and she screamed, completely giving up the idea of persuading Charles. Do not want. I'll do it, I'll do it. Then, under Seal's wand, Tonks activated the ability of the animagus to disguise herself, and her pink hair gradually turned into a fiery red color. Her pupils also turned into an icy blue. Seal stared at Tonks intently, a deep blue reminder sounded in his mind. The host has obtained the material for the animagus transfiguration. The secondary and tertiary deduction points of the animagus transfiguration will be greatly reduced. Please continue to obtain more disguised animagus materials. So Seal urged Tonks again and again. Put more effort and change the shape of your face. I have some celebrity posters here, just change them one by one according to the looks on them. What about body shape? Can body shape be changed? Every time Tonks changed, Seal's hands moved slowly over her face and body, feeling the strange reactions of Tonks' body as it changed under magic. Seal had some understanding of the animagus's ability to disguise itself. No wonder it is called animagus, it does have similarities with the traditional animagus transfiguration. The only difference is that the traditional animagus can transform its entire body into an animal, while the disguise animagus cannot transform into an animal and can only change its appearance, body shape, etc. at will. But such reference value is extremely high, if the traditional animagus can change at will like the disguised animagus. For example, if it can be freely changed into countless animals such as brown bears, wild wolves, flying birds, etc., then its uses will undoubtedly be much wider. In addition, the transformation of the animagus is so stable that it can be passed down through blood to future generations. This characteristic related to the inheritance of magic is also of great reference value to magical animagus, whose goal is to transform into magical animals. As Charles's palm moved around Tonks' body for a few circles, the deep blue prompt sound finally stopped. This also means that Deep Blue has collected all the materials for animagus disguise. At this time, Seal once again checked the points needed to perform a second deduction of transfiguration in the direction of animagus. This has been reduced from the original 50,000 points to 20,000 points. And the points of the next 3 deductions will also decrease accordingly. Charles took a deep breath, anticipation in his eyes. 300,000 points are enough for 2 consecutive deductions. At this moment, Tonks' face flushed red, and she looked at Charles with extremely shameful and angry eyes. While Charles was collecting materials, he touched her body several times without reservation. Tonks now wished she could bite off a piece of Charles's flesh. How could a little wizard who hasn't even started school yet be so bad? Feeling the gaze from Tonks, Seal seemed to remember something. He took his hand off Tonks. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. I just wanted to get a clearer feel for the process of transforming into an animagus. Tonks stared at Seal. I believe you, ghost. Charles, I'm telling you, I'm going to fight you. I'm not done with you. Before he finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard. Seal took back the sturdy mithril wand in his hand and apologized to Tonks, who had fainted on the ground. I'm sorry, I don't have the points to waste on a stunning spell, and I don't have the time to argue with you, so I can only use this physical stunning spell, but the effect seems pretty good. Then he tied Tonks tightly and locked her in the room so that she would not disturb him later. After doing this, Charles clenched his palms tightly and said something in his mind. Deep Blue, Transfiguration Animagus Direction. Deduced for me. Following Charles's words, 20,000 deduction points were deducted. What followed was that Seal had honed the basic transfiguration technique to the point where it was almost instinctive, taking a sudden step towards mastering the animagus transfiguration technique. In the wizarding world, there are not many wizards who can master the animagus transfiguration technique. There are only a handful of legal animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic. Even if illegal animagus are included, there are no more than 10 wizards who have mastered this transfiguration in the original work. The reason is that the traditional animagus transformation method in the magic world is too cumbersome, and the process requires the preparation of potions under various harsh conditions. It's not difficult, but if you make a mistake you have to start all over again. If there is no reason to practice animagus, such as James Potter, Sirius Black, and others helping Lupin who turned into a werewolf, or reporter Reggie needing to investigate various secrets, few wizards would spend so much effort practicing animagus. It takes so much effort just to become an animal. You can neither get rich nor increase your strength. There's even a chance that you might turn into a bug or something and get eaten by a bird by accident. Who would be happy about that? There are also less complicated methods. For example, when the first group of wizards began to practice animagus transfiguration, they did not have such mature foolproof tutorials that could allow several Hogwarts students to practice it. Without the help of potions, he had to rely solely on his skills in transfiguration to transform. This is not complicated, but this process is enough to cause more than 90% of wizards to have various sequelae, and even nearly half of the wizards will be transformed into animals forever. Those successful ones constantly accumulated experience and summarized lessons, and developed the complicated but basically safe animagus transformation process that is now commonly used in the wizarding world. Basically every step here cannot be simplified any further and can be said to be a result of thousands of trials and tribulations. If someone could further improve the animagus transfiguration, even if it was just to reduce the tediousness of practicing it a little, this would be enough to shock the field of transfiguration in the wizarding world, and getting the Order of Merlin, second class, would be a sure thing. It's a pity that even transfiguration masters like Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore couldn't accomplish this task. But now, the Deep Blue system was burning up the deduction points, and coupled with the materials obtained from the disguised animagus, this feat that would take several generations to complete was accomplished in an instant in Charles's mind. Transfiguration. Animagus direction, secondary deduction completed. Host gains full animagus transfiguration. A deep blue reminder sounded in Seal's mind. Along with this, there is also a huge amount of information about the so-called complete animagus transfiguration. Since the creation of the animagus transfiguration, the ambitions of transfiguration masters have never been limited to transforming into just one animal. A master of transfiguration can transform a matchstick into anything in the world. How can he be satisfied with only being able to transform into an animal when it comes to his own transformation? Even this process is random and uncontrollable, and it depends on everyone's personality. The ability to change into a myriad of animals and switch freely between them is the ambition of the animagus transfiguration when it was created. It's just that this goal is too difficult, and the current magic world is still far from achieving it. But now, I am. Complete animagus transfiguration means that you can transform yourself into any ordinary animal at will, whether it is a bird, a beast, or an insect. Charles took a deep breath, excitement showing on his face. The next moment, he performed the full animagus transformation. In an instant, Charles's human form disappeared, and a gorgeous tiger appeared in the room. Seal raised his palms, which should now be called claws, and stepped on the floor. The thick pads of flesh eliminated almost all sounds, making his movements seem like a ghost. And his vision, sense of smell, physical explosion, etc., are no different from a real tiger. Then, Charles suddenly jumped up and pounced forward. Halfway through the flight, he changed again. A pair of wings grew on the tiger's back, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a golden eagle. Just flap the wings casually and there will be a whistling of air, and Charles can rush out of the window and soar into the sky at any time. As he once again performed the complete animagus transfiguration, the golden eagle fell to the ground again and turned into an ant, moving across the extremely large room. After a while, Charles's figure reappeared in the room. These wonderful experiences made Charles couldn't help but admire them. It feels like Monkey King's 72 transformations. This is a complete animagus transfiguration. If I were to submit this for a paper, I'd probably publish it until I die if I'm careful. I'd get a bunch of Orders of Merlin. This kind of transformation is much more useful in combat than before. It allows me to fly without the aid of anything, and I can also use the senses of animals to conduct exploration. However, Even though he had developed the animagus transfiguration technique to this point, Seal was still not satisfied. It is truly magical that one can transform into ordinary animals at will. But this is the wizarding world, and there are so many magical creatures, and the best of them are completely superior to ordinary beasts and even wizards. For example, there is a magical animal called the Nangdu panther, whose breath is extremely poisonous, and it is said that it requires at least 100 adult wizards to work together to capture it. There are also magical animals like the basilisk, whose gaze has an instant death effect. Even beings like ghosts will be petrified if they look directly into its gaze. Isn't this much better than the killing curse? If it could transform into a magical animal, Seal felt that animagus transfiguration would have real practical value. And this is exactly the direction of the third transfiguration he envisioned, and it has also been declared impossible by the transfiguration masters in the magic world, magical animagus transformation. Over the centuries, many transfiguration masters have pursued this direction. But without exception, they either died from the magic runaway during the transformation, or were completely transformed into magical creatures, with no way to recover. Therefore, the field of transfiguration has come to believe that this is an impossible direction to achieve. But at this moment, Charles's eyes were burning. What the magic world considers impossible is not impossible for him who possesses Deep Blue. Deep Blue, how many points do you need to perform 3 deductions of transfiguration in the direction of magic animagus? Deep Blue gave the answer. Since we have obtained precious animagus disguise materials, which have a significant reference role in the magic animagus transfiguration, the points required for this deduction have been greatly reduced to 200,000 points. Charles clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. This number is similar to his estimate. He had already collected 200,000 points, and even had nearly 80,000 points left. Without the slightest hesitation, Seal growled in his mind. Deep Blue, triple metamorphosis, direction of magic animagus. Along with a low roar from Charles in his mind, a full 200,000 deduction points were deducted. This was the largest single investment in deduction that Seal had ever made since he came to the wizarding world. This is even the result after obtaining a large amount of materials and significantly reducing the deduction points. If you don't have these materials, you have to rely on Deep Blue to brute force deduction, and the deduction points you spend will be at least in the millions. Charles's eyes showed anticipation. The total cost of deriving the luminescent spell into the eternal blazing sun spell was only about 100,000 yuan. The points invested in transfiguration this time are much higher than those invested in the luminescent spell. He believed that the magic animagus transfiguration deduced by Deep Blue would never let him down. At this moment, unprecedented vast knowledge flooded into Charles's mind, which was even more than the sum of all the magical knowledge he had previously deduced. Even Charles felt a black screen in front of his eyes at this moment, and felt as if he was overwhelmed by knowledge, and lost consciousness for a while. When Charles woke up, he felt as if he was in another world. Then, a look of disbelief appeared in Charles's eyes, and he tried to wave his wand to perform basic transfiguration. In his room, countless objects began to change rapidly. Its speed and accuracy are a qualitative leap compared to the 3 times that Seal deduced the animagus transfiguration technique. Seal even felt that he could now accomplish the same trick that Voldemort had shown him before. His basic transfiguration skills might have been able to catch up with or even surpass Dumbledore's level when he graduated. After thinking for a moment, Charles's face showed enlightenment. Animagus transfiguration is, after all, a branch of transfiguration. I have continued to deduce it and pushed it to an unprecedented level. The knowledge I have gained in this process will of course also feed back to my overall level of transfiguration. After the second deduction, my transfiguration should have improved a lot, but I didn't notice it for a while because I didn't pay attention to it. This time, after 3 more deductions, the change is so obvious that it cannot be ignored. It gives me a feeling of a leap forward. Then, Charles took a deep breath and clenched his hands. Just the knowledge gained during the 3 simulations has been of great benefit to me. What about the real product of those 3 deductions, the magical animagus transfiguration? The next moment, a deep blue reminder sound like the sound of nature rang out in Charles's mind. Transfiguration animagus direction, 3 deductions completed. The host has obtained the magical animagus transfiguration, which can break through the barriers recognized by the magic world, and transform from a wizard into a magical animal. The host has all the characteristics of the magical animal he has changed into, and can even obtain some of the inherited knowledge of magical animals. Feeling the information of the magic animagus transfiguration, Seal took a deep breath and felt a little dazed for a moment. A miracle that was considered impossible in the magic world was successfully deduced by Deep Blue. If this were to be made public, Seal would surely become an immortal monument in the field of transfiguration in the magical world, and the history of magic would have to include a separate chapter for Seal to commemorate his great achievements. After a moment, Charles came back to his senses and obtained more detailed information. Since the magic animagus transfiguration involves the transformation of the essence of magic, in order to transform into a designated magical animal, you need to first obtain its blood for analysis, and then you can transform freely. The current magic animagus transfiguration technique allows the host to transform into 3 types of magical animals at most. With subsequent deductions, the magic animagus transfiguration technique will be completely perfected. The host will be able to freely transform into any magical animal, and even transform into a mythical creature with the characteristics of multiple magical animals at the same time. When he saw these lines of information, Charles frowned at first. Do we need to obtain the blood of magical animals for analysis first, and currently, it can only transform into 3 magical animals at most, and cannot directly change into 1,000 ordinary animals like a complete animagus transformation? This is still somewhat different from the magical animagus that he expected to be able to freely transform magical creatures. It seems that 3 deductions are not enough in this direction, and perhaps 4 or even 5 deductions are needed. But after a moment of disappointment, Charles focused his attention on Shenlan's description, and his eyes gradually brightened. After turning into some kind of magical animal, not only can one inherit its characteristics, but one can even obtain the inherited knowledge. You know, the intelligence of some magical animals is not inferior to that of humans, and in certain magical fields they are far beyond the reach of wizards. It can even be said that they have become a kind of system. For example, dragon language. This is a language that is recognized by the magic world as possessing powerful magic. Legend has it that in ancient times, when ancient dragons frequently appeared, there were giant dragons that could cast magic in dragon language. Their roars could shatter mountains and clouds, and even cause all things to revive or wither. However, as the ancient dragons disappeared, their descendants, the fire dragons in the current magical world, seemed like illiterate people. Most fire dragons haven't even inherited the true dragon language, and those that have inherited the dragon language are rarely able to cast magic in it. After all, in today's magical world, fire dragons are a strictly controlled resource, and their blood, flesh, nerves, etc. are all of great use to wizards. The vast majority of fire dragons are kept in captivity, and it is basically impossible for them to grow up safely to the point where they can cast dragon language magic. But an idea came into Seal's mind. If I become a fire dragon and gain the inheritance of the dragon language, Deep Blue, can you operate in my magical animagus state and continue to deduce the dragon language? Even making the legendary dragon language magic reappear in the world. In response, Deep Blue gave a brief mechanical reply. As long as the deduction points are sufficient, the system is omnipotent. After these words were spoken, Charles couldn't help but wave his fist excitedly. In this case, the prospects for magical animagus are truly huge. If you screen carefully, the current magic animagus alone can allow Seal to obtain 3 types of magic from magical animals. If the dragon language alone is deduced to the level of dragon magic, then the animagus of the Char is equivalent to the reappearance of the legendary ancient dragon. You can even touch peak Dumbledore or peak Voldemort, with 3 kinds of magical animagus and 3 sets of magic systems to switch between, plus Seal's own deductive magic. There is almost no weakness. What is a hexagonal warrior? After the excitement, Seal began to think about where to get a piece of magical animal blood that met the requirements to complete his first magical animagus. This magical animal must be strong enough. At the same time, in order to consider the upper limit, the bloodline must also have inherited knowledge. For this reason, it is best if it is a little older. When thinking of this condition, the first thing that came to Seal's mind was the 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets of Hogwarts. This ancient magical creature has lived for 1,000 years. Although it is not certain whether it has inherited some kind of knowledge similar to dragon language or mermaid language, the basilisk's death gaze alone is of great value for speculation. It is highly likely to be used as material for the deduction of the killing curse, saving a lot of points for the deduction of the killing curse. If he continues to deduce like this, maybe Charles will be able to directly deduce a range killing curse. However, we can only make plans after entering Hogwarts, and we cannot get the basilisk at the moment. Besides, apart from the eternal blazing sun curse, Charles really has no other good means to deal with this kind of large magical beast. The power of basic transfiguration is indeed not enough to face the basilisk. Taking into account the anti-magic effect of the basilisk's scales and skin, the laser spell may not be able to kill it quickly. If the battle drags on, the risks will be great, as the basilisk's venom and gaze are too deadly. Besides, if the noise is too loud, it might attract Dumbledore's attention. Charles didn't want to risk so many unexpected situations, so he had to plan carefully to obtain the basilisk's blood. But besides the blood of the basilisk, there seems to be another option that is even more suitable than the basilisk. And the opportunity to obtain it is just around the corner. In Charles's mind, the image of the fire dragon guarding the basement of Gringotts in the original novel emerged. It was a Ukrainian iron belly. Judging from the description in the original book, its body was extremely large, and even its scales showed signs of aging, indicating that it was very old. If you obtain its blood, there is a high probability that the animagus will also be able to inherit the dragon language in its blood after transformation. A strange look flashed across Charles's eyes. He had been eyeing Gringotts from the beginning, intending to take advantage of the chaos caused by Quirrell and Voldemort breaking into Gringotts to make some fortune. But after making huge gains in Nocturne Alley, this idea faded a little. But now, it seems that I have to go to Gringotts. The dragon's blood is too tempting for Charles. However, in the original book, Quirrell and Voldemort seemed to have broken into Gringotts by using the Imperious Curse and other means, without causing much noise, and most likely did not fight the dragon. If that's the case, it will be a bit troublesome for me to get dragon blood. Dragon skin and scales can weaken spells. Charles's methods are very effective against ordinary wizards, but apart from the Eternal Sun spell, he is not sure that he can break the fire dragon's defense. After all, he is only 11 years old, and magic power is always a flaw. But because of this, the magic animagus is even more tempting to seal. The magic power of magical animals is much stronger than that of little wizards. In terms of absolute destructive power, unless Seal uses the Eternal Sun spell, his wizard form cannot catch up with the magical animagus state. This makes Charles even more determined to get the dragon's blood under Gringotts. This will be his biggest trump card. After thinking for a moment, Charles whispered softly. It seems that this time, we really can't let Quirrell and Voldemort break in too easily. We need to make a bigger fuss and use Voldemort to get the dragon's blood. As for what to do, Charles already has an idea. The next moment, he used full animagus transformation. But this time he didn't turn into an animal, but just like Tonks's animagus transformation, he changed his appearance and body shape and turned into another person. It was a thin figure with a pale complexion and a somewhat timid look. The most noticeable feature was that his head was wrapped in a large turban. That's right, Charles turned into Quirrell. In order to make it more realistic, Charles even transformed Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head. After doing all this, Seal's lips curled up into a smile. He slowly walked through Diagon Alley in the middle of the night and came to the closed gate of Gringotts. With a wave of the wand, a letter turned into a paper airplane and flew towards Gringotts. Then without any delay, Charles dissipated away. The loud noise of apparition disturbed the silence of Gringotts at night, and the goblins who were still counting money inside rushed out in a hurry and full of vigilance. The leading goblin saw the paper airplane on the ground, and after taking it apart, he saw the words inside. I've heard that Gringotts has countless treasures, and I'm longing for it. The moonlight is very good these days, so I'm going to come here on the moon and enter Gringotts to take the treasure. The thief saint of the magic world. When the goblins in Gringotts saw the letter, anger showed on their faces. Thief, a despicable, arrogant thief. He actually openly challenged us at Gringotts, saying he was going to break into Gringotts and steal. The leading goblin looked towards the sentry responsible for guarding Gringotts. Did you see who left this letter? The sentry said quickly. It was too dark, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could see he was wearing a large turban. As soon as these words came out, the leading goblin spoke in a cold voice. During this period, the security measures of the underground vault have been raised to the highest level. And everyone, pay attention. If you see someone wearing a turban coming to Gringotts, it's very likely that they are thieves scouting the area. There was a fierce look in their eyes. Then pretend you don't know, trick him into the underground vault, and then kill him. Provoking Gringotts? He must pay with his life. At the same time, in a room, Quirrell's eyes widened because of an order from Voldemort. Master, are we going to break into Gringotts tomorrow? Isn't this too hasty? Voldemort said coldly. Are you questioning my decision? I'm telling you, I've had enough of this kind of life. Damn Dumbledore, I'm going to recover my body as soon as possible and teach him a lesson. Then, considering that Quirrell was the only one available at the moment, Voldemort explained to him. Of course, it was a bit hasty, but you have to know that even you couldn't have imagined that I would break into Gringotts tomorrow, so how could anyone else know? Great success is often achieved in haste. The goblins of Gringotts will not be prepared tomorrow. Quirrell thought about it and immediately admired Voldemort's wisdom. As expected of you, Master. You are indeed far-sighted. We will surely be able to succeed in tomorrow's operation. Once the Philosopher's Stone is in hand and the Master has regained his physical body, what will Dumbledore be? And that damned little wizard Seal will definitely crawl at the feet of his master. That morning, not long after Gringotts opened, Quirrell and Voldemort came to Gringotts. Voldemort explained to Quirrell again how they were going to break into Gringotts today. You pretend to be conducting business and find a high-ranking goblin in Gringotts. Then I will control your body and use the Imperious Curse to have it take us to the underground vault. It's that simple. Have you brought all the gold galleons? Quirrell nodded nervously, gripping the purse at his waist with extra force. In order to carry out Voldemort's plan to break into Gringotts and seize the Philosopher's Stone, he mortgaged all his current assets through the black market overnight and borrowed a large number of gold galleons. Thinking of the interest on black market loans, Quirrell's heart bleeds. But thinking again that this was a sacrifice for the great return of his master, Quirrell felt that it was all worth it. When Voldemort returns, he will definitely receive unimaginable rewards. Besides, these goblins in Gringotts would never have imagined in their dreams that Voldemort would personally break into Gringotts. How else could this be, non-existent? Thinking of this, Quirrell calmed down, stepped into Gringotts, took out his purse and shook it, then said to the goblins. I want to handle a big business, and I need your lobby manager. When the goblins saw Quirrell, especially Quirrell's big turban, there was a cold look in their eyes. The guy with the big turban looked like this last night. The note the thief left yesterday clearly said that he would enter Gringotts under the moonlight to retrieve the treasure, but now he is coming in the daytime. It seems that the letter was meant to paralyze Gringotts and make them relax their guard during the day. He is indeed a cunning thief, not a single word he says can be trusted. The lobby manager of Gringotts came over quickly, with no clue on his face, and spoke to Quirrell enthusiastically. Dear guest, congratulations! This transaction is the 100,000th transaction Gringotts has received this year. In order to give back to new and old customers, Gringotts has decided to give you an underground vault for free. You can choose the location, and it will be free forever. Would you like to come and pick one with me now? Hearing this, Quirrell was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. The underground vault in Gringotts is not cheap and is very rare. Those who can own an underground vault here are either from an ancient family or are rich and powerful. Although Quirrell was an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, he had not been able to build an underground vault in Gringotts over the years. He never thought that he would be so lucky today, to be able to get it as a gift, and for free forever. The most important thing is, has the crucial step in breaking into Gringotts entering the underground vault been solved just like that? This is so lucky, Quirrell couldn't help but say to Voldemort in his heart. Master, we are so lucky. Now it will be effortless to get the Philosopher's Stone. This must be the luck that my master has brought me by temporarily staying in my body. Great Master, Great Dark Lord! Voldemort said calmly. Okay, look at your useless look, an underground vault makes you so excited. Once I have rebuilt my body, it will be easy for me to give you the treasury of an ancient family, let alone an underground treasury. Quick, let the goblin take you into the underground vault. When Quirrell heard Voldemort's promise, he was so grateful that he burst into tears and quickly followed the lobby manager of Gringotts to the underground vault. At this time, the goblins on the side also surrounded Quirrell and walked down. Chi Luo was still sighing in his heart. Is this the VIP treatment at Gringotts? It is truly a wonderful experience for those wealthy and powerful wizards to be surrounded by such people every time they come. But soon, I will also be part of the most powerful and richest wizards. Soon, riding on the goblin's rail car, Quirrell arrived at the entrance of the underground vault. Here, a group of goblins are ready for battle. At first, Quirrell thought that these goblins were there to greet him as a lucky customer, and he nodded to them. But the next moment, at the end of the passage, a huge figure crawled through, and it was emitting a burning sensation before it got close. This was the Ukrainian iron belly that guarded the underground vault of Gringotts, and it was led out by the goblins. When Chi Luo saw this scene, he looked flattered. Such a big battle! Gringotts' hospitality is truly grand. However, the next moment, the goblins looked at Quirrell with cold sneers and ridicule. You idiot! You don't really think we are here to greet you and give you an expensive underground vault? There was a fierce look in their eyes. Today, you will die in the basement of Gringotts, buried in the dragon's belly. Hearing these words, Quirrell was stunned, and Voldemort, who was possessed by Quirrell, was also stunned. No, that's not how the script goes. What the hell is going on? Quirrell exclaimed in a trembling voice. Master, our plan has been exposed. Voldemort reacted very quickly and rebuked Quirrell in a decisive tone. Nonsense! The plan was decided on at the last minute. I didn't expect that Gringotts would be invaded so soon. How could the goblins in Gringotts know about this? Could it be that I leaked the secret to Gringotts? It seems that there is only one answer. Grillott's goblins, are you trying to kill us for money? Chiloyo let out an ah in surprise. Killing for money? Gringotts to me? Master, this is not right. Voldemort said coldly. What else could it be? Besides, these guys are goblins, greedy goblins. What can't they do for gold galleons? At this time, before Quirrell and Voldemort could say anything, rays of magic light burst out from the hands of the goblins and whizzed towards Quirrell. Chiloyo's scalp tingled. He is indeed a pretty good wizard, but there is no way he can withstand the siege of so many goblins. At this point, Voldemort directly took over Quirrell's body. With a wave of the magic wand, terrifying magical power was released. Anger was boiling in his chest. It's only been a dozen years since I left the wizarding world, and Dumbledore and his students have slandered me behind my back, even claiming that all my magic was plagiarized from him. It's so shameless. I heard before that a dark wizard was conducting human experiments wantonly and killed dozens of people, but the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic were helpless. Now Gringotts is actually willing to trick customers into its underground vault and murder them for less than 1,000 galleons. How the hell has the wizarding world become like this? A surge of rage surged in Voldemort's heart. The current state of the wizarding world was simply intolerable to him. Filthy, dirty, and stinking. Once I have rebuilt my body and cleansed it, I will cleanse the entire wizarding world. I want to make the wizarding world great again. Immediately, Voldemort looked at the goblins that surrounded him. I originally wanted to save some strength, but seeing you despicable things, I just can't stand it anymore. Goblins are lowly creatures that suck the blood of the wizarding world and play with gold coins. If I were in charge of the wizarding world, I would have wiped you all out and turned you all into house elves. The next moment, as if venting the anger in his heart, raging flames gushed out from the tip of Voldemort's wand, turning into a snake tide that swept in all directions. It was fiend fire. As the fierce fire spread, green lights shot out, reaping the lives of the goblins like the god of death. Until a loud dragon roar exploded in the underground vault, and blazing flames swept towards Voldemort. Voldemort also snorted angrily, and swung his wand, tearing apart the dragon's breath and scales along with it. In an instant, dragon blood splattered and the fire dragon's wailing sounded. Inside Gringotts, a flying insect flew into the underground vault through the passage opened by the goblins, and then turned into the appearance of Charles. Charles's eyes showed emotion. Under normal circumstances, even if his animagus transformation skills were superb, it would not be so easy to break into the underground vault of Gringotts. But now, with Voldemort leading the way, the journey is smooth. After entering the underground vault, Charles could already feel the strong magical aura coming from the front, and the ground was shaking from time to time. After a moment, everything returned to silence. Charles walked carefully along the passage and soon saw the scene where a battle had broken out in the underground vault. On the battlefield, goblin corpses were everywhere, and the few survivors were in a deep coma, with extreme fear on their faces, as if they were facing some extremely terrifying existence. As for Quirrell and Voldemort, they are no longer here. I guess they have gone deep into the underground vault to look for the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, Charles turned his eyes and saw a huge figure lying on the ground. This is none other than the guard of Gringotts' underground vault, the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon. But at this moment, it looked extremely miserable. A huge wound tore open its scales and flesh, and dragon blood kept flowing out. Even for a dragon, this is extremely serious damage, making it lose the ability to fight. Of course, even if it could still fight, I believe that after seeing Voldemort's power, this fire dragon would not be able to get up with its seriously injured body and fight for the goblins. Feeling the fatigue all over his body due to the massive blood loss, the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon closed his eyes. Given the dragon's strong physique, such a wound is not fatal to it, but it will definitely require a long sleep to heal. But at this moment, it felt a rustling noise, as if something small was approaching it. In an instant, the orange vertical pupils widened again, glaring at the offender who dared to disturb him. The one who entered the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon's alert range was naturally Charles. The Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon slowly raised its snake-like neck, and a fierce light appeared in its eyes, as if it was going to tear Charles to pieces in the next moment, or burn him to ashes with the scorching dragon flame again. Charles looked at the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon and made an estimate in his mind. With Voldemort breaking the dragon's defense, it should not be difficult for me to kill the dragon by following the wounds left by Voldemort. But look at this fire dragon. The dragon scales all over the body, the dragon blood that can be continuously regenerated, and even the dead skin on the dragon claws. Those are all magical raw materials and an excellent source of deduction points. Killed? What a pity. If we can get along well with it, let it bleed a little from time to time and rub its feet, then wouldn't the deduction points increase rapidly? Immediately, Charles pointed at the wound on the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon with a sincere look on his face. Mr. Hualong, you are injured and it must be very painful. I can help you stop the bleeding. The fire dragon seemed to understand what Charles said, and perhaps because Charles looked like a child, it was not so wary. And the constant blood loss really made it very tired and weak. The fierce light in its eyes gradually dissipated, and it stared at Charles, as if tacitly agreeing to Charles's offer to treat it. Seal's face lit up with delight and he waved his wand. Immediately, a huge funnel was attached to the wound of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon. Below the funnel, Charles also conjured up a huge glass bottle, and dragon blood was continuously flowing into it through the funnel. The fire dragon's body stiffened for a moment, and confusion appeared in its human-like eyes. Is this to stop bleeding? How can you stop bleeding with a funnel? Charles said very sincerely. Mr. Hualong, I know you are very suspicious, but please think carefully. You had such a big wound bleeding before, but now the funnel is stuck on the wound, and there is only a small funnel mouth left where the blood is flowing. Just tell me, has the bleeding area become smaller? The fire dragon stood there in a daze, its eyes rolling around, as if it was thinking with its intelligence. Yes, the bleeding area seems to have become smaller, which seems to make sense. At this time, Charles continued. And I collect dragon blood for you, Mr. Fire Dragon. If we don't collect the blood, won't it just flow into the ground in vain? Collect it in a bottle, and you can drink it later to replenish your blood. If you round it up, isn't it the same as not bleeding? Do you think it makes sense? The fire dragon suddenly realized. Indeed. That makes sense. He is indeed a human child. Even though he does not have enough magic power to stop the bleeding himself, he actually came up with such a good idea, so smart. The Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon looked at Charles with a softened gaze. It lay down obediently and let down its guard against Charles. Human cub. Nice guy. Soon, the large glass bottles that Charles conjured up were filled with 5 large bottles of dragon blood. At this time, the dragon's powerful self-healing ability was fully demonstrated. The wound had coagulated into blood and no longer bleeds. Only then did Charles reluctantly collect all the holes in glass bottles. These 5 bottles of dragon blood were definitely more than enough for him to complete the first fire dragon transformation of the magical animagus. The remaining ones can be recycled as deduction points, making a lot of money, but at this time, Charles also heard dense footsteps coming from the entrance above. I guess the news from Gringotts has spread and support is on the way. In fact, Charles could have left, but he turned his head and looked deep into the underground vault. Voldemort must have opened Dumbledore's vault, but did not find the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort also did not value the other materials in the vault and would certainly not take them away. But Charles likes it, because it is Dumbledore's treasure. It just so happens that Voldemort is the one to take the blame, so why not do it? Then, a high-frequency laser burst out from the tip of Charles's wand and slashed towards the shackles on the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon. In the original book, Harry and others' magic can untie the chains, so naturally Charles's high-frequency laser spell can work as well. In an instant, the iron chain made a crisp sound and fell to the ground. The Ukrainian iron belly opened its eyes wide, tried to move its body, and found that the restraints that once restrained it had disappeared. Seal patted the Ukrainian iron belly's paw. Hey, you're free, fly. I've memorized your smell. I'll come play with you when I'm free. The Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon snorted loudly with sparks, obviously very happy, and looked at Charles with extremely gentle eyes. Then, it spread its wings, seemingly oblivious to the weakness and fatigue in its body. The fire dragon flapped its wings and flew away, and dragon flames gushed towards the front of the passage. The dense footsteps coming from afar immediately came to a halt, and the entire deployment was disrupted by the actions of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charles turned into a bird and flew forward along the underground vault passage at the fastest speed. After a moment, he saw the door of vault number 713, which was wide open. Voldemort and Quirrell had already left, and the vault without the Philosopher's Stone was of no interest to Voldemort. But the dazzling array of materials left here made Charles's breathing quicken. Charles took out several boxes cast with the untraceable extension charm that he had prepared long ago, and quickly packed up everything in vault 713 and took it away. Then with a loud bang, Charles operated away. When he hurried back to the room in the leaky cauldron, looking at the box full of dragon's blood and precious magical materials, there was only one thought left in Charles's mind. It's true. It's real. The money of those poor fellows in Nocturne Alley combined is not as much as Dumbledore's vault. He took a deep breath, and his eyes moved away from those precious magical materials and fell on the 5 large bottles of dragon blood. Magic Animagus, Fire Dragon Transformation. I am coming. The next moment, Charles pulled out the cork, gulped down a mouthful of dragon blood, and roared in his mind. Deep Blue, explain it to me. A deafening roar of a fire dragon sounded, and billowing dragon flames raged in the underground vault passage of Gringotts, sweeping in the goblins who survived the battle with Voldemort and turning them into ashes. Then there were violent collisions again and again, a large amount of soil fell, and a ray of light shone into the underground vault. When seeing that ray of light, magic power burst out again from the exhausted body of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon. It violently smashed the gap open, creating a huge hole, then spread its wings and flew out of the dark underground vault. The Aurors who came from the Ministry of Magic to support watched this scene unwillingly. Some young Aurors wanted to chase the dragon, but the more experienced Auror stopped them immediately. The Department for the Control of Magical Creatures is responsible for handling dragons, and their primary mission is to protect Gringotts' underground vault. Most of the magic world's wealth is stored here, including the wealth of many nobles and high-ranking officials. If something happened in Gringotts, these Aurors who came to support would definitely be in trouble. The fire dragon has wasted a lot of their time, so they have to hurry to the underground vault to see what's going on. The Aurors kept praying in their hearts, hoping that the door of Gringotts' underground vault would be more reliable than the protective measures they boasted about, or at least not cause too much damage. After a while, all the vaults were inspected. A young Auror hurried over to the person in charge. Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The person in charge was stunned for a moment and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Good news, let's hear the good news first. Then the young Auror spoke. Of the entire underground vault, only one vault was looted, and the others were intact. Hearing this, the person in charge let out a long sigh and looked relieved. In this way, it will not cause too much impact. Even if someone wants to be held accountable, it is Gringotts that has to bear the responsibility and has nothing to do with the Aurors who came to support. What, if you still want to investigate why the Aurors were slow in providing support and why so much time was wasted along the way, then he would let the doubters know why Aurors are the violent agency in the wizarding world, the person in charge calmly asked the young Auror. What about the bad news? Whose vault was looted? The next moment, the name uttered by the young Auror made the expression of the person in charge suddenly stiffen. What's the matter? Dumbledore. Number UN percent at. A series of indistinct curses came out from the person in charge. He couldn't figure out which idiot was so desperate that he dared to rob Dumbledore's vault. Then, after recovering from the news, the person in charge looked solemn. Since it is Dumbledore's vault, it is definitely impossible to evade or perfunctorily deal with it. Send a message to Hogwarts and inform Dumbledore. At the same time, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore stood with his hands behind his back, pacing in the office with his eyes closed, thinking in his mind what kind of test he should give to his savior Harry Potter in the first year of school. The Mirror of East. This is necessary. If I had used this mirror to examine Tom Riddle earlier, I would have had a clearer understanding of his evil. I might even have seen through his desire for life and power in advance and prevented him from committing a series of horrific crimes later. It is also necessary to create some emotional ties for Harry Potter so that he can have friendships and family ties at Hogwarts. He happens to be James' child, so he should have inherited James' Quidditch talent. If he performs well in the flying class, McGonagall can apply for him to join the Quidditch team as an exception. Well, of course, the Philosopher's Stone is also necessary. Such a powerful magical item can show whether Harry Potter has a morbid desire for money, power, and immortality. As Dumbledore muttered to himself, the arrangements for Harry Potter's first year gradually became clear. However, in the headmaster's office, a portrait of the headmaster couldn't help but ask Dumbledore. Dumbledore, if you think someone is coveting your underground vault, why did you only move the Philosopher's Stone and not move other things out? In your underground vault, besides your personal collection, there are also some resources from Hogwarts that you will keep for safekeeping. If Gringotts is really robbed and the thief steals these, it will be a troublesome matter. Dumbledore smiled slightly at this. After so many years, he has gained an incomparable insight into human nature. If anyone coveted the Philosopher's Stone, it was Voldemort. And Voldemort must not be interested in anything other than the Philosopher's Stone. He even felt that with his current status and fame, it would be a loss of face if he were to commit the same theft as he did in the past. Because of this, Voldemort would never touch anything other than the Philosopher's Stone. So why bother moving them out? It's quite troublesome to move around. Dumbledore gave a confident reply to the inquiry about the portrait of the headmaster in his office. Don't worry, everything is under my control. At this moment, an owl fluttered to the window of the principal's office and dropped an urgent notice from the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore blinked. It looks like a report from the Ministry of Magic has arrived. Let me guess. It should be telling me that Gringotts was broken into and my vault was opened, but nothing was lost inside. Then Dumbledore opened the envelope and saw a thick stack of papers inside. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It seems that the Ministry of Magic is very serious and responsible this time. This must have explained to me the whole process of the thief's crime. Then he opened the letter. But when the first line of words came into view, Dumbledore's expression changed and the smile on his face froze on the spot. It is with great sadness that we inform you, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, that due to the poor guarding of the goblins at Gringotts, your underground vault numbered 713 has been looted. Remaining items, none. The list of items that have been confirmed to be stolen and the list to be confirmed are as follows, please check. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting that his eyesight was blurry. But when he saw the long list of thefts again, Dumbledore couldn't help but stagger. Gone. All gone. Is there really not a single hair left? Dumbledore's expression was extremely interesting, even showing a rare bit of gnashing of teeth. Tom Riddle. Shameless, insidious, greedy. The veins on Dumbledore's hand that was holding the Elder Wand bulged, and a cold look filled his eyes. He had originally planned to avoid taking any action during Harry Potter's first year, and to have the professors arrange as many test levels as possible for Harry Potter. But now, he has changed his mind. Tom, after all these years, you've angered me again. At the same time, the shocking news of the theft at Gringotts was also reported in the Daily Prophet as soon as possible. The news that dozens of goblins died in the invasion of Gringotts and Dumbledore's vault was looted made the front page headlines, even with a photo of the empty underground vault number 713. A thin, pale hand slammed down the newly purchased Daily Prophet. Quirrell's face showed fear. Master, Master, please calm down. But Voldemort's angry roar could not be suppressed at all, and it echoed in Quirrell's soul. Slander. This is a shameful slander. I admit that I killed dozens of goblins, but when did I rob Dumbledore's vault? I even took a picture of the vault being empty. Bullshit. When I left, the vault was still full of stuff. Quirrell said cautiously. Master, could it be that someone followed us and robbed the vault while we were away, and made us take the blame? This speculation caused Voldemort to sneer. You idiot, isn't this obvious enough? Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. According to convention, a portion of Hogwarts resources can be kept by the headmaster, as long as they can be taken out when the board of directors reconciles the accounts. Obviously, that old B. Dumbledore is taking advantage of our break-in into Gringotts to settle the score here. What a thief crying thief, what a thief lining his own pockets. Dumbledore, over the past decade, you have become more and more shameless. And this magical world, don't you have the ability to think independently? You are a bunch of idiots. There was an obvious sense of gnashing of teeth in Voldemort's voice. I can't stand it anymore. When I return, I will cleanse the entire wizarding world of those who have no ability to think, those who believe everything they hear, especially the group of stupid and evil reporters from the Daily Prophet. Clean, clean, clean thoroughly. And Dumbledore, wait, old B, I will completely expose your hypocritical mask. Just when Dumbledore and Voldemort were feeling extremely disappointed and angry with each other, Charles, the culprit who looted the vault, was sipping dragon blood in big gulps. The scorching dragon's lair poured into the abdomen from the throat, but disappeared without a trace in an instant, turning into deep blue material for analyzing dragon magic. A lot of reminders sounded in Charles's mind. Dragon magic analysis progress 10%. Dragon magic analysis progress 30%. Finally, there was a mechanical prompt from Deep Blue. Analysis of dragon magic is complete. A dragon roar like thunder also exploded in Charles's mind. The magic animagus, which is known as an impossible miracle in the field of transfiguration, has been completely completed at this moment. Charles suddenly opened his eyes. Golden, dazzling vertical pupils appeared in his eyes, exuding a terrifying dragon power. In a forest outside London, a figure was moving at high speed through the woods. This figure was naturally Charles. And the speed he was moving at this moment had completely surpassed the scope of human beings. When Deep Blue finished analyzing the dragon magic and completely completed the magical animagus transformation, Seal felt an endless stream of powerful magic surging through his body. It was like a young fire dragon coming into the world for the first time, unable to wait to flap its wings, fly into the air, and spit out dragon flames. He then hurried out of the leaky cauldron and apparat to the woods outside London, looking for a suitable place to perform his first magical animagus transfiguration. Finally, when he saw an open space in the woods, Seal relaxed and fully activated the magic animagus transformation. In an instant, magic power surged and raged in his body like a volcano erupting. The dragon's roar in my mind rolled in like thunder. Charles felt his whole body getting hot, then he felt his vision rising, and he felt a strong power filling his body. By the time Charles came to his senses, he could already see dragon wings on both sides of his vision out of the corner of his eye. He raised his hand, and what came into view was a dragon claw covered with scales. Seal took a deep breath and let out a roar of joy, and it was the roar of a fire dragon. Magic animagus, fire dragon transformation, complete. Today, Charles has turned into a young Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon. As one of the largest species of fire dragons in the magical world, even in its infancy, Charles is now nearly 5 meters long, making it already a top predator in the magical world. When the wings flapped, a strong wind whistled in the woods, enough to blow people to and fro. With a casual swing of its sharp claws, several trees as thick as bowls were broken. And when Charles spewed dragon flames into the sky, flames that were more than 10 meters long roared into the air, bringing rolling heat waves. Experiencing the fighting power in the fire dragon form, Charles's eyes showed satisfaction. This is indeed a dangerous and magical animal with amazing lethality, and its every inch is built for fighting. In terms of pure destructive power, Charles in fire dragon form is far superior to his human form without using the eternal blazing sun curse. Moreover, its body is covered with thick scales, which can greatly weaken both physical and magical damage. In this way, when facing large magical animals, Charles's weakness of insufficient destructive power can be compensated and he can fight the enemy in the form of a fire dragon. And when facing wizards, Charles can easily deal with various spells in his human form. His overall strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. However, Seal's goal is not just to transform into a fire dragon. After all, although magical animals like fire dragons are powerful and dangerous, they have become a captive resource in the magical world. For example, there are dragon farms in Romania, where various types of fire dragons are kept in captivity. The purpose of raising dragons in captivity is very simple. Dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon heart, dragon nerves, etc. are all excellent magical materials. Even during the Triwizard tournament, so many different kinds of fire dragons were easily mobilized, which is enough to prove that wizards have many ways to deal with fire dragons. Just turning into a fire dragon can increase the combat effectiveness in a short period of time, but in the long run, the prospects are really not good, and it is far less dangerous than the Nangdul leopard or chimera. It's far worse than the basilisk. But Charles chose to obtain the blood of the Ukrainian iron belly fire dragon because it was the oldest and largest dragon Charles knew of, and was also the most likely to have the dragon language heritage. Using its blood to transform into an animagus would give Seal a great chance of inheriting the bloodline. The real dragon language can be deduced all the way to dragon language magic. Once the dragon language magic is mastered, the fire dragon becomes a special kind of extinct existence, the ancient dragon. Compared to fire dragons that can only use their claws and breath, ancient dragons that can use magic are completely different beings. The numbers of ordinary wizards have lost their meaning in front of them. If Seal could elevate his magical animagus form to the level of an ancient dragon, he would dare to confront Dumbledore and Voldemort head-on. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Charles took a deep breath. The most important thing now is to see if he has obtained the dragon language inheritance in his blood. Even without the inheritance, with the help of Deep Blue, Charles could gradually deduce the dragon language. But then we can only use the wizard's research on dragon language as the thesis. There are too few reference materials and it consumes too many points. If there is a legacy, even if it is incomplete, deduction based on it can also reduce a lot of point consumption. Then, Charles concentrated on feeling the dragon blood flowing in his body and recalled the dragon roar that sounded in his mind during the process of transforming into a fire dragon. Gradually, the dragon's blood seemed to become boiling hot again. The dragon roar in his mind sounded again like thunder. But unlike the previous one, which seemed far away and unclear, this time the dragon roar seemed closer as Seal listened attentively. Although many of the syllables were still unclear, Charles did hear a clear and complete syllable. Its meaning also emerged clearly in Charles's mind. Strength. This dragon roar is the syllable that represents power in the dragon language. It is also the most basic syllable of dragon language magic. Dragon language magic is famous for its incomparable power. Bloodline inheritance is really here. At the same time, Deep Blue also sounded a reminder. The host has obtained the dragon language inheritance that can deduce the broken knowledge, the roar of power. At this moment, Charles couldn't help but burst into laughter. Broken inheritance? Let it be broken, I have Deep Blue, and the broken inheritance can still be deduced and completed, or even innovated. Not only can the dragon language magic reappear in the world, but it can also reach the pinnacle. Isn't it just possible to spend more points? Compared to the recorded power of dragon language magic, it's all worth it. Besides, he still had 80,000 points left on hand. Adding the gains from Dumbledore's vault, the total would be at least several 100,000 points. He was simply rich, deducing dragon language magic, that's enough. The next moment, Deep Blue sounded the reminder again. The initial deduction of the roar of power requires 300,000 points. Do you want to deduce it? The smile on Charles's face gradually froze. Seize the young master. This is the master. 300,000 points are needed for the preliminary deduction. That many points even with the inheritance. Deep Blue said. Without inheritance, 1,000,000 points may not be enough to deduce the roar of power from modern dragon language. Charles choked. I even robbed the Gringotts vault, why am I still so poor? If he digested all the gains he had obtained from Dumbledore's vault, the preliminary deduction would certainly be enough. But what about the follow-up? Wizards have done very little research on ancient dragons. Even a dragon language expert like Dumbledore has never heard of the use of any dragon language magic. Then the reference materials for dragon language magic are probably quite rare. Wouldn't each subsequent deduction require millions or even tens of millions of points? Thinking of that terrifying amount, Charles felt a headache. How long will it take me to save up so many points? It shouldn't be. I work so hard and never miss any opportunity to earn points, why don't I have enough points? Charles fell into deep thought. Am I still too gentle? Then he nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am too conscientious and save too much money for the Ministry of Magic. Buying so many magic items and eating so many sketching quills in Diagon Alley is not as good as grabbing a unicorn horn or a real dragon's heart in Nocturne Alley. A moment later, Charles changed from a fire dragon into a human form and hurried back to Diagon Alley. He found the contact information of the dragon farm in Romania and wrote a letter. Starting today, I will order 10 dragons per month. The meat, blood, nerves, scales, etc. must be processed for me. The internal organs must also be preserved. The dragon dung. The dragon dung will be made into dragon dung coffee. All the materials must be delivered to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley. All bills will be reimbursed by the British Ministry of Magic. If you have any questions, please ask Minister Fudge at the British Ministry of Magic. Money is not a problem, speed of delivery is the only thing. Office of the Minister for Magic. Fudge and his staff were gathered together, each with a solemn look on their face. On the table were several newspaper reports on the theft at Gringotts. An aide spoke with a heavy expression. This theft at Gringotts has had a huge impact on us. Although this is Gringotts' problem, Gringotts is still part of the wizarding world after all. Gringotts, which has always been known to be indestructible, had dozens of goblins killed and the underground vaults were broken into and robbed completely. The vault was actually the vault of Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. This has caused panic in most wizards in the magic world. Some even speculated that this year is the year Harry Potter will enter school. Maybe the you-know-who will make a comeback at this time. They said that the looting of Dumbledore's vault was a demonstration by the you-know-who against the wizarding world and Dumbledore. Another aide also took up the topic. There are also some people who scoff at the return of the mysterious man, but they think of the vicious black wizard dark side. To be honest, this is too disadvantageous for us. The minister and we have only been in office for a short time, and we have seen such a cruel dark wizard and the theft at Gringotts. The wizarding world is in a state of panic, and many people are beginning to doubt that the current Ministry of Magic has lost control over the wizarding world. Those dark wizards are no longer afraid of the orders of the Ministry of Magic. The legal authority of the Ministry of Magic is gradually collapsing, and along with it, our support rate is also collapsing. He considered it for a moment, then spoke carefully. If our approval rating continues to decline at this rate, we may be driven out of office soon. This heavy topic made everyone present feel like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. Everyone was talking about what was going on. In order to show that we have the ability to punish evil, we must quickly catch the murderer who invaded Gringotts. Where are the Aurors? Any clues? The sooner we catch the thief, the sooner we can win back public opinion. But in response to their conversation, Fudge looked at them as if they were idiots. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. Are your heads filled with gold galleons and little witches? Murderer? Thief? There is no murderer or thief. Can't you see that? The staff were all stunned and looked at Fudge, not understanding what he meant. Fudge sneered, with a look of understanding in his eyes. Invading Gringotts, killing dozens of goblins and severely damaging the dragon during the siege by goblins and dragons, is this something an ordinary wizard can do? And then, after going through so much trouble to break in, they didn't rob the vaults of the nobles that were filled with gold coins, but went straight to Dumbledore's underground vault. Not a single hair was left. Don't you think this is unreasonable? Everyone knows Dumbledore's name. How brave must a thief be to rob Dumbledore's vault? If it were you, would you dare to rob the vault even if the door was open? Everyone present was shocked and looked at Fudge with surprise in their eyes. That seems to be the case. What thief would dare to rob Dumbledore's vault? Even the vicious dark wizard Dark, who was looking for smart people everywhere, didn't dare to target Dumbledore. A look of horror appeared on the face of an aide. Minister, could it really be the Dark Lord? Before he could finish his words, Fudge could no longer tolerate his stupidity, so he took out his water cup and threw it at the office door. Black your mother's head. I've said this much, don't you understand yet? There was no thief at all. The one who broke into Gringotts and robbed Dumbledore's vault was clearly Dumbledore himself. When these words came out, it was like thunder, and everyone gasped. Strong and unafraid of Dumbledore's pursuit and revenge. It seems that Dumbledore himself best meets this condition, no way. So, what's the motive? Why would Dumbledore do such a thing? Some staff still find it hard to believe. In response, Fudge sneered again. You still need to ask. I think Dumbledore is still obsessed with the position of Minister of Magic. The crisis of the Dark Wizard Dark was resolved by my genius operation, which also successfully won us praise from the wizarding world. Dumbledore had no choice but to give up. And soon, Hogwarts will start its new term, and it will be time for the school board to reconcile the accounts. Dumbledore, the sinister old bee, did this to settle the account and create panic again. Humph, he can hide it from everyone, but he can never hide it from me, Fudge. The staff looked at each other, watching Fudge's expression change again. Isn't it? Has Fudge taken any brain-boosting medicine recently? He seems to have really become a genius. But Minister, how can we prove this? We can't prove what Dumbledore did. An aide said. Why don't we have the Aurors question Dumbledore and check Dumbledore's office to see if they can find any clues? Before he could finish his words, the Auror present had already flushed and was cursing. Nima, why don't you go? Check if Dumbledore rehearsed this scene, if the problem is not detected, Dumbledore will hate him and he might die suddenly in secret one day. If the disease is found out during the examination, it will be even more tragic. I'm afraid I will die on the spot. Whoever wants to do this kind of work can do it. Just when several people were about to quarrel, Fudge showed an expression of disappointment. You guys, are stupid, really stupid. Why did I invite you to be my staff? Isn't this a simple matter? Fudge told his plan. The things in Dumbledore's vault should have some kind of locating spell or something. At worst, with Dumbledore's magical attainments, he can easily find the traces. We will have Dumbledore cooperate with the Ministry of Magic Aurors in the investigation and cast a spell to locate the items he lost. If Dumbledore refuses to cooperate, or makes excuses by saying that the locating spell is ineffective and that he cannot find any clues, then everything will be clear. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but applaud and admire. Hi, it is hi. We will go and ask Dumbledore to cast a spell on the spot to locate the missing items. At the same time, in the room of the Leaky Cauldron, Charles, who had already placed an order for dragon food from the Romanian dragon farm, breathed a sigh of relief. When the ingredients for the fire dragon are delivered, he will have another large source of deduction points. Add to that the various treasures looted from Dumbledore's vault, and the deduction points will become abundant again. As to whether to deduce the dragon language magic roar of power, or to deduce other magical knowledge, he is still undecided. Forget it, let's eat first. There are only 80,000 deduction points left, not even 100,000. I feel very insecure. There are also things taken out of Dumbledore's vault. Maybe there is a locating spell, or Dumbledore may find a way to track us down. It is better to deal with it. It just so happens that the magic animagus has given me another use. There was a strange look in Seal's eyes as he activated the animagus magic in the room. In an instant, a fire dragon nearly 5 meters long filled the room. Seal changed into this form not for fighting, but for eating. His eating efficiency in human form was too low. Even if he was fed food on an assembly line, he could only eat a few bites at a time. But it was different when he turned into a fire dragon. In this form, when Seal opened his mouth, he could eat a lamb in one bite. If it was the dragon heart he had obtained earlier, he wouldn't even need to use the laser spell to split it, he could just eat it in one bite. The same can be said of the gains from Dumbledore's vault. What would take half a day to eat in human form only takes one bite for Seal in fire dragon form. The next moment, his claws hooked up the package containing the collection of Dumbledore's vault. To be on the safe side and ensure that all traces were removed, Charles swallowed it whole with the package. After the package was put into the stomach, the deep blue mechanical prompt sound began to flash across the screen like an explosion. The total number of deduction points of Seal began to rise wildly from 80,000, and even the numbers became blurred. When the numbers finally became clear, the total number of deduction points remained at one number. 670,000. Charles couldn't help but let out a scream. A wave of nearly 600,000 deduction points, this is even without the Philosopher's Stone. If the Philosopher's Stone is also in the vault, I'm afraid at least 10 will have to be added after the 600,000. By that time, would Charles still be worried that he would not have enough deduction points? Charles's eyes almost turned green. The Philosopher's Stone, I really want to take a bite and taste it. In his mind, he had already started thinking about how to get the Philosopher's Stone in his first year. Besides the Philosopher's Stone, there are many other good things in Hogwarts. The Mirror of East, if you smash it and chew it, it should be similar to shaved ice, crunchy and icy. And there's the three-headed dog. It's also very powerful. Even Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, couldn't do anything about it. He could only go to Hagrid to find out the three-headed dog's weakness. If I were to nibble on a three-headed dog once a day, I should be able to eat for a long time. And there's the Devil's Snare. Hey, wouldn't it be great if we could find a place to breed them on a large scale? Of course, there's also the Tiara in the Room of Requirement. Eating it might not be worse than the Philosopher's Stone. Thinking of this, Charles was full of anticipation for life at Hogwarts and couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, in a room on the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron, it was shrouded in various confusion spells and defensive spells, so strong that even old Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, forgot that he had such a room. Quirrell looked suspicious, as if there was some noise coming from upstairs. It was like a low dragon roar. Master, did you hear any sound? Do you feel that the people living upstairs are not human? The next moment, Voldemort shouted angrily. You idiot, you woke me up just to tell me some horror story, you think you're funny? Not a human? Then what's living upstairs? Quirrell let out a scream. Fire dragon, I think there's a fire dragon living upstairs. Master, I'm serious. After a moment, the pain in Quirrell's body dissipated like a tide. He was a little bit unbelievable. Why was Voldemort's punishment so short this time? Then, he rarely heard Voldemort's voice become a little gentler. Kilo. Go to St. Mungo's hospital and buy some potions to replenish your brain and get a good night's sleep. After all, I, Voldemort, am not some devil. If your brain was broken, where would I live now? Quirrell was stunned for a moment. Am I losing my mind? Since the master said so, it must be true. No wonder I suddenly felt like there was a fire dragon living upstairs. It turns out that my brain is going crazy. No, I have to go to St. Mungo's hospital to buy some potions. Oh, if only Hogwarts were open now, I could go to Professor Snape and ask him to prescribe some medicine for my brain. At this time, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, several Aurors from the Ministry of Magic were politely asking Dumbledore to locate the missing items so that they could go and investigate. Dumbledore readily agreed to this. But when he waved the Elder Wand, his expression changed subtly. Because in his perception, his positioning spell seemed to be gone? Have all traces of the magic power of those things disappeared from this world? How is this possible? The positioning spells on those things were all added by me personally. As long as they still exist in this world, I can locate them even if they are placed in a box cast with the traceless extension charm. How come it's gone now? Dumbledore still didn't believe it and waved his wand again. But this time the spell was still ineffective, just like the last time. Noticing Dumbledore's expression and movements, the expressions of several Aurors changed, and they all revealed a tacit look to each other. In their hearts, they have great respect for Fudge. I never thought that Minister Fudge, who usually seems to be incompetent, is actually very wise. He is actually a genius. At this moment, Dumbledore looked embarrassed. To be honest, I don't know what happened. The positioning magic seems to have failed. Several Aurors also smiled. It's okay, then we can use other methods to find it. As they left, an Auror couldn't help but turn around and look at Dumbledore deeply. Principal, I think from today on, I really know you. Thank you for teaching me this valuable lesson. Dumbledore looked at the Auror who was leaving, his head full of confusion. No, what did I do? After returning to the Minister of Magic's office, the Aurors could not wait to report the matter to Fudge. For a moment, everyone in the office looked at Fudge with admiration. Minister. Great, brilliant. Dumbledore's acting skills have long been exposed by the Minister. Haha, the positioning magic is ineffective. The positioning magic cast by Dumbledore, even for the you-know-who, it would not be so easy to make it ineffective, right? Could it be possible that this was eaten by some monster and digested and decomposed without leaving any residue? Who are you kidding? The staff looked at Fudge with some fanaticism. Then Minister, what should we do next? After Fudge pondered for a moment, he remembered what happened to Charles. His eyes flashed and he revealed an expression of confidence and victory. Now that we know that it is Dumbledore who is dealing with us, and we also know that this old bee looks kind but is actually capable of robbing the treasury to balance the accounts and pocketing the money, it will be easy to deal with. If he were a saint, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it, but since he is selfish and materialistic, we might as well take advantage of his selfishness and dig a hole for him. Everyone knows about Charles Evans. The amount of money he claimed was really weird. I was wondering how he took advantage of the loophole in the magic agreement. Now I suddenly figured it out. Dumbledore, it must be him again. With him helping, wouldn't it be easy to crack the Ministry of Magic's magical protocol? Seal is just a kid, how much can he eat? How could he spend so much money? It must be Dumbledore, the greedy old bee, who is behind this. Just then, an owl flew in from the window and brought a bill from Romania. The amount of the bill was so outrageous that the staff who received it were shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Grass. 10 fire dragons. Every month. Dumbledore is crazy. Minister, we cannot allow such blatant robbery. Fudge laughed out loud, with a look of disdain on his face. No, we must allow it. If God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. Dumbledore now dares to use a magical agreement to reimburse 10 dragons per month. What will he do in the future? Seal hasn't even entered Hogwarts yet, but Dumbledore dares to do this. Once Seal enters Hogwarts and reaches his territory, Dumbledore will definitely become even crazier. That's when we reveal Dumbledore's true face. As for now, aren't they just 10 fire dragons? As long as we can eliminate the threat of Dumbledore in one fell swoop, the price is worth it. From now on, all reimbursement documents from Charles Evans will be allowed. The next day at noon, in the Leaky Cauldron, a letter from Romania was delivered to Charles's room, clearly marked urgent. Charles couldn't wait to open the letter, and saw the gorgeous letter paper with gold embossed fonts inside. The content of the letter is also very simple. Dear Mr. Charles Evans, a valued partner of Romanian Dragon Farm, it is a great honor to serve you. The 10 dragons you requested are being processed on an expedited basis. They are the Hungarian Horntail, the Australian Egg White Eye, and the Welsh Green Dragon. They are expected to be delivered by a special person this afternoon. Thank you for your order. We will deliver the materials for 10 fire dragons to you at the same time every month. You have become a gold card VIP of the Romanian Dragon Farm. When you visit Romania in the future, you can use this gold card to enjoy high-quality services throughout Romania. When Charles saw the contents of the letter, he was surprised. When he ordered dragons from the Romanian Dragon Farm, he was still worried whether the Ministry of Magic would be able to reimburse such a large bill. In his opinion, even if Fudge could get reimbursed, he would definitely come to find out the truth. But Charles didn't expect that it had been reimbursed. Don't you even ask. Seal took a deep breath and sighed again. Minister Fudge, you are a good man, you really keep your promise. Just because Fudge reimbursed him, Charles decided that whoever tried to get Fudge out of office would be making things difficult for him. Anyone can step down except Fudge. If Fudge leaves, where will Charles find the reimbursement for the money he needs? While sighing, Charles took out the dragon blood obtained from the Ukrainian iron-bellied fire dragon in Gringotts. Previously, when completing the magic animagus transformation, almost half of the deep blue dragon magic power was used up, and now there are 4.5 bottles left. It can be seen that in the glass bottle, the dragon blood still maintains an extremely high temperature and is even bubbling. This is a manifestation of the fact that the magic power is still very abundant and the dragon blood is still very fresh. If a period of time passes, the dragon blood will gradually solidify and dry up, losing its bright red luster, and most of its magic power will dissipate. For Charles, this means a significant reduction in deduction points. So he didn't hesitate, uncorked the bottle and poured the boiling dragon's blood into his mouth. After several large bottles of dragon blood were consumed, the deep blue prompt sound began to rise again, and the total number of deduction points began to rise again. Seeing the rate at which the total number of deduction points was rising, Charles's eyes became even happier. This was much faster than he expected. This also shows that the magic power in the Ukrainian Iron Belly Fire Dragon is even beyond Charles's expectations. It seems that the older this magical animal is, the stronger the magic power in its body becomes. Based on this, the deduction points that the 1,000-year-old snake monster can provide may be higher than I expected. Seal couldn't help but lick his tongue. At this time, as these bottles of dragon blood were digested by Shenlan, the total number of Charles's deduction points jumped from 670,000 to 750,000. The anticipation in his eyes grew stronger. A few bottles of Ukrainian Iron Belly's dragon blood provided so many deduction points. Although other fire dragons don't have as much magic power as it does, they are still dragons after all. And the goods I ordered from the dragon farm include more than just dragon blood. They also include dragon meat, dragon hearts, dragon scales, and even dragon feces. After digesting all the materials of these 10 fire dragons, it will be easy for my deduction points to exceed 1 million. Maybe it can soar all the way to more than 1.5 million. Adding the fire dragon materials that will be sent from Romania every month, my deduction points should be enough in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Charles was in a good mood and couldn't help humming a song. He planned to eat something seriously and wait for the fire dragon materials to be delivered to his door. At this moment, Charles's gaze turned and fell on a room in the suite. The door of the room was opened and there was nothing inside. Charles was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. After robbing Nocturne Alley, while he was digesting his gains, he tied Tonks up and locked her in the room, and cast a physical stun spell on her. After that, he completely forgot about her, followed Quirrell and Voldemort to rob Gringotts, and studied the magic animagus. It has been almost 3 days. So now, Tonks wasn't in there anymore, escaped? Charles frowned, but soon relaxed again. Just run away. Although it would be a bit troublesome and might expose Seal's ability to easily defeat ordinary dark wizards and rob Nocturne Alley, at least Seal's secrets and trump cards were not seen by Tonks, so the situation would not be too bad. Charles calmed down. It seems that the effect of the physical stun spell is not stable. When you have some spare points, you can invest some in the stunning spell to prevent this from happening again. He looked at the time. The time for Romania to deliver fire dragon materials is approaching. This is what is most important to Charles. He didn't want to miss the best appreciation period of these fire dragon ingredients, otherwise the loss of deduction points would really make his heart bleed. At this time, in the Minister of Magic's office, Tonks stumbled in, looking haggard and desperate. The past 3 days have been absolutely nightmare days for Tonks. She swore that even detention in Snape's cellar was nothing compared to these few days. Snape, so gentle. Not even worthy of carrying the shoes of that devil Charles Evans, every minute and every second locked in the room seemed like a century to Tonks. But she never gave up struggling. In addition, Seal was busy practicing the magic animagus and did not cast any additional spells on the transfiguration ropes on her body. As time passed, Tonks finally broke free from the ropes. Tonks then found an opportunity to escape. Thinking of what happened in the past period of time, Tonks gasped for breath. If she was not strong enough, she would have collapsed and cried. Then, after calming down, Tonks' eyes showed determination. She felt she needed to report everything about Charles Evans to the Ministry of Magic. Immediately, Tonks began to describe in detail what she had seen and heard about the seal. In the office, Fudge and several staff members listened to Tonks's story, and their expressions gradually changed. An aide couldn't help but want to interrupt, but Fudge waved his hand, indicating that they should record Tonks' speech. After Tonks told him everything she had witnessed in Nocturne Alley, Fudge's expression softened. Poor child, strong child, you have worked so hard. Well, now that everything is over, I will prescribe a period of recuperation for you. You can go to St. Mungo's Hospital and recover your strength. Come, I'll have a few Aurors accompany you. Tonks took a deep breath and finally calmed down. She walked out of the minister's office accompanied by several Aurors. At this time, the staff on the side could no longer bear it. Minister, this is sheer nonsense. Fudge sneered. Can I not know? What kind of crazy stuff is she saying? An 11-year-old little wizard who hasn't even started school yet has superb transfiguration skills. He is also so cruel that he looted the entire Nocturne Alley by himself and planted the dark wizards in the mud like potatoes. Why didn't she say that Gringotts was also robbed by that little wizard Seal? The staff were even more confused when they heard this. Minister, since you knew she was lying, why didn't you expose her and let her talk? Fudge showed a smug look on his face. Look at you guys, you are so superficial, so superficial. Can't you use your brain to think about it? Tonks's words obviously don't make sense, but do you think she's lying? Not likely. The only explanation is that she's been hit by some powerful confusion spell and can't figure out what the facts are. But first of all, Tonks is an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts and is extremely capable. Besides, she has received Auror training for a period of time. Anti-curse training for confusion spells is the foundation for Aurors. It is impossible for Tonks to be affected by the confusion spell cast by ordinary wizards, let alone a confusion spell of this degree. Tonks actually didn't notice anything was wrong when she said such nonsense. This is really scary when you think about it. Fudge's words made his staff fall into deep thought. Correct. It is indeed terrifying to think about it this way. Who has such a powerful confusion spell? Someone who can plunder Nocturne Alley and plant the dark wizards in the mud like potatoes. Who can possess such a superb skill in transfiguration? Who can make the dark wizards not even dare to have the thought of revenge, but want to worship him, and not care even if their wands are taken away? The next moment, Fudge and his staff said a name in unison. Albus Dumbledore. It's him again. Fudge's face was full of confidence. Tonks must have discovered that it was Dumbledore who was trying to gain wealth while tracking down Seal, so she was murdered by Dumbledore. Everything fits. You are so good, Dumbledore. You usually pretend to care about your students, but in fact you are cruel and ruthless, and you will use them by any means necessary. Putting a confusion charm on Tonks, illegally detaining her, and causing her mental breakdown. As for Seal, he used him in every possible way. After the truth was discovered, he even used a confusion spell to point everything to Seal, trying to make Seal Evans a scapegoat. I thought that Fudge, a politician, was already very shameless, but I didn't expect that Dumbledore, who has a kind face, is even more shameless than me. Fudge picked up the notebook that recorded Tonks's words and smiled again. What is this? This will be the evidence for Dumbledore's trial in the future. Then, Fudge gave an instruction. Tonks has done a great job. Give her a few more days off and treat her well in the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital. Don't let her suffer any sequelae. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was already evening. The delivery date mentioned in the letter from the Romanian dragon farm had long arrived, but there was no sound on Charles's door except for old Tom, who came to deliver the meal. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, Charles's expression gradually became gloomy. He didn't know what had happened. It was not until another letter was delivered and Charles saw the contents of the letter that his expression became completely cold as iron. Unprecedented rage flashed in his pupils. The letter was an urgent apology letter sent by a dragon farm in Romania. The reason for the delay in delivery was mentioned here. The goods were snatched after arriving in the UK. Bill Weasley, who was in charge of the delivery, was seriously injured and was being treated in St. Mungo's Hospital. All the materials for the 10 dragons were taken away. The Romanian dragon farm is handling the situation urgently and preparing to reissue fire dragon materials to Charles. However, due to the strict restrictions of the International Wizarding Association on the killing of fire dragons, the 10 fire dragon materials to be reissued to Charles must wait until next month. Seal clenched his hands tightly. He had been waiting for so long, only to be told he had to wait another month? Wait another month and he'll be going to Hogwarts. Moreover, when it comes to improving strength, if you are slow at one step, then all steps will be slow. The loss of hundreds of thousands of deduction points today will most likely affect Charles's next move, leading to greater losses in the future. Charles can't wait for this batch of fire dragon materials. He wanted to see who was so bold as to steal his dragon. The next moment, a loud bang was heard in the room. In an instant, Charles arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital and walked into the hospital. At this moment, several explosions were heard one after another. Several Aurors apparat here with Tonks, taking her to the psychiatric department for treatment. Since the Auror was injured during the mission, the medical staff of St. Mungo's Hospital were waiting at the door, ready to provide immediate treatment. When Tonks appeared, a group of psychiatric doctors and nurses surrounded her. Seeing this scene, Tonks was stunned for a moment before she realized what was going on. She said repeatedly, "I'm mentally fine. I'm just stimulated and my emotions are a little out of control. I'm not crazy. I don't need psychiatric treatment. I just need to rest for a few days and I'll be fine." But her attending physician shook his head with a look of sympathy. "I have already heard from the Ministry of Magic about your situation. You can say something crazy like an 11-year-old wizard who hasn't even started school robbed Nocturne Alley, and you still say you're mentally healthy. Little girl, don't be afraid to seek medical treatment." At this point, Tonks wanted to argue, but she saw Seal out of the corner of her eye. Charles was approaching her. In an instant, Tonks became excited again. "It's him. He was the one who looted Nocturne Alley. Believe me, I'm telling the truth." The Aurors and medical staff shook their heads. Without giving Tonks a chance to struggle, several Aurors subdued Tonks in an instant. The medical staff at the psychiatric department of St. Mungo's Hospital sighed repeatedly. "Look at you, you're so crazy, and you still say there's nothing wrong with you." That was Mr. Charles Evans, the poor boy, who was abducted by a dark wizard not long ago and suffered inhumane torture. "How can you say that he robbed Nocturne Alley? This is absolutely ridiculous. If you let this go on, perhaps in your fantasy, it will become that Mr. Charles Evans inhumanely tortured the dark wizard and killed him." The attending physician extended his wand. "I originally thought that you should be treated conservatively. A mild spell is enough. It doesn't seem to work now, we have to increase the dosage." With a flash of light, Tonks, who was still trying to struggle, immediately fell into a baby-like sleep. At this time, Seal walked into St. Mungo's Hospital and came to Bill Weasley's ward. Inside the ward, the Weasley family from the original book are all here. The enthusiastic Mrs. Weasley, the kind and amiable Mr. Weasley, as well as the top students Percy and Ron, the youngest daughter Ginny, and Bill, who had just graduated and started working and was lying on the hospital bed. When they saw Charles coming in, sad and worried looks were cast upon him. Mrs. Weasley was crying uncontrollably, while Mr. Weasley barely controlled his expression, stood up, and asked about Charles's identity. If it were any other time, although Seal would not have any intention of getting close to the Weasley family, he would not mind exchanging pleasantries. But today, the deduction points that were supposed to be harvested were delayed, his fire dragon materials were constantly losing magic power, and Charles even had murderous intent in his heart. How could he have the mind to greet the Weasleys? He came to Bill Weasley's ward just to get clues and retrieve his dragon materials. Where were you robbed? What are the characteristics of the person who robbed you? Charles stared at Bill, who was lying on the bed, already awake but still very weak. Bill was surprised, but he quickly recognized Charles's identity and a look of guilt and remorse appeared on his face. 10 fire dragon materials were lost, and such a loss could not be recovered even if he sold them. As a buyer, Charles suffered a huge loss. Bill whispered. I had just entered the UK and was travelling along the prescribed route for transporting fire dragon materials. But when I was in Cornwall County, my colleagues turned against me. He attacked me with a few ambushed magical beast hunters and stole all the suitcases containing dragon materials. Charles said coldly. A colleague betrayed me. Converton County. Do you have anything of his? Anything will do. Bill was stunned for a moment, then took out a piece of rag from his pocket with difficulty. I tore this off when I was fighting him. Is this okay? Charles picked up the rag, nodded, and walked out without looking back. Dare to steal his things, dare to make him lose deduction points. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Orange vertical pupils suddenly appeared in Charles's eyes.